Hope everyone's doing well. So let's go ahead. We're going to get started. This is the Kestrel A. This is the ship you're going to start with, and we're playing it on hard mode. So there are several differences between hard mode, normal, and easy. Easy, you start with like 30 scrap. Normal, you start with 10. Hard mode, you start with 0 scrap. Like they don't even give you like pocket change to get your run on this secret mission to save the Federation. A bunch of cheapskates. So that's one of the first differences. This mode is harder because, in part because there's just less scrap. Enemy ships scale much faster. It's very similar on par to normal mode, though there are a couple other little differences as well. Prioritization of crew positions, for example, make things a little bit different. As well as there are differences in the final fight with the flagship, which we'll get to when we get to the flagship, assuming we get to the flagship. So what this ship has really going for it, and like anytime you want to start a run of FTL, you should have a really good idea of like what your ship can do, and more importantly, also what it cannot do. You should really start out by trying to fix any weaknesses on your ship. Because if you're dead, you're dead. It's very simple, very easy to understand, but it's more complicated to prevent that from occurring. But what I'm saying is like if you're giving yourselves opportunities to survive fights, then you're giving yourself an opportunity to win. And that's more the way to look at FTL versus trying to turn it into an RNG fest. Yeah, take notes, Farb. So if it's just like, all right, I'm going to like just do a bunch of weapons, not worry about my defenses, I don't worry about fuel, just there's all these things that I don't want to worry about, and just get like the best weapons and hope that's going to carry me. It's not going to, because you're going to take 100 beacons in a run of FTL, give or take, and each one of those beacons is going to be filled with a lot of RNG elements. So, like, you have to try and design your ship to deal with all of those elements as well as what the final flagship is going to be. Now, on the nice side, we do actually know what the flagship is. There is some RNG elements to it. Hello, Taco. But... Oh, yes, it's updated. Hello, Faith. We will be able to plan our ship accordingly to deal... Yeah, it's a fun game. We will be able to plan our ship accordingly to deal with what the flagship is going to be throwing at us. So your sort of planning in FTL is going to be like what is going to be surviving the scaling of the enemies on a sector by sector basis and keeping yourself alive and keeping your ship going. Hello, Zanon. And then towards the end, those elements still filter into us being able to beat the flagship. But we also, again, can kind of change our focus where we finally outscale the enemy ships, essentially, hopefully. And then we can pick up bits and pieces to try and take down the Rebel flagship and give ourselves the best opportunity of doing so. All right, 2 people want to be NGs. That's cool and fine. So, going into, like, say, what the ship does well, the biggest thing about this ship is it has really fantastic weapons. We have a burst laser 2, and we have an Artemis missile. So essentially we start with one of the best weapons of the game, and definitely the best purchasable weapon in the game due to its flexibility and its timing. At 12 seconds, 2 power, 3 shots, and some chances to cause fire, burst laser does it all in terms of being able to suppress enemy shields, or do damage to enemy systems, and it works with other projectile weapons, including flax or other lasers, as well as setting up beam weapons, like your halberds, pikes, and hull beams. So it hits everything. That's really fantastic. On the other side, we also have this Artemis missile, which is 2 damage for a mere 1 power. On the enemy ships, it's going to fire a second faster, but costs 2 power. Gosh, it's a good thing that the enemies don't have 1-powered Artemis missiles. The Artemis missile is, so essentially it operates actually as like pretty much the best missile weapon in the game for damage, time-wise, and the power investment in it. Hello, Medic Pack. We can get you on board if you don't have a preference. And I can spell, also important. Generally speaking, these two weapons will carry a long time. A lot of other ships have kind of wonky weapons that kind of serve a purpose and then you get rid of them. If you get rid of Artemis missile, it's either that you find a system or just a superior weapon. Perhaps you're just out of using missiles, or like, you know, it's not a just jettison kind of thing. A lot of ships have particularly augments, which you're going to sell very quickly to try and, like I said, get your ship up to speed, because a lot of the enemy ships in Sector 1 can be very, very dangerous. Now we only have 3 human crew, so we have very few blue options, which is not the biggest of things. Blue options are events that happen in the game that are generally better outcomes for events. Not always the case. But also I find blue options are at times overemphasized. Like, they're a nice thing to be concerned about, but it is not like don't buy crew for blue options, particularly in hard mode. You know, you buy crew because you need to buy crew. Mr. Fine, welcome on board. But the humans aren't bad at anything. Like, they fix at normal speed, 12.5 seconds for a single repair. They fight normally. And they move normally, so it's okay. They're just kind of boring. And venting is pretty alright too. We have multiple airlocks, dual airlocks on the ship. Venting this portion of the ship is a little bit more difficult, humanitis indeed. So, with this ship, what we have is a really fantastic starting volley. I mean, our weapons have the possibility of doing 5 damage, and the fact that we can actually take 2 damage to our weapon system and still have the Artemis online to deal with enemy ships is incredibly fantastic. Buy an NG first jump and NG homeworlds. No. No, don't do that. Probably not. So our offense isn't our primary concern. Our primary concern is elevating our shields to level 2. So we can already hop into the sector, and here's the story. We do some stuff. All right. So in Sector 1, all the enemy ships will max out at 1 shield unless we fight a Rebel Elite. Very unlikely event to happen. But all the enemies will have a single shield. Some will have Zoltan shields. That's a change. In normal and easy mode, there are no ships with Zoltan shields in Sector 1. There can be Zoltan ships, but they just don't have that shield online. They will in this mode. That's why having this 5 damage volley is really nice. How can you make a tutorial? This is the first time playing. This is like my 3rd time playing. I mean, just don't tell anybody else, all right? Let's just keep that between you and me. Now, in Sector 1 is actually one of the harder sectors in the game. Okay, Sector 1 and Sector 4 tend to be where you're going to die the most, or they're just going to put you so far behind that it's difficult for you to actually get further ahead. And again, this deals with the fact that our ships have weaknesses, and that while enemies have like 3 power and weapons maxed out in this sector, that means they're going to have a lot of the cheap weapons in terms of power usage, and a lot of those are actually very good. A lot of the more expensive, more power hungry weapons are kind of easier to deal with versus what we're going to be facing in the early sector. So my first goal, particularly with this ship and with most ships, is to go ahead and upgrade our shields to level 2. In fact, we're going to go just get a buffer point, and then we're going to jump to level 2 here. And then after that, we're not going to spend any more money. The reason we want 2 shields is we can deal with offensive drone control. That's probably one of the more dangerous ships that in the sector are like Rebel Riggers or Rebel Disruptors, which have potentially an offensive drone and then 2 powering weapons. The ship you don't want to see is a combat drone 1 with double heavy lasers. And having 2 shields just gives you a far better chance of surviving that kind of encounter. That counter could also happen in hazards. Hazards can also be really nasty, where if your shields are down, you are subject to potentially asteroids or solar flares. Those are all really bad things. So you could very easily, with the weapons in this ship, often get through the sector on a single shield. But if you want to consistently survive getting through the sector, prioritizing getting your shields online is the best way to go. And so that's what we're going to do. All right, so as we're like going through the sector, civilian sector, know what sectors have in stock for you, particularly in terms of stores, but also enemy fights. Those are two very big things. Sector 1 here can actually have 1 to 2 stores. I was playing Sylphia and the first gem had an auto ship hack my weapons. Oh, yeah. There's not like a thing you can do. There's not like hacking beforehand isn't going to help you. You just kind of got to hope. Try to abuse some targeting stuff in hard mode. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Sylphia is definitely one of the worst ships. Oh, all right. Well, this is why we should always check our sector layouts, because we notice that these 2 beacons don't connect, and this is the only way to the exit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have to be at this beacon 5 jumps before the rebels take over the exit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we kind of want to be here before the rebels get to here. And it's okay if we're a little bit early going through here because we have these extra jumps to use up. Yeah, it would look like it connects. These don't look that far apart compared to this. All right. So now that we know the layout, a lot of our movement is pretty forced. That we kind of have to make this beeline to get to here and go through this. Normally through sectors, what I like to do is have an eye on every single beacon. So you've played a bunch, you'll notice that we get to see all the adjacent beacons. If there's any distressed beacons or stores, we'll know. If we also get a map layout or we have map layout will tell us everything in the sector. Long range scanners will tell us if there's like fights or hazards at adjacent beacons. So what I would like to do is I would go through a sector and go all right, how do I get to see this beacon? Well, I have to be able to get to here, and if this beacon isn't of interest, I also get to see this one, so we can kind of move on. And we can pick up these additional beacons, and each time, we're not trying to touch every beacon. It's very unlikely we'll ever be able to touch all the beacons in a sector. But it's just being next to them so that we know where the stores are. And knowing where the stores are, that allows you to sort of plan out your sectors. All right, you have to go to stores to buy things that you need, or you have to hop to a store and get some repairs. Or even if you're not planning on visiting a store early, because you've mapped out a sector, you can plan where a store is going to be. So if you see all the beacons down here and you haven't found a store yet, you could be well, there has to be one at these beacons up ahead, and that's good information to have. On the flip side, if you visited all the potential stores in a sector, you can go all right, well, I've already burned through the 2 stores. I have another 8 jumps left in this sector. I could probably more aggressively spend my money because I get another 8 beacons worth of scrap potentially before I get to the next store. Kind of follows the spiral. Yeah, it's a little bit. All right, so we want to be here before essentially they get there. Let's take our first jump. Cool. All right, so we can pay their toll. We're not gonna pay their toll. I can't. We gotta reject their offer. This is a rebel rigger ship or a pirate rigger ship. These could be potentially dangerous, particularly if they have an offensive drone. So the drone itself, if it's offensive, could be dangerous. And these weapon systems also have a potential danger. So we have a heavy laser 1 and we have a mini beam. What's interesting about this, depending on what kind of drone they have, this is one of the few times where manning shields is beneficial to you. A lot of times, because the AI just fires their weapons. They're not trying to time their shots. It's just shoot them whenever they're charged. Outside of weapons that have charge timing, then nobody knows how the AI picks those. So this is going to fire at 9 seconds, and then this is essentially going to be firing at like 11 seconds. So if you're in shields, even without training, you'll actually get the shield to recharge fast enough to negate some, if not all, the damage from the mini beam. And so that's generally a better thing to have happen. All right, so let's see what this ship has in store for us. Too bad you'll regret this decision. Maybe. All right, so we see at least it's a mini beam. All right, that's better than it being a combat drone, generally speaking, but it does mean that if we get clipped in our shields, we're in for a potentially bad time. It's super unlikely we're gonna dodge stuff, and I don't want to lose too much charging, so we're actually gonna bring our engines crew here into the shields. Moving our engine crew, so general crew positions are what they start with, or is where you normally want your crew. Piloting, so your FTL is charging. It also helps with your evasion. You want your weapons charging. Getting your weapons to fire as fast as possible is really important because you want your weapons to fire. The enemies have pretty quick volleys in the Sector 1, and if they take your weapons down before you even have a chance to do anything to them, you could be in for a world of hurt. This is just more dodge training, or giving us a little bit more dodge and charges our FTL faster. But again, as I said, there's much more benefit to having the shields recover faster from this heavy laser, so we're not cut up by a bunch of beam weapons. And we're actually going to put the Artemis in spot 1 here. The reason we're going to do that is the heavy laser will take down our shield, and then the beams are going to hit our ship. If they are. And that means that they're only going to do 1 damage to our system, so it'll do 1 damage to our weapon system, and that's going to leave our burst laser up. We could even be more aggressive and actually vent like a lot of our ship. We could have done that beforehand to reduce our weapons from being targeted, but we're here. All right, because I have this opportunity, I'm going to go ahead and use an Artemis missile. So a lot of the things you do in FTL is painstakingly slow, as well as a lot of resource management. Scrap being a resource, your missiles and fuel and drone parts, your crew, everything is a resource. So I generally don't like using missiles if I don't feel like I have to in a fight. But we have the possibility of getting like double tagged here by both beams, or this shot hits our shields, so our shields are offline, and then we start getting assaulted by this one. So I'm going to go ahead and fire a missile to take these weapons offline, with the hope that the burst laser will be able to go next and try and go after drone control. You could alternate. You could potentially like just fire the Artemis into here, saying that this is the bigger threat if my shields go down. And that's a fair argument as well. I really couldn't tell you what's inherently the best. Like, is this better for going shields, or is this better for going for shields? I'm really scared of heavy lasers because they just have such a high chance for causing fires. It's like 30%, or a breach, it's also 30%, and like a 20% chance of stunning, where these beams have a much lower chance of causing fires, which just makes doing any repairs take that much longer. All right, so this one was able to get in, do 1 damage, and we got the 1 damage from the mini beam, but that's it. We see that it's actually continuing on, but our shield is now protecting it. All right, they dodged a bunch, but their danger weapons are now offline. We're actually safe against this. So we can't get any additional like dodge training. Beam weapons don't cause any dodge training or shield training. We could go ahead and take a sneak peek at what's going on in their ship to see what their crew is. All right, so they got a human here that's going to be doing repairs in 12.5 seconds. So by the time we get to fire this before they're able to fix any of their weapons. And then they have rock crew. So we're really not going to try anything for a crew kill here. We're not in position for crew kills right now. We'll get into those when we do have that, but generally we do crew kills because they're like more scrap. So we're just going to kill this ship. Go ahead and start repairing our oxygen. Let's go ahead and try taking down the drone now. All right, so they brought the beam back up online, and that's fine. I wasn't sure which order they were gonna get the repairs on. But if this had came back online, this still potentially could deal damage with this. So I wanted to still try and limit their offense. And now we're not using missiles because we hopefully don't have to use missiles. Okay, let's take down their weapon system here. Again, the reason we're hitting their weapon system is this is going to get repaired in short order. And if these two are back online, we are again back into a situation where we can take damage, and that's what we don't want. So if they're not running away, but I can still deal damage to their ship so that they can't hurt me, there's not a reason to use this resource. Do enemy ships ever crew have training? No, they never gain any training. And they don't have any training. All right, so they've decided to try and offer me some money to let them go. 2 fuel, 1 drone part, and 8 scrap. This is a pretty terrible offer for Sector 1. Generally, you're going to get like anywhere from like 1 to 3 of any of the consumables in 2 categories, plus a lump sum of scrap. That's going to hit a certain range that scales upwards the more you go through the game. After Sector 2. Sector 2 and Sector 1 are essentially the same. But this is a pretty terrible offer. We have 15 fuel, which is a comfortable amount of fuel. I generally like to keep it 14. Some people like to sit around 10. I think that's crazy. But yeah, so 15 fuel, this is an tempting offer. I don't even have anything for a drone system. I just went scrap now because, like I said, my biggest priority here is getting my shields online, and that just requires money. So we don't accept that surrender. Okay, so here's a fun thing. We just noticed that the pilot just moved, right? We see that the doors are opening here. Hey, Python Idler. So this means the only time multiple crews start to fix something this early on, when there's like 3 crew, is that a fire has broken out. Now, if it was a breach, same thing would happen with the breach. After the breach is repaired, more crew go to help fix the system. We're on the first jump. But if it's a fire, another crew comes in to try and help put out that fire. We won't actually hear it, but we now know there's a fire there. If we go all the way over here, there they are, they're putting out a fire. They'll put it out pretty quickly. There's 2 of them, plus there's a rock. And if you didn't know, rocks actually have a bonus for putting out fires. Every crew, every alien species puts out fires essentially at the same rate that they do repairs. There's 2 exceptions. Rocks put out fires slightly faster than they do repairs, which is a normal level repair of 12.5 seconds, so they're better at putting out fires. And crystals are actually slightly worse. All right, so they're going back and they fix the system. Yeah, so this is a thing. In the 1.6 update, fires no longer reset repairs. So it used to be that if you set a system on fire when a repair was partially done, it would instantly cut off that repair. They have to put out the fire and then start over again. That is gone. Those minimum is 5 seconds to run. Aw, that's a tragedy, Farb. I'm really sorry about that. Let's all take a moment and feel for Farb there. All right. So that actually means this laser is going to come back in order again. So I want to pop him in the weapons. Now, you could shoot piloting in case you had a fear of them running away. You could shoot shields, so, hey, I shot their shields. My next volley is going to do more damage. But I like taking out weapons because if their weapons are not online, then they're not hurting me. It's often the correct decision is to take their weapons offline. Like, that's why we prioritize those systems. It's like, if you hit their shields, so the hope that your next volley is going to hurt them, and then their weapons take yours offline. Their weapons get a volley as you're fixing it, and then they get a volley again as your weapons are charging to fire. All right, we killed a crew. They do sometimes prioritize repairing shields. Is kind of funny like that. Somewhat inconsistent. All right, let's go ahead and fix our last system. 16 bucks. All right, we're gonna go ahead and fix it. Our med bay here. Fun thing about broken systems, so let's say like it's an area is running out of air and you need to chain repairs. If your crew leaves the room and there's no one in there, you get a full reset on the repair. So like that just completely goes away. But if you get a partial repair, bring this crew in and then send this one out, then the repair continues. Oh yeah, they will send 2 to fix pilot. They like defend it from borders. It's like if the ships are running away, it's one of those things that I couldn't tell you what exactly is the right thing to do in every situation. And a lot of things in FTL, there's not like a right thing to do in every situation. You know, like there's always going to be a depends, or this is a little bit different. Like if a ship's running away, part of me is inclined to target piloting because it's probably going to be level 1, level 2. In the early sectors, it's only going to get up to level 3. And then in later sectors, like, you know, engines could be 5 or 6, so you have to do a lot of damage to the engines. But they're going to send another crew to start actually helping repair and piloting, so that's going to get fixed twice as fast. All right, so we got $16, and that's it. So we can't do anything with $16. We have this distress here. I said we don't have any blue options, but it could be just a ship in distress. Maybe they just want more fuel. We do have 16 fuel. So we go ahead and we'll check it out here. Should have changed. Did it not change the title? I'm gonna check and see if it did change the title, because I told it Kestrel A. Yeah, no, it says Kestrel A. We did Slug B last time. All right, you're located here by American Quarantine. All right, so this one, you only take blue options, sending your crew to help deal with the control. You know, yeah, it got changed later. It's the thing where you change it and then it's going to say that for the rest of the time. I'm not restarting. It's fine. Yeah, it's all good. Send your crew to crypt out the fires. Because it's a virus, not even Clone Bay is safe here. So we're just going to ignore the request. We're not sacrificing or risking our crew here. We only have 3. They're doing some more important jobs right now than throwing them away for... I don't even know. I like so have never choose this option anymore that I couldn't even tell you if there's actually a potential good outcome from it. I assume there is. Like there's a chance you don't have a crew that just dies, but we only have 3 crew and they're worth more than a small amount of scrap right now. Ignore the request. All right. Because like I said, I have to get here pretty quickly. We're actually going to go through the nebula. Nebula lower the fleet pursuit by half, so it can give me some time, because it's really tough for me to estimate being here before they get here, assuming that's the right distance for this beacon over there. Some people use a mod called Fleet Pursuit Indicator, which can give you that information and makes measuring all the jumps and whatnot much easier. Other people just use an overlay or sheet of paper. I don't, because I'm stubborn. And I like being miserable. Store. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4. That beacon is either lose a crew or don't get anything. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, definitely don't do it. All right. So there's no reason for us to go to the store. We don't, like, $16 isn't going to buy us anything. It's not going to buy us anything. I mean, we could sell the Artemis for like 19 and that gets us 30 scrap for like an ion blast or long range scanners. It's not worth it. Like, that's just such a low chance of those things being helpful or those things being in the store. And I think right now I'd rather just have the Artemis over either of those things. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This kind of gets us where we need to go faster. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Actually, the nebula does. 1, 2, because we go through here and we skip through there. That's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, we have like these 3 jumps here at the end to kind of mess around with. All right, automated ship, get to the station. All right, so we see down here where their systems are. So they got piloting, weapons, they got mind control. Enemy ships that have mind control, no enemy ships have sensors. It doesn't matter. They can just mind control you anyways. They can even do it while you're cloaked, which is a thing that players can't do. But yeah, so we're totally going to attack the ship. It doesn't have any shield system. Get to the station. All right, we got a mini beam and a burst 1. So we're going to go ahead and target their weapons here. Again, I want their weapons offline because they are potentially dangerous and dealing us damage. Versus like targeting their ability to dodge and then taking out their weapons. Once their weapons are offline and the threat has been removed, we can shoot their ship as we feel like it. So we neutralize the threat and then we can dispose of it. Now we can hover our Lamonti. We can hover our over the health of our own crew, like so, and we see that this crew, that medic the trader. Oh yeah, sure, I can add that. Mantis has 115 HP. That's not normal. They should only have 100. So that extra 15 HP lets us know that this is in fact a level 2 mind control. So that's going to require a slightly different response from us. At level 1 mind control, we actually just have to distract our crew for 2 punches, and then we just ignore them. And those 2 punches will stop them from breaking any system. I really prefer them not break any systems. I also don't want to lose timing on this, so what we're going to do instead is just let them start punching the system for a little bit. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually vent them out of that room, and they'll leave this room and move on to the oxygen, because they're going to go try to punch down another system. I just don't want to lose, like if I leave the weapons here, my charge time goes down. Or, I'm sorry, the amount of time it takes me to charge my weapons takes longer. Now, auto ships, we should also talk about auto ships. Auto ships, if they're not running at the start of the fight, they're never going to run. They don't suddenly get scared and decide to hop away. So that's not a problem you ever have to consider. Kind of like Mantis ships. Mantis ships also don't run except for the prize fighter event. All of their systems, however, do get the man bonus. So any of your systems that have like a little person over them, they get the benefit of being manned. So it's like somebody's on the weapons, somebody's on piloting, and somebody is on the engines. So if you're trying to figure out where the timing of the weapons are, you have to actually consider the fact that those are actually manned. Again, hopefully I shouldn't have to use an Artemis here. All right, we're at about halfway. We're gonna go ahead and drop our oxygen and open up both these doors. We actually only have to open up one, but whatever. What matters in terms of venting is the airlocked doors. So opening this door doesn't help this room vent any faster, but opening these two does, as well as dropping the oxygen, so the oxygen is not being replenished in the room. All right, so the weapon system has been completely disabled. We took a couple hits. Now we're gonna go distract this crew until they're out of their bloodlust. Again, we're not trying to hurt them. We're just delaying them from damaging the system. All right, we're gonna just go send them to repair doors instead of working on engines right now, so that we can actually close those doors because that room has no oxygen in it. And we want this crew back in this room to continue to get weapons training. Now we'll target piloting, try and get that offline, and then the rest of our shots hit. There we go. 14 and nothing. Chance of double rewards denied. Bring another crew just to speed up this process, and go ahead, heal up this crew member. All right, so actually we can close all the exterior doors and open up the interior doors, and the oxygen flows through all the rooms now, so it'll get O2 back in this room more quickly. And we send our crew back to their stations. All right, we're up to 30 bucks though, so what we're going to do is, like I said, stick with the plan. And we're gonna go ahead and buy a shield buffer. Again, I wouldn't want to jump to this store here and be tempted by something that's kind of in price range. Still 30 scrap plus 19 is, so we get up to like 49 scrap. 50 scrap is more interesting for us at a store. That gets a burst laser 1, that gets us a heavy laser 1. Again, ion stunner can potentially be weapons we might want to pick up. Next threshold is like 65, and then 80 is kind of like the, yeah, you should totally go to the store with 80 bucks because that's hacking, or that's almost any weapon that you really would want to pick up. But again, we also have this threat of them catching up. So with this buffer point here in the shields, it means now that our shield can take a single point of damage and still give us protection. Again, for all those nasty fights, which are like hazard events, ships with drone control. Oh, I forgot another nasty event is there's a shield hacking event that can happen. And it can start with like a beam drone, a beam, and like a heavy laser. And so if you haven't got your shields up to level 2 or some other defensive system in place, you can just start taking a ton of damage. Also against Zoltan shielded ships, which are, like I said, they can be pretty nasty. There's no guarantee all of our shots are going to get hit. So just the fact, like, our shield bubble is going to be there until this takes 2 damage is really helpful. Next. Oh yeah, okay, so totally a the Federation ship. This is a pretty straightforward ship in terms of just being a weapon ship. Some other ships you're gonna have to make more considerations on, like, do you want to take this fight? Do you not want to take this fight? Which is a little bit harder to determine when you can't actually see the ship that's here. But if you have like a boarding ship and you know they tell you they're fighting a like rebel auto ship that you don't have a chance to kill, then there's no reason for you to like sit in a fight and take damage. But yeah, 80 Federation ship, chance of double rewards here. All right, so this is gross because they got a flak. I don't even know if I can vent stuff in time. All right, the reason so the flak fires 3 projectiles. Like a burst laser, is just less accurate. The reason this ship is particularly dangerous in Sector 1 is if you notice all the enemy shots spray. Like that burst laser 1, when it fires, it targets one room and then a completely different room. So they're not just dunking a system. This is actually to the benefit of the player, that your shields aren't going to get completely annihilated, or your weapons aren't going to get completely annihilated, unless you're running into a flak. Flak 1 doesn't care. Flak 1 will only target a single room. And yeah, there's a chance that some of its shots will miss, particularly in 2x1 rooms. More like half their shots are going to miss. But that's going to be firing at 10 seconds, and this is also going to be firing at 10 seconds. So that makes this a particularly dangerous ship. Even though I don't have sensors, it's a rebel ship. So this has 3 crew, pilot, engines, and weapons. So what I'm going to do now is try and lower my oxygen below 50%. Probably don't get there. I don't want to vent through doors, and I also don't want to vent through shields. Alright, never mind. Well, we'll see if it fires in time. The idea being is, if you lower your oxygen below 50%, so in hard mode, and only in hard mode, there is what's known as smart targeting, which is when the enemy ships fire their weapons, it actually tries to target specific systems on your ship. So it will always target your weapons if your weapons are online. It targets shields if you have your shields online. Piloting and engines go on that targeting list if your evasion is above 25%. If you've been boarded, or there are fires on your ship, doors go on that list. And if you're below 50% oxygen, O2 goes on that list. And so by dropping your ship's oxygen below 50%, it does put the O2 in that list, so it actually pushes the numbers down of them trying to target this system, and this system. Now again, I want to take out their weapons because they're very dangerous. If we take out their shields and let their weapons fire multiple volleys, it will chew us up. There's really not an alternative here. Like if you're not shooting their weapons here, you are just inviting bad RNG to happen. And like I said, fear of dunkage or just shots missing, I'm going to go ahead and use an Artemis missile. Alright, medbay's offline. Does the AI? No, the AI just fires their weapons unless it's a charge weapon. Like then it'll pick that charge number at random. You know, like charge ion, charge 1, charge 2. But other than that, it's just as soon as that weapon's charged, it fires. So it was always going to just fire those at 10 seconds. All right, so we took that offline. That's pretty good. Even though this is vented, it's fine. It's not a real issue. Okay, so we noticed there was a lot of crew movement. Let's go ahead and check to see if there's a fire there. All right, there is. Wow, there's 2 fires. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. So this crew's already down to 10 health, which is really good. And they only have a clone bay. So there's a small possibility of a crew kill here. Like I said, crew kills are better for us. They generate more scrap and are more likely to give us free items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, how much health are you at? They're at 45 health. So once they get to like 20 health, they're gonna, just below 20 health, they're gonna bail on trying to put this fire out. There's also a rebel ship. They also have a tendency to run. So what I would need to happen is essentially the fire spreads and takes out the clone bay and then consumes the ship or takes out the oxygen. But that's 1, 2 systems, so that's at least 2 hull damage. Engines and shields. And then I need 1 hull for them to stay alive. So at most is I could shoot them 1 time. If I was to try and get a crew kill. Seems unlikely. Like they should get that fire under control. All right, they're coming back in. Oh, this makes it even more so if I shot it here to start another fire, nothing would come of it because this crew would just respawn at full health. All right, we'll just. Okay, wait, they're at 65 health though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So every single of your projectiles does like 15 times their base damage. So every shot from the burst laser does 15 HP. The exceptions are Firebomb and Breach 1, which do 30 damage, and Anti-Bio Beam, which does 60. So it's 1 shot to kill this crew, 3 shots to kill this crew, and then at 65, it's 5 shots. But that's not enough because then we also have to destroy the clone bay. Let's see. All right, we didn't get a fire. Coda maybe had something there. And the other problem is now that there's 2 crew fixing this, it means they're doing repair every 6 seconds. And that means that flak is going to come back online, and I definitely don't want that. So we're going to go ahead and just repair our med bay. Yeah, but Breach 2 does 3 damage, so that's still the base 15 normal. Ignore me! 14. Thank you for saving us. The ship is transporting Federation civilians on the run from the rebellion. We don't have equipment for ourselves, but I can inform you of a hidden Federation base nearby. Uh-huh. Oh, wow, the other store. Okay, it was a 2-store sector. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, Papanine, how's it going? Do I have to push this hard? Well, I don't really have an option unless I take that beacon. I'd rather not dive in Sector 1. We are not a ship that can do well diving in Sector 1. If we dive, so what I mean by diving is these beacons that have been overtaken by the rebels are what's called a dive, because right, you're going below this red line. And these will always have a fight with a rebel elite, which will be much stronger ship than you normally see in the sector. Now, that fight also will bring an ASB, an anti-ship battery, and it's going to be firing this 3 damage projectile that causes a breach 100% of the time. It's still affected by evasion, but it goes through shields. So it's a really nasty fight. I would rather just avoid early on. Now, if you dive and there's a nebula beacon, if it's an exit nebula, there's no USB and no negative effects. You're just fighting a slightly, well, again, a more advanced ship. If you dive into a nebula beacon, again, there's still not an ASB, but you will now be in an ion storm, and both ships will be at half power. Alright, let's just go. Empty beacons, the best. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we'll just take everything. We could even go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because we definitely have 7 jumps. And if we find out that we actually have an 8th jump, then we can take it. Way to maximize our jump every sector, like I said. Oh, good, asteroid field. Okay, power ship is lying in wait inside the asteroid field and immediately moves into attack. Okay, so we're going to be pelted by asteroids, and so are they. Now, actually, this is like the only thing I think that works this way. Is the more shields we have, the more asteroids are actually going to be here. That's not an endorsement to not have high shields. It's the opposite. You should have high shields to deal with asteroids. So we see that they have an ion and they have this mini beam again. It might be a really good idea. What we're going to do is actually flash our shields against this ion, as far as our defensive play is. So that means we're actually going to lower our shields when this ion fires and then just flick them back on again. That way that, because if our shield bubble is up and the ion hits it, that means our shields are going to be down for a full 5 seconds. And that will set us up to take damage from the beam weapon, and also set us to take up a bunch of damage from the asteroids. While flashing your shields will not set us up for the beam weapon. And it'll only give us a little bit of exposure to the asteroids. And again, we're still in a situation where the weapons are dangerous because the ion sets up the mini beam, as well as the asteroids can set up the mini beam. So we're going to target their weapons here. I'm going to go ahead and bring a crew to shields again. I don't have like a lot of evasion. It's only about 20%. Getting my shield charge rate up is more important to me right now, and to try and avoid damage from asteroids as well as this. Okay, so we flick the shields off and bring them back on. Oh, and I was way too early with that. So I just got punished by making that mistake. Flick the shields on too early. So now my shields are down for the duration of ion damage. So when you get hit with an ion, and we took 1 ion damage, you get this little timer here. This is 5 seconds. That's how long it lasts. So by the time this dissipates, 5 seconds have passed. Then we have to wait for the shield to charge as well. Alright, Get my shield back online. It is possible for shields, like asteroids, to crack through shields, and I trust that the shield recharging is more beneficial to me now than, like I said, trying to get dodge. Curious what the situation is here. Oh, it's a Zoltan. Oh, this would be such an easy crew kill, but we're gonna wait for the ion weapon to get repaired, and then we're gonna fire again. All right, so that, oh right, because it's a Zoltan, they have to power the first weapon. So the mini beam's back online, and now we're shooting it. If we shot it while it was doing the repair, it doesn't stop the repair. The repair progress is not eliminated. So then that beam comes online, and then I have to wait for my burst laser to charge, which will take almost as long as that, potentially setting me up for taking more damage. So by actually delaying, we save ourselves damage, potentially. 5 missiles, 2 drone parts, 8 scrap. No, it's slightly tempting. So 5 missiles is like a lot of missiles, and we do have a missile weapon. And drone parts are kind of expensive, but again, I'm really, just like I said, I'm more inclined to try and get raw scrap so that I can make better decisions at stores. Or not necessarily better decisions, but just like I'll have more finances to have more availability when I go to stores. So no, we're not accepting that surrender. Alright, so we're actually going to tag their shields this time. And then we can go back to here. Alright. I was thinking that, like, if we hit their shields, an asteroid has high potential of just, like, finishing them off there. More capital. Lot of capital. Alright, we got 13 scrap and an anti-ship beam drone. So that sells for 25. That was a ton of money. Now we're in a hazard, so we can't do anything that, we can't do any upgrades to our ship right now. So we just go to the next beacon. Fend for yourselves, attack or escape, bribe the rebels. Bribing the rebels is a garbage option. It's like, you have to be basically like, you have like 2 hull and you're just trying not to do anything. I actually don't know if this is a skip. If this is a guaranteed skip, then that option would be better. You can pay 13 scrap, and then they rat you out to the rebels anyways, and so you just have to go to a fight with 13 less scrap. So we'll just fend, attack, escape. Okay, so it's unfortunate. This is weapon position 1, and this is weapon position 2. The AI puts like its 2 powered weapons in slot 1 in the early sectors. That doesn't mean this is guaranteed to be an Artemis at 2 power, but it means there is a chance. 3 is guaranteed for escape. All right, yeah, so option 2 is completely awful. Like, there's no reason to ever take it. So yeah, this could be a 2 damage Artemis. That's not cool. But we have 1 shield that will always protect us from this. So actually, we're gonna protect the Artemis here instead of the burst laser. So if we do get tagged with this, our Artemis will still be online. Again, we're not safe. This you know, pierces 5 shields, as you've seen when we use it. So we definitely want to take that offline. Again, assuming it's an Artemis, it could still be a Leto. All right, so it looks like to be a Leto. So I'll actually swap that back. Yeah, so the Leto doesn't have fins. It's actually a much smaller missile. Okay, there's not a fire or anything. Taking a decent amount of damage already this sector. So I'll bring another crew to go ahead and just get this repaired. And rotate back. So again, the Leto fires very quickly, so I'm one to wait for them to get that back online and shoot them, but we should definitely have our Artemis back online in case they decide to run away. There it is. Taking the fight nice and slow. Fins give 2 times multiplier. Yes. Oh, oh, all right. Well, there's a fire. How bad is it? There's 2 tile fire. Okay, well, they don't have a clone bay. That crew's at 4 health. Again, it's kind of the same thing where it's really unlikely I'll be able to get a crew kill here. I do get value from the shots. All right, they're trying to run away because they're jerks. I'm just gonna. Do I want to use an Artemis missile? So this crew is gonna lose too much health, and they're just gonna go to engines anyways. Then they're gonna have a pretty high dodge rate. They could have like level 3 engines this early on, and if this misses. So if this shot misses to, yeah, all right, let's break this down. They're running away now. I don't want them to run away. I want the scrap from them. Also, I don't want them to potentially, tell the rebels where I'm at. So I could wait for my burst laser to charge and fire it, but if even one of those shots misses, they're still running away. Because this crew is, even if I cause a fire, this one isn't going to simply ignore it. So if they have a buffer point in this system or this system, like this is level 2 or this is like 2 or 3, which it probably is, then this, even if this connects, is not going to stop them from running away. And so then I'm like, oh, shoot, they're running away. Now I got to fire my missile. And then that missile also misses. And it's like, oh, well, now they just get away. Versus at least it gives me a better opportunity into them not run for me to fire this missile right now. Particularly since this crew isn't going to be on engines just yet. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, because they were at 10 health, that the burst laser hitting piloting would have killed them. And lower the charge rate. So there's all sorts of fun things in FTL. So, hey, Hamlo, how's it going? All right, let's return crew back to their positions. And now do what we've all been waiting for, upgrading our shields. Yay. So, how do we power these things? We're not buying reactor. Surprise, surprise. What we're going to do is depower our Artemis and depower our medbay. So you don't even need, unless your crew is healing, you don't need your medical unit on. There's no purpose for that at all. So generally people are going to skip out on that reactor. It's also really good to, particularly hard mode, like the less reactor you have, again, that same ability to purchase things, right? Now you're invincible. We're a lot safer. So, yeah. The reason I'm not buying, reactor costs me 20 scrap right now. So essentially I have, that system works, and what I can do is I can just move power around. You'll see that going to be used a lot. I run very low on reactor. Again, it's beneficial in hard mode when running low on reactor, because that way you're just taking more scrap to stores. But it also does make it more complicated, and you have to do a lot more microing. So the other thing we can do is, we'll turn off oxygen a lot. I'm going to leave the oxygen offline because my crew only needs 6% oxygen. At 6% oxygen, they're not taking any damage. So I can turn off the O2 at the start of a fight, let it drop to 70%, 50%, establish that I'm winning the fight, and then transition power from no longer important systems. Their weapons are offline, so I don't need shields, or I'm not running away. I don't need engines. Yeah, with pause, you can get away with a lot of this stuff. But I don't know, no pause players can do some good things too. Yeah, so we're just doing this right now. When we get into fights, we'll start showing that off more so. So, we've already seen the stores. That's okay. My plan is to not spend any scrap until we get to a store. I want to have as much money, like I said, to a store as I can, and I'm very comfortable in the first 2 sectors with just the ship in this state. I don't need upgrading engines, so like I dodge more missiles or I get away from fights, that's not very relevant. And again, that's costing me money that I have set for something else. There's also a pretty common blue option, Player's Chase, which is a piloting upgrade, so that if they go into nebula beacons, they're able to get a specific event, and then there's a chance that event yields them a reward that doesn't risk crew if they have piloting. Unless I'm incredibly desperate or I'm incredibly far ahead, I don't do that. 20 scrap is a good chunk of scrap. You're getting about 140 scrap in Sector 1 and about the same amount of scrap in Sector 2. So that being the case, again, I'd rather just have that money and go to a store and buy something that helps my ship for the long duration versus getting a chance of a chance. Like that chance that I get the event and the chance that it still rolls. There's still a 20% chance like you don't get anything from that hello coil. So I don't find that a particularly appealing offer anymore to go ahead and get that upgrade. Of course, if you have Clone Bay, you don't need that upgrade. You just roll your crew. And that's another potential. If you have a bunch of crew, you can just roll a crew, guaranteed to get something from them. So, like I said, I don't plan on spending any more scrap on my ship right now unless we just, like, fall into a free weapon. All right, chance of double rewards again. Aid a civilian ship. If you see something like settlements are like guaranteed double rewards, so those fights are always especially tempting. But yeah, like anytime you have a chance of saving a civilian ship or saving somebody, or it's guarding some, you know, cache, there's chances of double rewards. So let's go ahead, aid the ship. Power up your weapons, gauge the automated ship. Looks like a mini beam. I don't know, is that a burst one? No, it's a basic laser. All right, so this is cool. We're completely safe this fight. These weapons cannot get through our shields at all. Yeah, they can't just be like sincere gratitude. Yeah, technically this is a fight, so we're gonna do this. I'm using a program called Cheat Engine, and we're gonna really speed up the frame rate of the video game right now. And we're doing this for purposes of training. You could sit here and wait an hour if you want. I'm gonna lower the in-game, because this is going to take a while because also it is cloaking. So let me explain what we're doing here. We're farming experience for our pilot and our crew on engines. If we had like a projectile weapon that didn't hurt them, but they have no shields, so like all the weapons basically hurt them. Desktop. Then you could also train weapons on this. You know, if you wanted to, you could take your weapons crew and throw them into shields, and you can train on shields. Shield training generally is not as important. So what we're doing here, though, is by farming up this experience on them, go for it. As long as it's, like, appropriate. Oh, yeah, I could talk about that. That's true. This essentially will give us level 2 engines for free. Now, that would generally cost me somewhere in the 30 to 40 scrap range, and I don't even have to give reactor for it. It's just like that extra jump. That's beneficial, and it gives us that dodge training, but getting training on that engine's crew not only increases our dodge, but it increases how fast our FTL charges. So this is just essentially a free benefit of upgrading our engines twice without actually having to spend any money. Oh, and we're done. That's a fun thing about speed hacking, is we're just done. But someone was pointing out, you can also weapons train here, even though they don't have shields, and I think it's worth showing that off. Good catch. I don't know, not that I can recall. So what we can do is we can wait for our burst laser to charge here, and we get it to target. And what we do is we wait for it to drop its charge, and then we depower it, and we actually still get training for that in our weapons. This is, if you're really willing to like sit through this whole duration, which takes even longer because it has cloaking, then you could also train weapons off the same way. Any weapon, you just depower it, and you'll still get the training off of it. And then your weapons are firing even faster, which is really nice. So we're just going to take out the piloting here. This is already going to be exceedingly long video. I mean, we're an hour into Sector 1, so I'm not going to do that this time. Yes, if you do it with a missile or a bomb, then those parts are used up. All right, $8, and hey, we get fish. Fish is a mantis. Fish is a Monty. Hello. Now, another thing, and I kind of showed it off there, this is something worth practicing, which is known as the micro pause. So if you played on FTL and you played with pause, you know that you have this pause and it lets you, move crew around to do things. And you can assign all these orders and then they go do whatever. So you can assign crew here, you can assign crew to swap, whatever, and then put them back. With a lot of the power management we do, there's a thing now known as like micro pausing. And so if I was just bashing my space bar, like let's say I just wanted my crew to get to here, and they're kind of there. And it'll vary the frame, how many frames pass, and again, still pretty helpful if you have to do some really good micromanagement. But if instead you use the other pause button in conjunction with your spacebar, which is the middle mouse button, you can actually create tiny little frame by frame movements or a few frame movements of what's going on in the game. And hopefully we'll get a couple opportunities to show that off, why that can be incredibly strong. So there will be opportunities where like we can watch projectiles almost hit our shields, drop our weapons for a second, power our engines, let a frame happen, let's see if it hits our shields. And if we get the dodge that we need, cool, we just go ahead, repower back that weapon, wait for the second shot to come in, do the exact same process. And that way, essentially, we always have like our max shields and max engines while utilizing very minimum amounts of power. And we're not losing much. Essentially, like in that kind of a scenario, our burst laser, instead of firing every 12 seconds, even though it's a little bit faster, fires every 12.2 seconds. And if we have a weapon set up where with like a halberd beam or just a slower firing weapon, we're not actually losing any time at all, because depowering this weapon, we had to wait for it anyways. So generally, I just hit pause to stop the screen, and then I start alternating between the mouse and the space bar to get there. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and put the Mantis in our door system. It's really cool. You should know that if you have, again, it is a system with a crew on it, so that when somebody's there, we get a benefit, and that is that we now have level 2 doors. And that means that enemy crew can't just go walking through our ship willy-nilly. And that makes being able to use vents a powerful counter to boarding enemies. We'll probably get to display that in a few instances. Now, normally you want your Mantis to just, like, because Mantis deal 1.5 times combat damage, you just want your Mantis to get in there and start punching people who were not invited. But this is more beneficial right now. Like, if that situation comes, then go ahead, we'll bring our Mantis into the fray and help deal with some uninvited guests. But right now, this ability to, like I said, just use the airlocks as our defense against boarders so that our crew are always manning and giving us all those benefits. We're getting that dodge, we're getting that FTL charge rate, we're getting our weapons to fire faster. And let's say that they don't board us, it's not that far away for them to just move to shields. Probably before almost anything can possibly fire outside of like some asteroids or a very, very angry Combat 1, Combat 2 drone, we can just move our crew into shields and get that benefit. So generally, 4th crew, prioritize putting them indoors. Let's keep going. Aid the civilian ship. All right, that's cool. All right, unfortunately, it's a danger fight. We got a missile, and we got this heavy laser here. So, this heavy laser only takes down one shield, so we only need one shield right now. So we can go ahead and just put power into these two alternate systems. We're not getting boarded, so we can go ahead and move our Mantis here. We could get some training off the heavy laser. Again, this could be an Artemis or a Leto, so we still want to target their weapons system first. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, it's a Leto, we can clearly see. So I don't know if the Leto is going to hit or miss yet. Hit detection happens at two different locations. If a shield bubble is up, once the projectile crosses the shield threshold or it impacts with the shield, that's when you know whether it's hitting your ship or dodging. It'll say miss. Even though missiles ignore shields, that's when it locks in. So, like, if a missile, like, procs on that, and then you try cloaking afterwards and get your evasion to 100%, it doesn't matter, that missile is hitting. So we won't know if it's actually hitting until it makes it all the way down here. So we're going to go ahead and send our Mantis here just to help with repairs. They're bad at repairs. It takes them 25 seconds to fix anything, but might as well try and get our engines back online. Oh, nope, it's just a breach. All right, now the other weapons are offline, so we're going to go ahead and get the Mantis to just start doing work on that. We'll come over here and check to see what kind of crew they have. NG and a Mantis and a Cologne Bay. All right, there's not really a good opportunity for a crew kill because the Mantis is just going to keep fixing this Leto very quickly, annoyingly quickly. I'm going to keep an eye on our Mantis health. Yep, there it is. Shoot it back down. Hopefully. I want to keep that Artemis up again in case the pirates decide to try and run away. Normally I wouldn't use an Artemis, but we've actually already burned through 11 of our hull, so I'm going to go ahead and use the Artemis here to just try not to take damage. All the resists. Okay, let's go ahead and heal up our Mantis. They're getting slightly low. Again, this laser's offline, so we can go ahead and just put all of our power like this. Cool. Let's try and get this again. Might be a crew kill. Nah, because of the Cologne Bay, and I still have to kill the Mantis. Like, yay, it is actually dead. All right, let's go ahead and we'll get both of them to repair it because there's not anything else they can do. All right, we'll hit shields now. So the NG was fixing everything every 6 seconds. Like I said, it's going to take 25 seconds. We get 2 volleys off. Cool. Repair arm. Okay. I mean, it's a free augment. Repair arm is pretty bad. We want to get rid of it pretty quickly because it's going to keep eating into our scrap to fix our ship. And so, like, you know, I don't want to lose a percentage of my scrap to heal 1 hull. Like, that's, like, you know, I can just go to a store and do that for 3 or 4 scrap. 2 scrap in the early sectors. Contact the civilians. So get 7 scrap. And see, it dropped down to 5. So they ate 2 of my scrap to give me 2 repairs, which actually isn't bad. Like, those are probably repairs I would have gotten. So I'm kind of okay with it, but again, I want my money so that I get to spend it as I see fit. Like, let's say we get to a store and that 2 scrap could have done something. Like, I could have bought something. I was like, oh, well, game didn't let me have it. So yeah, normally we put that out the airlock as fast as possible. Though, like almost all the augments, there's still actually good use for it. If you have a ship that's kind of questionable going into the flagship fight, you know, you have everything, but you just don't have, like, that I don't get to take any damage kind of defenses. You know, it's just a ship where you can't get, like, cloaking and hacking. Then, like, a repair arm could be a fine pickup, like at a Sector 8 store at the end of Sector 7, to just, like, give you some repairs, keep you alive. It's the name of the game. All right, burst laser back online. Crew actual positions are saved. Hardest thing to do in FTL. And the quest. Oh, we get free repair. Yay. So we would have got that repair anyways. So I gave repair arm a compliment, and then it was a junk. Hello, Britnoth. Okay, so let's see, how many jumps do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's very close. So every 6 horizontal dashes, like dead-on horizontal dashes, it's actually slightly less than 6, is a good jump. It feels too close. You feel like you're out a crow run with the Rock A, where you get absolutely nothing. Yeah, Rock A is kind of disgusting. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and squeeze 3 more jumps out of this sector. 2 is fine. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. Again, I don't want to risk a dive. It's not worth it. We just risk taking like a bunch of damage against a really nasty ship that I have no systems. I don't have hacking or cloaking to defuse the situation. So you just do 2 jumps. That's fine. All right, automated rebel scout. Okay, again, another civilian ship. I think this is like the 4th or 5th civilian ship we've had. We've had really good luck so far. Cloaking and a missile. Neat. All right. So 2-shot burst laser 1, and this. That's Leto. All right. Shouldn't need. Yeah, the Artemis shouldn't be used in this fight here, because if it's in the weapons, they have no shield. We'll use our burst laser instead. We have plenty of hull now. Like I was kind of using the Artemis in that one situation where like our hull had already dipped below. We took 11 damage in this sector, but now we're full on hull, so I don't really want to trade a 6 scrap resource that I may get stuck using because I don't find any other offense to save a single point of damage. Yes, I do. That one. It was made by Gaussman. All right, so here the shots are incoming. We'll see. We may take an extra point of damage here. Into Sector 5. Yuck. Double dodges. Cute. So I knew it wasn't going to potentially... Alright, should have explained that decision. So this weapon was going to fire before I even had a chance to repair this. So I didn't bother sending anybody. I figured that my evasion and getting my weapon charged was a higher priority than trying to get a shield up for not doing anything. We're kind of in the exact same situation, but now that this weapon is offline, repairing my shield doesn't do anything. We can go ahead and put oxygen up, though. They are going to cloak before I get to fire again, so we're just going to have to wait. That's annoying. Let's go fix that. So we lose our priority here, but I don't think I'll be able to get this fixed in time anyways, but maybe the cloak lasts long enough that it delays their missile from firing. All right, we gave ourselves a chance to dodge now. Keep going after the weapons because we're still taking damage. Good dodge. Okay. Now our weapons will be able to fire this time around. So we're going to head and target piloting here. Just because if the first shot lands, it's going to lower its dodge, and that makes it more subsequent that the other shots will land and just kill it outright. Neat. All right, $7. And a rock. Hi, Rock. Hi, Sem. How's it going? I guess that gets to be a pop and neat. Jeez, what a really strong Sector 1. All right, you need healed up. As does the Mantis. Yeah, not a huge fan. Yeah, unprotected halberd. Like, it can get the job done. I had a Fed A run, I think, where I essentially had to rely on that. You know, just like weapon buffer points and fingers crossed it doesn't get dunked. Okay, so every time you have a crew in position, you kind of got to think of where you want to put them. So best place for a Mantis generally is actually like sensors, just because you want them to help deal with borders, and so you don't want them tied down to a system. Same thing with like an NG, doors or sensors. You want them to sort of be free range, but you would rather have an NG on doors than a Mantis if given that option, because the Mantis is going to be fighting the borders while the NG holds on to the doors to give you that advantage of, you know, your doors being level 2. But now that I already have training, like I value the training more than quote unquote proper crew positioning, which is generally you would want the rock to be your pilot. The reason you would want a rock to be your pilot at 150 health, immunity to fires, as well as the fact that they're very slow. You don't move your pilot. Like, generally speaking, you don't want to move your pilot. You want your pilot to just be there, and if you get stuck with like some borders or whatever, that the rock can take essentially the most abuse while still helping your FTL charge or dodge those key shots when you need to. But we're probably just going to pop them in shields right now, because again, I don't want to like they're not good at dealing with borders because it's just how slow they are. Very, very slow. That's going to be the Mantis' job, so we can just leave them here. We'll just put them in shields, get a potentially shield training or just a little bit of a bonus. If that rock gets mind controlled, yeah, there's always the possibility it gets rock gets mind controlled. That's why slugs are considered to be the best pirates. They are. Slugs are the best pilots because, like, the crew you want least to be mind controlled is your pilot. Everything else you can kind of work around very easily, where you can just move crew in or you can vent them out, even in engines or weapons or whatnot. It's like an annoyance. You're losing a benefit. But like if your pilot is MC'd, your evasion goes down and you're not charging your FTL. And sometimes that's okay, but when it's not okay, it's very not okay. There's not like, it's never just like a slight inconvenience. There's like, it's either a slight inconvenience or this is incredibly awful. And it's particularly bad for this ship because, as I said, like one of the best ways to kind of like deal with borders or the mind-controlled crew like we had earlier is venting them out. Like, you're not going to vent them from here. You have to vent all of this ship out, this portion, essentially, to try and drive the rock from out of there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it actually would have been good. Oh well, it's fine. So, shields is fine. It's okay. Continue. Hail the ship. No, we totally attack them before they can attack us. There's like 3 or 4 outcomes from here. None of them are particularly good, but this is just a fight. Fight is money. Wow, bonkers weapons again. Okay. We'll charge up the Artemis as well here. So oxygen's offline. That's fine. We're not getting boarded. We're going to go ahead and put the Mantis in sensors just to see what we're dealing with. Wow, double Mantis. So despite the fact that they have pretty gross weapons, we might be able to get a crew kill because of how bad Mantises are at repairing things. Halo is more of an Iron Man thing. You have drone control. All right, so this fires 3 projectiles, and this stuns the crew that's in shields if it impacts shields. But these do both fire. I don't know if this is actually slower than flak projectiles. It might just depend on what angle that they come in at. So we're just kind of here, waiting for a weapons charge. I want that flak offline first and foremost. Might be worth a missile. But we're going to just use the Artemis here. And, or I'm sorry, we're going to use the burst here, and we're going to keep the Artemis safe in case these shots don't do what I want them to do, and we have to switch to the Artemis. And we're going to start micro-pausing. Okay, the flak went offline, so that's kind of what I wanted to have happen. All right, so we did the micro-pause. Do this. It hits shields. So now the shield ion already got hit, so we'll just put it right back into weapons. And so our engines are maxed. All right, nothing. Oh, the inaccuracy of flak. All right, so as long as we want to keep one shield up to just keep absorbing this ion. So we can go ahead and bring up our oxygen. That's fine. We'll just leave this crew here. We don't really have anything else for them to do. We're going to see if we can disrupt their oxygen. So like I said, it's 25 seconds, so we actually get 2 volleys here. Let's see what level of oxygen they have. 2 shots. So we depowered the weapon, so it only fires its 2 shots. Because if it's only level 1 oxygen, then I only need to hit it 1 time. Nice. This is phenomenal for us. Okay. So like I said earlier, repair speed is also tied to putting out fires, except for crystals and rocks. So these 2 mantis are very, very bad at putting out fires because it takes them 2 times to fix a system. So the oxygen is now down, and it now has a fire that they're going to try and put out. They may be able to do that. Sometimes mantises can put out fires. Often they don't. So we now give ourselves the opportunity to get a crew kill just because they won't be able to put out the fires and stop their ship from asphyxiating, or essentially running out of oxygen. So now we're just waiting. Come on, don't put it out. All right, they put it out. That's fine. So now we have to wait for them to fix it. And then we're going to shoot it again. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-da-bum. All right, we're going to fire 2 shots. 1, 2, depower. They're running away. Well, that's very cowardly of them. So this repair got reset. It's going to take them 50 seconds to do that repair. Yeah, that's weak sauce of them. So it's also, now the fire is actually bad. This is where things get complicated, right? So by the time a mantis does 4 repairs on oxygen, which is about 100 seconds, the ship's going to asphyxiate. It's going to run out of O2. Okay? Again, that's assuming that you completely break the system and then break it every time that they get the repair. So we'd still potentially have room for a crew kill here, but we have a problem. And that problem is that we already had the fire in the oxygen room. So the mantis is going to try and repair the O2 a couple times and then give up because its health is going to be too low and that room's going to run out of oxygen, and it's going to move to a different portion of the ship. And by different portion of the ship, they're going to move back to the piloting. But we have an Artemis, we have a burst laser. We'll still kind of see how this plays out. It's very unlikely we get a crew kill now. The other problem is if we can't allow the flak to get back online, and that's going to be repaired while this is also happening. Oh, see, there's the flak back online. So let's go ahead and get back our 2 shields. Yeah, if you were still like chasing a crew kill, you would fire the Artemis into here to try and like I guess cause a breach so they can't get away. But then you still have to try and shoot the oxygen. Like they're still not in a death state yet. But we're just gonna kill them at this point. Really? That fires at 10. I'm at 12. I had partial training. You're not. You don't have any train. Well, I guess 2 seconds is 2 seconds. Okay. All right, where the flak coming from? Over there. Move that power over to here. Gross. Bum, bum, bum. You can already see how pink the ship is just from the lack of O2. I don't know, I could give it the old college try. I don't think it's happening, but... Just because they did the power swapping. In the 1.6 update, the AI is more aggressive into swapping one weapon off to another one. Crew kills take patience. See, this room's already run out of it. Yep, see there, did another power swap. Wow. I'm so close to a crew kill. So close. Do I want to take a damage? I don't think it happens. Like I said, so this crew is going to give up, and then they're just going to go to piloting. Like, I don't think they actually fix this in time, but I don't think the ship runs out of oxygen before they're able to jump away. It's another 25 seconds. Yeah, we could see. I don't know. We have plenty of hull. Let's... Yeah, we're going to just roll it. Worst is that we're going to take a single point of damage from this, but crew kill has like a 1 in 9 chance of a crew, 1 in 9 chance of a free weapon or free item. So we'll see. We'll take our chances. Oh, no, they just able to fix it. Oh, well, never mind. $14. Sigh. Wow, it was really close, but yeah, I was there. Okay, cool, cool. So, we can go ahead and review how our sector went, because as we talked about the Ghostman's mod, we have this. I don't know if that's big enough on the screen. Kind of wanted to be less intrusive, but all right, so Sector 1, we made 145 scrap, plus we got 50 scrap in free items. That doesn't count crew. That's pretty solid. You want about 140 scrap is around kind of average. You can get, I don't know, sometimes you get below 50 scrap, sometimes you get closer to 200. But yeah, I mean, 190 scrap total of items plus 2 crew. Pretty solid start to a run. Okay, so now we get to determine where we're going next. All right, pirate sector. So there's no choice there. We're just going pirates. What we can make determinations is the upcoming sectors. So red sectors are called hostile. It's kind of, it's not the most accurate description I would give. Like, the only non-hostile sectors are NG sectors. Like, NG sectors are not going to have many ships fights in green sectors. But Zoltan sectors and civilian sectors, which are also green, can be incredibly hostile. So we have to think about this. Yeah, we either go red, red, green, or red, green, green. NG, fix the help. So these purple sectors here are Uncharted Nebula because slug sectors, which are also purple sectors, don't show up until Sector 4. So really we're basing our decision on what these jumps are going to be. And if I'm honest, I probably would I kind of want to go red versus green. So green is going to be 2 stores, 2+ stores regardless if it's Zoltan, NG, or Civilian. But I kind of don't like the fact that it could be Zoltan. I don't know, maybe our weapons are fine. We have a bunch of money. We should go double green. I hate Zoltan sectors. Zoltan sectors, in my opinion, are the worst sectors in the game. Not because they're in terms of low scrap, but because Zoltan fights can be just ridiculously nasty. And their nebula encounters are also pretty gross. Red sectors, a lot of red sectors have 2 stores, but pirate sectors are 1.5. Rebel sectors are also 1.5. Up avoids green 6. Double greens. Yeah, I'm generally not as concerned about stores in the late game as I am about them in the early game. You know, it is the more dangerous of the areas. All right, you know what? We'll just go pirates down here. Like, if this is Zoltan, then we'll see where our ship is at to determine if going Zoltan is fine or if we have to go to Uncharted instead. If that happens to be what the case is. But you should know how many stores are in sectors and what your ship is capable of dealing with. And if they're like really stupid events that you have to have a high concern about, Zoltan sectors, Zoltan police can be incredibly awful. There's also like a fight in an asteroid field that can have, you know, they can have Zoltan shields with drone control that can get pretty gross. They're like rock sectors have, hey, Boast Maniac, rock sectors have this like event called a mine event that can just kill one of your crew off like 25% of the time. And if you know, don't have a missile, that's not a hull missile, or like a beam drone or a clone bay, like it just like one of your crew just dies. So, but like I said, I should prioritize getting stores because we want to be able to scale up our ship. And if this is a sector that also only has 1 store and both these stores are garbage, and store RNG is really hard to predict, do not, aside from knowing how many stores are in a sector, do not rely on a store having the thing you want. Okay? Like, yes, if it has systems and you're a ship without a shield system, it will have a shield system for the stealth ships. Also, I think it does it for medical units if you're the Slug B. But you can't just be like, oh, well, it's fine because I'll just find a store and it's going to give me everything you want. Stores can be 1 page that's like augments and drones, and you don't want any of those. Yeah, that's true. We do have that if we go to the rock. Hello, Dragon Sage. So I'm going to go pirates, which is 1 to 2 stores. Hopefully this green sector is 2 stores and is either civilian, which is the best sector in the game. There's never a reason to not go civilian other than you're really, really hurting. And the other option is NG, so you can like limp yourself to a store with less likely to find combats. But then also it could be Zoltan, and Zoltans are like the worst. Pirate controlled it is. Pirate sectors can be good though because they generally have a couple more slaver events, and slaver ships generally are high scrap. And what are these sector layouts? Okay. Okay, let's backtrack again. If there's only 1 store, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the store is going to be in a non-nebula beacon. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so this pathing of 7 beacons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, actually sees every single possible store beacon. So we have our 7 beacon layout, and we should be able to get like 8 or 9 jumps in the sector. You go into nebula beacons, generally you're going to get somewhere between 10 to 15 jumps in a sector. Yeah, it depends on nebula beacons or other events occurring, either delays or jumps doubling or whatnot. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the tricky one is this. Like, we could very easily go like 1, 2, 3, and this is one jump. This is essentially a second jump, and we'd be able to pick up this beacon and go. But I wouldn't be able to get to this one if I go to this distress beacon, if that's the store. And since I'm gonna highly prioritize stores, I'm gonna go to this beacon here first instead. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, just to see if that's a beacon, is a store, and then finish out the rest of the sector. This beacon does hit that one. Oh, that might have been 7 or 8. Sorry. Yeah. So when you're, like I said, you're mapping sectors, you could go like, we have a rock, we have some crew, we have fuel if we want to. Like, you know, hey, let's go to this distress because it's more likely to give us money than just like a random empty beacon. But if I'm prioritizing stores, and this could potentially be a store, I gotta get my routing to enable me to get to there first. What's our reactor? It's at 8. All right, it's at 8, and we have potentially double nebula. Actually, maybe 3 to 4 nebula jumps. Question is, do I buy a reactor here? So if I get stuck in an ion storm, it's less annoying to deal with. So this is our ship at 4 power, which still against 1 shielded ships is probably fine. 1 extra reactor is just this. No, I don't get piloting. I kind of already went over why I don't get piloting. Like, there's no guarantee that the ion storm event's going to happen. There's no guarantee, even if I do that it gets me anything. Like, there's still like a 20% chance you don't get anything. And I generally would rather have the money for the crew. The big thing is if I get a reactor, then I can run slightly higher dodge and the Artemis. Yeah, or I could just throw one of my crew at them because I have 5. I don't even know what the chance of losing crew is. It's probably like a 1 in 5, 1 in 4 maybe. Would you sell a human for 20 scrap, ignoring the training? Yeah. And 5, 1, and 6, yeah. All right, since we are pretty high in terms of like stuff we can sell, I'm gonna go ahead and get the reactor, so that way if I do get stuck in a disgusting ion storm, I have reactor that I probably would use if I get a weapon or anything. I still have enough money to buy a good weapon or hacking. And let's go ahead and put the Mantis back. If I didn't, like I said, if I didn't have those 2 items, I would not have got the reactor. Manually search wreckage for survivor and equipment. Got 5 crew. Sure. 7 scrap and an NG. Deal. Like, there's good opportunity that we'll get more crew along the way. Technically, like, endgame, I'm very happy with 5 crew. Like, if I have, like, 5 crew, I feel like I'm going to be very comfortable for the flagship. And then there's already still the rest of Sector 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities for me to pick up additional crew there. So we rolled a resource. Some may call them crew. Some might have named them after people in their own chat. Like, if I had only 3 crew, I'm not rolling that. I would just go on my way and not risk it. If I already had weapons and everything, there's no point. All right, so we're going to go ahead and change these positions. Mantis here and NG's in the doors. I already explained why that is. And we want to get back to our 2 shields up. You always want your shields up, or the only time you want your weapons definitely charged is if you have a pre-igniter. You want your shields up so when you go to that next beacon, if it's like a drone or an asteroid field, you're not down a shield bubble waiting for it to charge and it gets hit and you're exposed, potentially taking damage. I have a resource. Yeah. There you go. Oh, hey, there's the store. All right. Like I said, there's possible of 2 stores in the sector. And each store gives me an opportunity to buy something that I want. 1, 2, 3. And so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we're probably going to want to change our routing back through the nebula to pick up this store. So not going to it yet. We don't need it just now for this sector anyways. Sure. Even though I do have a missile weapon, I like having, like I said, at least 14 fuel. This gets me up to 9. Fuel RNG and FTL is very annoying. There'll be some runs where you're absolutely swimming in it, and then other runs where you're constantly having to buy it. I think running I used to run about 12 fuel, and then I kind of started upping it towards 14 being what I feel safe. You want more fuel for red sectors or purple sectors. Purple sectors just because they have more jumps, but also like because of lack of stores. Like it may be your only opportunity to get fuel. But yeah, this has like pretty tremendous value, not costing us much. 2 resources dropping down 13 missiles should be fine. Assuming that like our stores are any good. All right, that is not a store. Let's go see if this beacon is a store. All right, coming in with weapons hot. All right, another Leto. All the missiles. And even though I am losing scrap to the repair every time I'm getting hit, well, this is actually very easy to run. Oxygen offline, this offline. Mantis and a human. Okay. Do I want to use a missile? I mean, we could fire a missile into the oxygen, try and see if there's a crew kill. I just don't particularly prioritize that. Again, they have a missile weapon. That means their weapon system is dangerous. I don't have defense against them right now. We can go ahead and drop down to 1 shield bubble and get the O2 back online. Okay, so this is interesting. They now have 3 fires. The Mantis is bad at putting out fires. They have no med bay. It might burn through to the oxygen. So we now get to sit and wait. Give up, give up, give up, give up. Now. Oh, they're down to 2. If I shoot it twice, are you going to proc to run away? The reason I would shoot twice is that to try and make them give up putting out the fire. Let's see if I can get 1 in there. Nice. All right, cool, 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 cool. Oh, that's a good point. So Britnoth's just mentioned that like what we could do is they're both low enough on health that if they got the fire out, they would have rotated back into the room, because once a fire is put out, much like when a breach is closed, the other crewmate will help do the repair, and we could have just shot him there. Good alternative. All right, well, I guess we'll just do some weapon training in the interim while we watch them burn to death. That's fun. Bum, 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 bum. Go fires. All right, now that the oxygen's done, they're done. So this fire essentially will burn out itself because it just keeps consuming the O2, but they have no way to heal up. They will not burn to death. Technically true. They will asphyxiate. This is where like a speed up button would be pretty nice because this has already been determined as being over. Da, da, da. Steam Mantis? Steam Mantis? Are there any like modern Simpsons memes now? Is it all just like the stuff back from like 20 years ago? Good dodge. Cool, the crew dead, you're able to take fuel out of storage. All right, so taking the fuel out of storage, that is a crew kill reward, which is high scrap and then a massive fuel reward. So we get 6 fuel and 20 bucks. Okay, not a store. So I think we'll give up on this one potentially being a store. Because I wanted to hit this beacon and then like... So after we did all that mapping, now that we know where the store is, it changes how we want to map out the sector. So like if I wanted to see if that was a beacon, I would have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's pretty okay, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, actually, this is totally okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, it's 2 nebulas. So we're racing against the fleet advance while also trying to pick up stores. Pay their toll? No, we will not pay their toll. We can see they have a mini beam and a basic laser. The ship cannot hurt us. There's practically no chance of a crew kill here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are we gonna try? Yes. Okay, they have level 2 oxygen. That's bad. Like level 1 oxygen, maybe like we get a fire and we can... All right, so that kind of kills the option of a crew kill here. Like we already identified that the ship fight was safe for us. So like as soon as I kind of do that, I just transition into thinking like, how can I potentially crew kill? It would be like we get some fires in the oxygen and they suffocate. But now that isn't even really an option for us because once they put out the fires, they're going to have 2 of them doing repairs and it's level 2. So every time they do 1 repair, I'm going to have to shoot the system so they stop getting oxygen. But because they haven't fixed the system because it's level 2, they'll keep repairing through the hits. So it's always going to be 2 crew fixing at 6.5 seconds. They have 150 HP. Like, there's no chance for a crew kill here. Even if, like, fires don't solve it. All right, let's go after shields. Shields, engine, piloting, essentially the same here. But we'll just go after shields and then we'll pop them in engines. Yeah, trying to run away. That was also another possibility. Pirates. Drop the shields or volley's better, and then evasion, so like I said, they can't run away. Hit the piloting. 13. Substantial. I don't understand their definition of substantial. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, I think hunting for this store actually was kind of a mistake. Well, no, it could always be that these are stores. Like, because it means that there's less chance that I can pick these up as being stores. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, it doesn't really matter. Ba-da-ba-ba. Empty jumps. Huzzah. All right, solar flare. So solar flare, how a solar flare works is if you have a shield up or a Zoltan shield, or just a pip from a shield overcharger drone, it will do upwards of, I think, 2 fires and 1 hull damage. I think I've seen it do 2 hull damage. If you have a shield down, if your shields are down, then the solar flare can start upwards of like 6 fires and do 2 hull damage. And if those are in system rooms, then those systems take damage. So the big thing is to make sure that you have a shield up. So even though we can't take damage from their weapon combination, the solar flare could impact us because both their shots are going to time very, very well because it's the same weapon, and leave us vulnerable to a ton of fires, which I'd prefer not to have. Now the other thing we have though is they do have a teleporter, and they only have 2 crew, so we actually still have an opportunity for a crew kill here. The goal would be to allow this human to board us, okay? And then we'll like send the Mantis to drop him down to below 15 HP. So that way they're in range of our burst laser killing them. And then they're going to go back to their ship. So once that happens, they go back to their ship. The AI says, okay, we have to board them again, because it always tries to board exactly 2 times unless they're event boarders, and that adds a different situation. So it goes, well, this crew, that human, is way too low on health. Let's go send the NG. So the NG comes over, and sorry, Faith, we brutally murder the NG. We just kill that NG dead, and then we shoot the human, and we get the crew kill that way. So it's actually this teleporter really enables us to get a crew kill. Seems like a lot of solar flares. It can be. All right, they're just boarding. We paused it. They're boarding here. We'll just send the Mantis in there, and it does its thing. We're keeping an eye on the AI health. Okay. 3's a little bit low. So we'll run away. And we're going to go ahead and heal up. Again, we have to keep maintaining our 2 shield bubbles. Because if we drop down to 1, even though we're safe, it sets us up for the solar flare. I didn't want them that low on health. So they'll go back once the teleporter is off cooldown. So the NG had to fix that. I don't know if these have properly desynced or not. I guess we'll find out. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. We got the dodge. Okay. There's our second fire. Let's go ahead and use these 2 crew to put it out. All right. Oh, sorry, right. Did the training and I never brought it back. Okay, so you can actually see where fires are on your ship in systems because there's like a little flame over them. So you can send your crew there. So we'll bring the NG here to help out the Mantis. Mantis is garbage at putting out fires. NGs are very good at putting out fires. And then we'll just have 2 humans deal with this because I don't need them to do anything else right now. It's not really important that my FTL charged because it's almost charged anyways. My weapon's fully charged, so there's no benefit there. We just wanted to put out these fires before they spread. And also, I want this room back operational so I can know exactly where their crew are. If that solar flare potentially killed the human, then that NG is not going to board and the crew kill possibility kind of dies. All right, human's still alive. Cool. And apparently our systems didn't burn down because we responded in time. So let's heal up. We'll drop our oxygen. Okay, there's the NG. We want to go all in murdering this NG. Get the NG dead as fast as possible. And kill that human. Okay, that human is dead. There we go. All right, we didn't get any additional rewards, but we got the crew kill. Okay, so we're going to send everyone back to their location, but we're going to put these two in the med bay to finish healing up. We can drop the burst laser to go ahead and power back up our oxygen. We want our oxygen at 100% every single time we jump. Everyone's healed up. Moving back. And we'll just chill out here before the solar flare goes off. About there. And we'll go ahead and jump to the next beacon, which is a store. No, I guess we didn't have to be as particular because it was a store next. Yeah, so having crew and them being trained makes the FTL charge faster. Also, once the enemy ship, if there's no enemy ship present, like it's been defeated or it's just like a boarding event, your FTL charges much faster as well. Hull beam, charge ion, and cloaking. Okay, well, we definitely want the repair arm gone. That's crimping our style pretty hard here. Probably not going to go into 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We might have 5 jumps. So we might be able to make like a detour. So if this is a store, too bad. Okay, so we didn't really miss any opportunities in stores here. Curse cleansed. Okay, so we're at a store. Again, we sell the repair thing because I don't want the repairs because it's eating into my scrap gains. So I just want it out of there. So again, I'm in control of my money. So what I was looking for is something to help with my offense. Drones are not a reliable source of offense. You may pick them up in a moment of desperation. This drone system doesn't even start with an offensive drone. We do have one on board. It is definitely not my go-to. What I was looking for as far as systems to help our offense would either have been mind control or hacking. Hacking is by far preferred. I want hacking every single run. Because of the flexibility it has, as well as its budgetary nature. Like, spending 80 scrap on hacking is a massive boost to your ship's survivability compared to almost anything else you could pick up for 80 bucks. Yeah. Right, so we're probably selling the beam. Cloaking. Cloaking is another thing I want almost every run. I say almost only because there are certain ships where I can't buy 2 systems on them, and I'll go with hacking. So cloaking kind of serves a really strong function of preventing us from taking a lot of damage. I don't like picking up cloaking here in Sector 2 because I don't have any other offense right now. While it is possible for our Burst Laser 2 and Artemis to get us through the next sector, the sector after this is going to be 2 shields. So, like, anytime our Burst Laser misses, we're just doing no damage to the enemy. And that's not great. So, cloaking doesn't help me develop my offense. Plus, at 150 scrap, that's more money than we made in Sector 1, not counting freebies. That's an entire sector. So that's a massive financial scrap commitment. It's the most expensive item that you can purchase in the game. So generally, I don't look forward to buying this early on unless, like I said, I just lucked into having a lot of money and a pretty amazing weapon setup, which we haven't. We haven't found a weapon. So looking through our weapon selection here, we have Burst Laser 3. Burst Laser 3 is terrible. It's 4 power, 19 seconds, fires 5 projectiles. So it's slower. Almost everything you kind of want to compare to like Burst Laser and overall speed, which is that like 10 to 12 seconds. Burst 1, charge 1, charge 2 technically, heavy 2, heavy 1. All those weapons kind of fill in at that for the quick projectile speed. 19 seconds makes it one of the slower weapons in the game. And 4 power is a pretty massive commitment. So I would have to upgrade my weapons one time just to get this online. And I wouldn't even be able to put on my Burst 2. So I would go from 3 shots to 5 shots. I have to wait another 7 seconds. And now, if I take 1 damage to my weapon system is completely offline. And that's the problem with like a Vulcan or even a Glaive, is because it takes up 4 power on your ship, getting buffer points in power, which is like 50 scrap, I believe, at level 5, is pretty expensive. And it kind of puts all your eggs in one basket, and that basket is slow, right? Versus like if we got 2 Burst Laser 2s, well, geez, we're firing 6 shots at 10, 12 seconds. That's far more better for us. So unless you're just really desperate for projectiles, which can happen, you know, it might be worth considering on something like the Zoltan C, because you just don't have any other weapons to transition into, ignoring what other weapons are here. Or like you just weren't able to find hacking and you got stuck in a bad spot and you just need shots. It can do that. I just went over why I'm not going for cloaking here, because it doesn't help my offense and it's a massive scrap investment that would prevent me from being able to go into my offense quickly. Enemies are going to have, like I said, 2 shields in the upcoming sector, and I have no upgrades right now to my weapon set. Like mind control would be something worth considering, and hacking, kind of repeating the point. But I'm really looking for a weapon to like be able to interact with enemy ships. Now we have the Charge Ion. Ion Charger, probably the best ion weapon in the game. I would say it's the best ion weapon in the game. If you have training, it can stack with itself, so you can actually just keep firing ions over and over again, and eventually you'll take down level 4 shields. A lot of people like to say that. Most ships will start with level 4 shields, have really high dodge, so it'll never happen. Doesn't. But you have a lot of flexibility with it. Like I said, it can do that single ion damage. It can also, you can charge it up for 3 shots, which can be really nice if you have like cloaking to save up for it. So it has a little bit of flexibility to it, but it doesn't do any actual system damage. Again, this is where Burst Laser 2 shows like why it's so good, is we could get an ion weapon which is purely shield suppression or some minor disruption, because actually one of the best things you can do with ion weapons is to target enemy weapons. And you know what, I'm going to even talk about this because that's a really important thing. Ion weapons are generally seen as like, okay, you just fire it at their shield system and you keep their shield system down and you let whatever weapons else you're using do all the work. That's really not tapping into the full potential of ion weapons, which is if you do 1 ion damage to a weapon system, a full weapon comes offline. So you could deal, like, I kind of use an example. Let's say it has double Burst Laser 3s, right? 10 shots, super scary. You deal 1 damage to it, shoot it with 1 ion, both weapons are completely offline. That's it. That's all it takes. So a lot of the really good use for ion weapons is actually setting them up to impact the enemy weapons, and it buys you a bunch of time and it disrupts their weapons. Plus, it can be used to help facilitate oxygen kills, because you can just, you know, you can invert it. So we use like our Burst Laser to suppress shields and the ion to hit the O2, and sometimes we'll be able to get crew kills. This isn't a bad choice. It's far better than this one, plus 50 scrap. It's much easier for us to get it online for 2 power. If you were using this in the burst laser, it's like, okay, it's not the best, but I wouldn't pass this up on the hope of like another store is going to have just a better weapon for us. This would work completely fine. Not a massive acceleration of where our ship is at, but it is acceptable. And now we have Hull Beam. Now, Hull Beam is kind of interesting. Like it fills a very similar category to Pike Beam. You almost don't really see Hull Beam shine until like the Flagship fight, where it can do anywhere from 8 to 9 points of damage to the Flagship, which for 2 power, which is a ridiculous amount of damage. But that's okay, you know, which is pretty amazing. But even outside of that, you still have a beam weapon that you can drag across multiple rooms, damaging multiple systems. And we have a burst laser that can set that up, right? That burst laser, even if they dodge 1 shot, it's still, you know, that takes down 2 shields to set up the Hull Beam. So some of the drawbacks of the Hull Beam, 70 scrap is expensive. I mean, Halberd Beam 65, Pike Beam is 55, but it fires at 14 seconds versus Pike Beam 16 or Halberd Beam 17. Again, it is a monster against the Flagship. So if you get really stuck behind on scrap, very few weapons are going to gut the Flagship as efficiently as the Hull Beam. And that's the end goal, you know, like maybe you just skip fights, take some damage, whatever, you get to the Flagship, and the Hull Beam essentially 2 shots every single phase for you. Nearly. The problem with the Hull Beam is that it's also slow, not in how long it takes to charge, but how long it takes to fire. So if you're using projectiles to set up your Hull Beam to do damage to enemy ships, it often doesn't do its full damage. This will be more noticeable if you're using charge weapons, which actually have a really slow rate of fire. So like if you were using a charge 2 to set up a Hull Beam, it's going to feel really bad that you're only clipping maybe 3 rooms when you should be hitting 4 to 5. But another positive is because it hits so many rooms, it can also hit a bunch of systems, and those systems have to get fixed. The AI will leave their positions to come fix ships. So like ships that are running away, because so much damage has been done, they will stop. They'll have to pull out of piloting and go help do repairs. So yeah, I think we'll go Hull Beam here over the Ion Charger. Again, this is why Burst 2. We can also use Burst 2 just for the shield suppressant to set up the Hull Beam here. It has a lot of upswing. If we find hacking, which just, you know, completely erases enemy shields, this is an absolute monster. And at $70, we're still floating 80 scrap, which could potentially allow us to buy hacking at another store. I'll probably just give up on this. So another thing it's important to do at stores is take your time, manage your resources, like where your scrap is, where you are in the run, like where you need to be going in the run. And like, not just throw away things or ignore things because you don't like them. Like, I know people who, I mean, no, it's a bad, Burst 3 is a bad weapon, but there might be an opportunity where it's worth considering. You know, charge Ion because people don't like Ions because they only just see them as shield suppression. We'd be like, nope, I don't like this weapon. But again, we may not even see a store this sector, and our upcoming sector could be Zoltan, and I don't want to go, like, what do I want to go to a Zoltan sector with 5 power weapons, 2 shields with just my burst laser and Artemis? No. So I kind of would have to go to the Uncharted Nebula, which is another only 1 store sector, and that could just have no weapons, and then suddenly I got to go to sector 4 with a burst laser 3 that doesn't do anything against 3 shielded ships. Drone control starts to look tempting. Do you prefer heavy laser or hull laser? So you mean like a heavy laser 1 to a hull laser 1? They're slightly different. Hull laser, hull laser does a better job of suppressing shields. So if I need something that takes down shields, I like the hull laser 1 more so. But Heavy laser for 1 power, 2 system damage, and like the 30% breach, 30% chance of fire, 20% chance of stun. Like, it does a dumb amount of damage for 1 power, and normally is going to cause a secondary effect that can enable crew kills or just like burn down systems. Like, it's so ridiculously disruptive. It does lose a little bit of value on 3-weapon loadouts, which is another thing you always have to consider about loadouts. Is like, if you only have 3 weapon slots, like those kind of slower, more projectile weapons like a burst 3 are kind of more tempting. Like, I can buy with 4 weapon slots a bunch of 2-shot, 2-powered weapons, various levels of viability, right? Like, yeah, a couple burst 1s, a whole laser 1, or even like chain lasers. And I have 8 shots. Like, I can do stuff with 8 shots, even if it's a wonky spread. But like 6 shots on a 3-weapon setup, that's going to be a real tough time taking down the flagship. So I would say that the hull beam here is a fairly reasonable purchase. So buy that. I guess you could sell the drone here. You don't have to if you don't want to. Like, generally speaking, you're not going to get drone control on this ship. I don't think I'm going to get drone control on this ship. We've already bought a reactor, so I'm already up on power. But I don't think we do like a weapons upgrade and get the hull beam online immediately. Yeah, like, I just don't really see myself using this. Like, even if I do go into drone control, normally it's like defensive drone control. So the thing about this ship is we want hacking and cloaking because those 2 systems in combination can essentially make us indestructible. Like, it's very difficult for AI ships to hurt us. Hopefully we get that set up and I can really show that off. And then the 3rd system doesn't matter as much. Like, once you have those 2, the 3rd system is like nice. Like, you get mind control, helps with crew kills, cancels out other mind control, that's okay. Or you get a teleporter. It's more money than the mind control, and it requires that you have good, decent boarders. But again, boarding with hacking, you can go a long way, and you can still get a bunch of crew kills, and it still has a lot of value. And drone control, there's some flexibility. You can get a defensive drone to help you deal with boarding bots, which can be super annoying, ion intruders and boarding robots. It can help you shoot down some flaks, occasionally some missiles in some wonky layouts. Like, they just don't have like weapons that sync up particularly well. Also, it can help against the flagship because you can cloak the missiles, and that drone will still shoot down the hacking drone for you, which is another thing. Like, cloaking doesn't stop hacking from happening. And then you'll want, like, you have a second drone spot, and, maybe an offensive drone to help you get through the Zoltan shields could be really helpful. Those are all things you kind of have to consider. So, like, if I wanted to hold on to that drone, I have to think, like, all the way down to the flagship, I'm going to maybe get stuck with drone control. But A, that's a long way away, and B, I don't want to have something in my cargo hold that long. That potentially, like, if I just get too much stuff and I have to start throwing things away. I'll take the 25 scrap for now. And like I said, we're not getting the hull beam online right now, which could make some fights less comfortable for us. But it leaves up the fact that we have $80 to buy a hacking without us having to sell anything. All right, we take this jump. All right, okay, Slaver Scum, neat. Okay, so we got an ion weapon and we got Flak 1 fun. All right, we'll power these 2 systems. Power weapons, rock and human. I'll go ahead and use an Artemis missile here. So because we now have the hull beam as our weapon to upgrade into, we can be a little bit more freeing with the missiles. And this is, like I said, potentially a nasty fight because they have this ion and a flak. The flak projectile is pretty slow. We should be able to flash this, assuming I do it right this time. And then we should hopefully have 2 shields up to deal with the flak. Oh, it's a stunner. Never mind. We just take it as it is. We can't do flashing here. All right, we're through. Okay, one dodge. Both impacted. We already have max engines. Send them here if we need to. Okay. Okay, I'll send them to the middle of the ship in case I need them to respond to something. Okay. Nice. Okay. We will put them back in positions. We can go ahead and bring our oxygen back online. Let's go ahead and shoot their weapons here. Stunner, which is the best ion weapon, by the way. No. Surrender is not an option. All right, so if you were like superly desperately in need of crew, or if you're just like a boarding ship and for some reason you just didn't crew kill this ship, you know, go ahead and pick up a crew here if you. But I don't want it. We have 6 crew. That's a very comfortable amount of crew. That's already very flexible for us. Furthermore, slaver ships like this are high scrap rewards for a kill. I'd rather just have the money. Like the return on this Mantis here is very low. Even if they had an NG, like, again, that's where people kind of get caught chasing blue options. Like, oh, that NG's gonna pay off for me. I was like, I'd rather just have 20 bucks, 23 bucks. Go to a store, buy something that I actually want, you know. Surrender's not an option. We'll go ahead and hit shields here. It's going to take them a lot. They still haven't even put out the fire. Their dodge should be very low because they don't have a pilot. So, like, shooting weapons isn't going to really do anything. It's just going to hit their crew. Shields open up the... Actually, we'll probably slow down their repair because they'll want to maybe go fix it. Yeah, see? So this one leaves to go fix it, and still their evasion stays low. So we can just hit piloting, finish them off. Go ahead, heal our crew up. Yeah, you got training. 21 bucks. Yeah. It won't continue the U-trade, but many lives are probably off. Maybe they were empty. What about that one? Maybe they were empty. All right, send crew back though. Staying relentless in the variants. Yeah. All right, 1, 2, 3 at worst case scenario, but if these are stores, we actually should be able to pick them up too. Nice. If that's the case. Pulsar. Hi there. All right, let's explain how pulsars work. So pulsars will hit 2 systems, okay? Now, if you have shields, has 1 power in them, just 1 power. You have a Zoltan in there, but you don't have a bubble up. Doesn't matter, that counts, okay? If you have at least 1 power bar in your shield system gets 100% of the time, and then another system gets hit at random. Okay, if you don't have any power in your shield, then 2 systems are picked at random to be hit with the ions, and that could still go back and include your shields. Okay, the only thing that like de facto like prevents it is if you have a Zoltan shield, even 1 pip in that will absorb the entire pulsar. It'll take like 3 ion damage and be fine, and then none of your systems get hit at all. If you have the anti-ion augment, I forget what the heck it's called, that will reduce the pulsar by 50%, or not reduce it by 50%, but there's 50% chance that it won't do anything. And if you had 2 of them, again, for some reason, they actually stack and they would negate pulsars completely. Reverse ion field, thank you. So if you had a reverse ion field, there's a 50% chance that the pulsar doesn't do anything, and if you had 2, then 100% chance it doesn't do anything. One of the other things you can do in pulsars is utilize Zoltans, because Zoltans are like locked in power in systems. Like normally a system gets hit with IM damage, it locks the power that's in the system already. So you can't move it around, but it knocks whatever ion damage it deals with and puts that over into your reactor, and you get to shift that around. But that's not how Zoltans work. So you could actually use Zoltans to essentially give systems ion immunity, okay? But we often don't have Zoltans. What we can do, though, is try and manipulate the fact, like I said, that the shields will get hit if they're up, or there's a chance they don't if they're down. And the other thing is we know exactly how much ion damage our systems are going to be hit for. So the amount of power that you have in that system, you add 2 to that, and then that sum is divided by 2, and then that is the amount of ion damage you are going to take, rounded down. So by knowing those 2 things, you can actually create a fairly safe fight of, generally speaking, trying to protect your shields or trying to protect your weapons, or both. Those are normally the 2 systems you're going to be fluctuating with. So that means like when the pulsar is about to hit, you're going to drop most of your power in all your other systems. And then you have this decision to make about, do I want my shields to definitely be hit to lower the chance that like my weapons are being struck? Or do I need my shields for something? And so it's better for me to depower them now, hope they don't get hit, or only offline for a mere 5 seconds. Now, again, also that information about like knowing how much ion damage we're going to take, like in our weapon system, what we could do is we can put the Artemis in slot 1 with our current weapon system. So we would have 3 power plus 2 is 5 divided by 2, 2.5. We would lose 2 power. So that means that the burst laser would go offline, but the Artemis would still be up. Okay? And if you did it the other way, both weapons would be locked off. So that's the situation that we have. It kind of plays out to how our first volley goes. Actually, they have double Zoltans. And how fast like the pulsar decides to start. So we're going to be charging both of our weapons here. And their weapons are dangerous. It's a pulsar, so their weapons are super dangerous, potentially. All right, we have a single ion coming in. Let's go ahead and flash it. So the reason I'm flashing here is, like, if it hits my shields are locked and I can't do any flashing anyways. So if it's gonna hit my shields, it hits my shields. I can now like check its trajectory to know exactly which system that it's hitting. So this gives me more control of the situation, right? Now, the other thing we could do is try and decipher if we want to wait for the pulsar to kind of take down their shields for us. Okay, their mini beam hasn't fired yet, right? So, and our shields are still up, so we can just wait right now. All right, that is not tracking to an important system, so let's go ahead and drop our shields. All right, here comes the pulsar. Let's go ahead and shift our weapons this way. So we're gonna fire the burst. Pulsar is gonna take down the shields for us because like we don't have to dodge a bunch of ion stacks right now. I would like to save my shields in case the mini beam is not taken down right now. So we'll drop that, drop everything else, but we're gonna leave this powered, like I said. So even if our weapons do get hit, our Artemis is still online. Okay, so unfortunately our shields got hit there. Can't do anything about that, we tried. All right, because that shot missed, it means this mini beam's not coming offline. We're gonna go ahead and fire an Artemis here then. Okay, cool. I just would prefer not to get cut up by a mini beam. Fire's interesting, because Zoltans only have 70 health, so it's pretty bad for them to put out fires. Let's test where their oxygen's at. Okay. Mini moose beam. So they're probably going to get the fire out. Oh, I actually have a better idea. I could probably just have shot them. Okay, so this time we're leaving our shield bubble online, okay? Because they don't have any weapons. So it's awesome if it hits our shields and it protects all our other systems. Hitting our shields right now doesn't matter. Okay. So it hits our shields and apparently our oxygen, whatever. I'm gonna fire the Artemis now. Because that crew's at 30 health. They're at 37. They're both going to the medbay. Oh no, my burst laser isn't online yet. Come on. Nice. All right, cool. So we caught them on the way to the medbay there. And if they don't have a medbay, or yeah, they don't have any medical unit, or they have a medbay, as soon as the crew is dead, it instantly registers that the crew kill is complete and you get reward. If they have a clone bay, even if the clone bay is destroyed, there's like a little bit of delay for the game to do the check. So you have to be a little more careful with your volleys there. Like, I'm just shooting them. If they're dead, they're dead. And the game just recognizes it. So these other shots, which could potentially like destroy the ship, will just miss and be fine. If it's clone bay, you have to be a little bit more precise there. Again, we got extra fuel out of storage, so got the high scrap reward. What's the moose's lore? The moose is called Mini Moose. It's from the TV show Invader Zim. He's been here the whole time. Oh, we can just jump. All of our systems. So another thing important about hazard events is always... we can wait for our oxygen. Let's go wait for our oxygen. That's fine. Is, make sure all your systems, they're off of ions or they're off of cooldowns before you jump into the next beacon, because they will persist. Some of them will persist, like a teleporter or hacking, whatever. So you're like, all right, well, the fight's over, everything's cool, and you jump and you forget that you now have to wait for the system to cool down at the start of the next fight. Probably tacos, yes. Just for fun. We occasionally have fun on my channel. I tried forbidding it, but I don't know, found a way. Found a way. All right, jump. Oh, Pirate Light Surveyor. Pirate Light Surveyor is one of the most annoying ships in the game because, like, it's one of the few ships that can have 2 shields in Sector 2. Rebel Elites can have them. I think if you get the Mantis Prize Fighter event, the second time can have 2 shields. And the other one is, like, NG Bombers, so, like, the Virus event in NG sectors can also be a 2-shielded ship. But we're totally not surrendering our crew to slavers, particularly because we can clearly see that they have an ion weapon and a mini beam, so we are completely safe in this fight. They also have a chance of running away, though. And with the rock crew, like, they're not going to burn down. So let's go ahead and just crack their shields. Okay, buffer point, of course. Of course. Keep that Artemis charged. Because again, there's a possibility they try to, like, run away. Wow, this is one fire beamy burst too. Verboten. All right, go back to shields. So we, like I said, we start with shields, leaves them more susceptible to shots. They go ahead and do repairs, and then we're just popping off their engines and alternating between the two, so they can't run away. So the reason it's unlikely for us to get a crew kill there, like, the rock never takes fire damage. So even if we hit the oxygen and it, like, starts a fire, the rock, which was in the weapon system, was going to be the one that does repairs, 100 in Farb. And because we have a nice scrap amount. And they also have like a clone bay. So essentially I have to like shoot a part of the ship to get the rock to fix that, then shoot the oxygen, hope that a fire breaks out, that the rock doesn't try to fix it, and that it burns uncontrollably very quickly, and also then consumes the clone bay. Like it's a very unlikely scenario for me to attempt to go for. All right, we got 2 jumps left in the sector. Let's go ahead and take this distress. We got plenty of blue options. We can even trade fuel if we need to. Or want to, I suppose. All right, we found the source of the small distress call. It's a small research station. Appears a small laboratory fire got out of control and is threatening to destroy the small station. The small fire suppression system is not small responding. They use the word small a lot as an adjective. In this game, you will now notice it. Small asteroid fields, small research stations. It's there. This is a good blue option for us here. So sending your crew to help put out the fire is like scrap reward that could kill one of your crew. If you have a clone bay, that's fine. They'll come back though. Option 2 could potentially deal, I think, 4 damage to your ship, while potentially maybe netting you some extra crew. But this one here is a high scrap reward as well as an augment. Do not be another repair arm. All right. Rexel chairs through. Reverse ion field. Hey, we were just talking about you. All right. Money, 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 money. Let's go to the exit then. Continue. All right. Have I talked about the free weapon button yet? I definitely don't have a button that enables me to get free items in the game whenever I want. That's not a thing. Don't believe anybody telling you that that is like a real thing. It's not. It's not a thing. All right, so we got 10 scrap and a halberd beam that we earned. Halberd beam is it's such an awesome weapon. Its ability to just kill ships outright, because it can do upwards of 8 damage. 10 if you're doing some... Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, it can't do 10 damage on normal ships, but there's some fun things you can do with laser beams or beam weapons that you can actually get them to proc a couple times more than they're supposed to. Be on time for a second run. No. Yeah, so, like... halberd beam and just a couple projectile weapons generally are enough to win the game. What's interesting is like this and hull beam actually puts us in potential position of just getting a one-shot build where we effectively can just one-shot the flagship by being able to deal 20 points of damage in phase 1, 22 in phase 2, and then 20 in phase 3, though we have to get through the Zoltan shield first. But yeah, I'll take that, sure. Okay, cool. All right, again, we have this like potential opportunity to dive for a beacon. It's a beacon. It's a 1 beacon to take a dive for. No, thank you. I don't prefer diving unless like it's super safe, which is like level 4 engines, so that if an ASB goes through my engines, like I'm fine. My FTL is still charging, and at that level, like even if my piloting gets hit, I can do repairs, and I've still got a good enough FTL charge to be able to get out of there. But I also would want to have 1 or 2 systems, which is cloaking or hacking. Hacking to slow down the enemy weapons, and cloaking to just dodge the ASB, or both of those together, because the enemy ship could have missiles. And like you potentially invite your own doom by just like going up against an elite ship. And like I said, if you're not safe, the opportunity of like risking a run. And then the other thing is you could be like, okay, well, 4 engines does make it safer. So I want eventually to have 4 engines on my ship. And then I'm also going to need reactor for that, which I also eventually want. So if I get that now, I'm not losing anything because it's something that I already wanted. But what you're doing is you're actually doing something called it's an opportunity cost. By getting those upgrades, which is, let's see the situation here. 35 scrap on top of 45 scrap. So you're going to be spending 80 bucks to go to a singular beacon. And then next sector, if there's an early store, you're down 80 bucks. That's assuming there was something at that beacon or 2 beacons. And again, we just said that 80 scrap represents a huge amount of money in the early sectors. So I think it's pretty unadvisable to, I would say, essentially gamble that a dive is going to sufficiently compensate you for the investment that you put into it. And that generally it's going to cost your ability to find things that you actually need versus upgrading engines or upgrading reactor when you didn't need to do so. Besides, you just get free halberd beams. That's what you should do. All right. Okay, so we have an NG controlled and we have an uncharted nebula. This is a pretty easy call to go to NG sectors. So NG sectors are 2 to 3 stores. They are known for having probably one of the widest variances of overall scrap rewards. Particularly if you don't have an NG, because NGs are like 5-6 blue options in those sectors. We do have an NG, but I pretty value the stores alone, just because like I'm looking for systems. Like that's the thing I want. I want to be able to find cloaking. I want to find hacking, particularly hacking, and get there. And compared to Uncharted, Uncharted is notorious for being low scrap. Doesn't mean it always is. Doesn't mean it always is. There's, you know, I've had rock sectors where, like, you know, I get 2.5 times the amount of scrap that I expected, and then I had rock sector where I got 70 scrap in sector 3 when it should have been closer to like 180 to 200 scrap. You know, so there's always potential bias about something along those lines. I value the stores. This gives me the most opportunity for stores. The scrap RNG is less of an issue. Now, the other things that people will say is like, well, what if you had long-range scanners? Doesn't long-range scanners make Uncharted nebulas better? And it does. Long-range scanners do make nebulas better, but it makes all the other sectors better as well. So you can find all the fights in the NG sector if that's what you're looking for, or avoid them. You can get all the extra jumps in any other sectors that you want. Like, it will have value to get those, like, get that scrap that you want if you're, like, looking for ship fights, that you're gonna miss less of those. And again, come across and find stores. It's just, so I don't find that to be a particularly convincing argument. And again, like, I'm not going to roll a single store. The other Uncharted Nebulas can have upwards of like 6 empty beacons, plus there's the bad store RNG. It's often a lot of drone fights. Some good things can come out of them. Again, I've had totally fine Uncharted Nebula sectors that were amazing. I've had garbage NG sectors and vice versa, but on the average, which is kind of how you're really supposed to be doing it, I want the stores. It doesn't really make NG sectors better because NG sectors often have 1 to 2 ships detected to begin with. Often, I've like gone through sectors and only had 2 fights. I've also done it through a Lania sector before. But I mean, they do spawn. Let me check. Don't I have that number? Because there's FTL sector guide. Scroll. Stores, empty beacons. Oh no, I don't have information on exactly how many fights could potentially spawn in a sector. 2 to 3 stores. Yeah, that's all I care about is 2 to 3 stores. Versus 1. All right. So again, sector 3, here we are. We're going to start seeing 2 shielded enemy ships, so we actually probably should get our weapons up. Yeah. So our weapons aren't going to be that effective, and NG ships will never have offensive drones, and then we are also only going to be fighting NG ships in the sector. But they'll have a lot of defensive drones, so the Artemis missile isn't going to be good for us, so we should go ahead and try and get our whole beam online right now. We have the scrap for it, and doing so doesn't preclude our ability to buy hacking at a store. So we'll go ahead and just tick that up. And I don't need the reactor for it, because if we look, there we go. That's all the reactor I need. Again, we can, hull beam is at 14 seconds, this is at 12, so we can just do power management to go ahead and get that power reactor when we need to. So that's not really an issue here. We're still sitting at 166 scrap. All right, 1, 2. So that beacon is probably just dead to us. It's too much effort to see it, and then I have to double back through the second beacon. So essentially, I would have to burn, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I had to only burn 1 jump, but I have to like commit to one of these beacons, which doesn't give me any additional information. So we're probably just gonna go like 1, 2, 3, 4, pick up that beacon, cut across here to 5, which picks up this one, but not that one. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this one's going to be a little bit tough to get, and this one's pretty much impossible, but that's okay. So to get to the stations faster, I don't endorse mud wrestling on your ship. What, this one? Well, both these beacons connect with it and connect with this one. So I could hit this one, 1, 2, this, and then that one's clean. But it's just a pretty big commitment. So like I said, I'm looking for stores, so let's go. Oh, I forgot to do something. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, let's go ahead and bring this up the stat page. Boop. So we got 153 scrap, that's sector, plus 54. This has been a really nice run. I mean, again, those are like slightly above average, I would say, in terms of overall scrap. Plus we got rewards, and although the repair was bad, like halberd beam is a really good reward. Halberd beam is pretty amazing, so continue from there. All right, there's a store. Okay, so I'm a pretty big proponent of not farming up for stores if you definitely don't need to farm up. Because again, we can talk about store RNG. Some people will be like, all right, well, I want to make a bunch of money before I get to this store. I know I have 166 scrap. Maybe that's not the case. They're like, because I really want to get something. So I'll go here, 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 come back, and then go to the store, and the store's bad. And I'm like, oh no, this store is bad. Now I need to find the other store in the sector. Well, it's a lot harder for you to find that store in the sector because you hit all these jumps here. You hit 4 jumps down over in this area, and that didn't give you any of the sector layout, and the fleet advanced those 4 jumps. So now the fleet is here. So now you're going to be missing out on like these 2 beacons and this beacon over here and maybe this beacon over here. And essentially you've cut out your possibility to see those stores that you now really need to find. So you got to find a good balance in terms of like when to farm up and when to be just like, all right, I have this much money. This is what I want from a store. Maybe I had to sell something I'm not the biggest fan of selling, but it puts me there and it gives me the better opportunity if the store is hot garbage to go find another one. But because I want to see these beacons anyways, we're going to go ahead, hop here, see if there's a store there. If not, then we'll head to this store directly and then finish out the rest of the upward side of the sector. Because if I hop to here, it's, I don't know, it's a little bit awkward. Maybe it's not that awkward. Maybe it's not a big difference either way. Sometimes it won't matter. All right, okay, 27 bucks. Okay, no stores. Yeah, okay, so we can't even get to this beacon, so that could be a store, whatever. So we'll just go ahead and hop to this one. Boop. Hacking, backup battery, bunch of other stuff, and weapons that exist. Okay, cool. So, like I said, we haven't fought any ships in this sector, so there's going to be 2 shielded ships in the sector, and that's why we got the upgrade to our weapons. We didn't really need it the previous sector because we have Artemis Burst Laser too. That's not going to be set in stone. Not all ships are going to have, most ships don't have that kind of offense. So you're going to have to be careful about like, okay, well, Crow didn't upgrade weapons in the first 2 sectors, so I don't have to upgrade weapons in the first 2 sectors. Like, that might not be advisable. But another thing, again, about the opportunity cost is like, you're like, all right, well, I want to be really, really safe when I'm fighting enemy ships, so I'm going to get all these weapons online, but that would potentially preclude your ability to buy the things you need at stores that are upcoming. So we're here at this store, and we're trying to figure out what's best for our ship, right? Generally speaking, it's not going to be an augment. So we have backup battery, which gives us temporary power. We have mind control, which can cancel out mind control or MC enemies on opposing ships or their crew. So it can be really handy to like mind control the pilot on the enemy ship. And that can lower their evasion. You can downright turn their evasion completely off because they just don't have a pilot, allowing shots to hit. We have hacking. Like I said, hacking is massively flexible. It allows us to do a lot of things and gives us a lot of control of fights going forward. On the other page, we have these weapons. We have an Ion Blast. If we needed some projectiles for shield disruption, Ion Blast could be the way to go. And we have a Healing Burst. Healing Burst is a hard pass almost every time. The only situation I can think about picking this up might be Mantis B early on. Like, and you're concerned about, you know, your oxygen system going down and needing to do repairs, and you can just use the Healing Burst to save them. Though I don't think that ship comes with bombs anyways. NG crew members in shops, yeah. Then we have the Charge Laser. This is a weird weapon. Some people seem kind of down on the Charge Laser. I don't fully understand why. It's a Burst Laser 1 that's like 5 scrap more, doesn't have a chance at fires, and is a little bit slower. That's all totally true. Oh yeah, you can also go Repair Bomb. I've done that before on the B. But it's 2 shots for 2 power at 12 seconds. Like that's in that same sweet spot range as the Burst 1, the Burst 2, your Flax. Like it's there. This is totally acceptable weapon. I like this more than I like a Hull 1 or a Chain Laser. But we're pretty solid on weapons here. Actually, hacking would be a better improvement to our weapon system than another projectile, and it's also kind of cheaper. Because like if we wanted to upgrade it to another weapon, which is going to be, we could upgrade to Halberd, so that's $50, and probably have to actually buy a reactor then, so that's 50, 60, 70 scrap minimum. Oh, it ain't shiny as Burst Laser 2. Sure. Right, that's true, as Dr. says point out. You can occasionally, you can just fire a shot at 6 seconds, which can have some utility, whether like the shields are just down, you need to pick off something on the ship. You have some weird drone combination, they've been ion down, or you're just waiting on a beam to get through his ultimate shield. It's most notable, like I would say, probably on like the Stealth C, because you have that mini beam where you just keep firing single shots that have been missing, and so that you can actually cut them with your mini beam. But yeah, hacking definitely gives us a ton of flexibility. So hacking allows us to hack enemy shields to set them up for our beam weapons to cut through them, which is really solid, but often overused. We can target enemy piloting or engines and disable those systems temporarily so that all of our shots hit. That can be particularly helpful. You can also target enemy weapons to slow down their fire rate. We're going to be using that a lot. Most people don't hack weapons enough. And we can also hack oxygen to potentially get us crew kills. It's over the night. Nice. So like I said, that gives us just a cool ton amount of flexibility. So we're going to go ahead and pick up hacking here. All right, now before we do anything else, we should also see, okay, so here is a second store. It's another thing you should always check out. Sometimes there's another store, and you don't want to just like go all in on some garbage stuff when maybe there's this maybe there's another possibility out here. I'm probably not super interested in that store. I'll tell you what. How much money do I need? 110 scrap buys me these last 2 systems. So if we sell the reverse ion field, I can just buy all of this. So that's probably what I'm going to do. System, like I said, so we already got like good enough weapons, generally speaking, to probably, like, if we just took these weapons to the end game, there's actually a fairly good chance I can win with hacking and cloaking, and we already got the hacking. So right now, like, my goal isn't to soup up our weapons as much as it is to try and like generate as much money and be as safe as possible. Oh, one store and realize that the next other store ended up being way better. Well, again, you should always, it just depends. Like, or a thing where it's like, all right, let me just like, I guess I just get these repairs, and then like, oh wait, there's this other store. Maybe this store will have like cloaking, and then I just don't even need those repairs. So reverse ion, it's nice. Like, it's a convenience thing, but generally speaking, most of the fights, it doesn't do anything for you. And you just kind of like, if you just, learn how to get yourself around ion situations. So we'll get rid of this, and then we'll buy both of these. Cool. So battery is another thing that kind of gets frowned upon. Well, why are you paying 35 for fake reactor when you could just spend 45 for real reactor? That works all the time. As you'll see with my playing style, I'm often not powering stuff fully. I just need that power for a short period of time to do its job, and then we're gonna go merrily along our way. So also gets it out of the item pool. So if we go to a store that has systems, it kind of almost has to have cloaking. Not guaranteed. There's still clone day, drone control, and teleporter as possibilities. But what's nice getting at the mind control here is, one, we have crew to put in sensors, so we get line of sight on the enemy crew, as long as we're not in a nebula. So we can use that to lower evasion by hitting their pilot, and that more frees up our hacking to hack enemy weapons, so we can slow down their weapon volley, fire our weapons, lower their evasion, and we still have solid support for our offensive systems. Plus another hack target. Yeah, battery is another hack target. You just have to pay attention to where your battery power is, because if you put battery power into systems like hacking, or like it can be an issue if you put it in hacking. Hacking's on cooldown, and then like the battery power flips off. Then suddenly you lose the bonus of a system being hacked, which we'll get into once we hack something. Or you put it in mind control and your battery runs dry, and it's just like, oh, like your mind controlling lasts for like a fraction of a second instead of its full duration. One of the really nice things about mind control is mind control at level 1 is like 98% of what you need it to do. Like you almost never need to upgrade it. There's not really like a super benefit for doing it. Getting it to level 2 or 3 can help maybe get some crew kills at certain points. But generally it's going to do absolutely everything you want it to do right now, which, like I said, is lowering enemy evasion, helping deal with bad border situations, or canceling mind control, or enabling crew kills. You could make an argument that instead of battery, you could just upgrade hacking to level 2, because hacking gets very powerful. It's already good, but like at level 2 is where you really start seeing it just essentially just disrupt enemy ships severely. But yeah, so that's probably just going to be our next upgrade. Okay, so now that we're not really gearing up for the store, I have my 14 fuel, so we're good. We have 14 drone parts. That should be more than enough drone parts right now. And I don't really want to sell any of the weapons that I currently have, because generally we're okay. Like I said, I have 3 shots, and I can grow into the halberd being next. And with the systems that we have, we should be fine. Even going up against 3 shielded ships is why I want to go ahead and get hack 2. So hacking at level 1 has a 50% chance of taking down level 2 shields, otherwise it'll only take down level 1 if we're going that route. But at level 2, it will always take down 3 shields. At level 3, it can take down 5. So like I can build that offense and then get halberd beam online, and then it's like, you know, I have 3 shots in a halberd beam, which technically does deal damage through 4 shielded ships. Okay, so now we're not inherently looking for, now we're not looking for stores. We now just want to make money. So we'll just like stop at this beacon and farm up money here, because there still could be like another store that gets kind of jammed in there that we can't really plot a course around. So we might go like this, distress, up through here, and then loop back around. But money time. Didn't buy any reactor. Except for the battery. All right, cool. Rebel fighter here. So just elements. Blah, blah, blah. Rebels, rebels, rebels. Okay. So we see they have a burst laser. They have a bomb of some sort. And by some sort, I mean... Rebel ships. Small bomb. Rebels can only have small bombs. Here's a cool guide. I think it's just called Mike. So Mike has a massive trove of awesome information for FTL players if you really want to get down into the nitty-gritty. Included in this is the enemy ship guide, which tells you what enemy ships are going to have, what weapons they're allowed to have in terms of like missile weapons. Small, yes. Gives you ship layouts, power that they could have, how much crew are going to be on those ships, and a wide variety of things that you can get a lot of really, you know, helpful information out. All right, so they got 3 shots, they got this, and they have some drone of some sort. So let's go ahead, depower our oxygen in our engines and get our burst online right now. That's currently where we're sitting. All right, so we got a beam drone and an anti-drone. Okay. So right now I really only need 1 shield to deal with this. And we're probably just going to go with a weapons hack here and mind control the pilot. So let's go ahead and use hacking to target their weapon system. And that's going to slow down their weapon system, so ours will fire first. All right, so they just fired an ion at our drone there, because that's what it does. So we're just going to turn it off right now. So that shot was trying to go where it's trying to track where our drone was going. So when we turn it off, our drone just stops mid-space somehow, some way, while still following their ship, because actually both ships are considered to be in motion for lore purposes. Magic. Anyways, this is how all drones work. You depower a drone when it's being targeted by an anti-drone. The shots just miss. So we can depower it for a second. Power it back on. Boom. This is known as the hack bypass. Okay, so to get the most out of our hacking, we actually want it to charge longer than or equal to the duration of the hack. Like if we hack immediately, we're losing the charge time that they've already invested into the weapon. So like, let's say our hack lasts, you know, like 2.5 seconds or whatever. So if we hacked immediately after they only charge for a second, then they lose 1 second of charge, they sit down for the 2.5, and then it goes back up. But we could wait the 2.5 seconds, makes it lose 2.5 seconds, and then has to charge that 2.5 seconds again. So we actually slow down their weapon by a full second longer by doing this hack. And the reason I want to do this hack over, say, hacking their shields, so my beam weapons are really good, is their weapons are a concern. They're potentially dangerous. They can go through the shields that I currently have. And I have, as I said, the opportunity to just use mind control to lower the enemy evasion here. So hopefully we're just going to kind of focus on sniping these weapons, slow them down. We get to fire first, hopefully disabling them and creating a safe fight for us. Also, because I'm running lower on reactor, this allows me to essentially, if they didn't have an offensive drone, I could drop all the power from my shields and just load into this, right? Like, it's only because they have a drone that I have to actually be worried about my shields. So, in fact, I just get to front load all my power into the systems of offense and still stopping their defense without having to worry about engines or shields for the time being. Okay, so ideally we want to do like 3 damage to their weapon system because this is still super annoying. The most I'm going to be able to deal with it is 2, though. That's fine. We let the shots go. Now we can already go ahead and just mind control the pilot here. The reason we can do this is the crew that's going to respond to the pilot being MC'd first is going to be the weapons crew. MCing the pilot draws 2 crew. Most other systems either get ignored unless those systems are damaged, then things change. So it's going to draw 2 crew, but the second crew doesn't show up until the first one does. So first this crew's got to punch these doors, which takes like 10 hits before they get out. I'm sorry, it takes exactly 10 hits on hard mode for them to get out. So we have some time before that happens. There they go. And now we can like hull beam like this way. Okay, let's say we do this. So we lower their engine, makes it more likely one of our shots land, and now they're just down to the small bomb being online because we just dealt 2 damage to their system. Mind control is probably the worst. Yeah, it's pretty heinous. Very slick thing. Okay. You could. I'm not taking this offline because doing a swipe all the way through. Hello, whole pigeon.
Arson is just good.
Yeah, it is. Don't commit actual arson though. Thank you, whole pigeon. Welcome back to the Murder Most Foul. The problem with it, if I had cut through more of the ship to try and get this offline, 1, it probably only takes this offline anyways, and 2, it does a lot more hull damage to the ship, and I'm currently trying to avoid that. Okay, so let's go ahead and use the battery now and go ahead and upgrade our dodge, as well as let's go ahead and put power in the oxygen for the time being. We want the burst laser 2 to be in the front position because the beam doesn't do anything. So the beam goes offline, you know, we still have the chance of dealing the 1 damage to the weapon system, which is what we want. All right, let's see where the bomb's gonna land. Oh, got the miss. Okay, so we wait. We want to time our volley, so we hadn't even done that yet, so I should explain that. You don't just turn your weapons on auto fire. That's not the most efficient use for them. So instead, what we're using is we're firing our burst laser to suppress their shields, and then when their shields are done, it sets up our whole beam to fire. Well, let's see if that 3rd shot lands. Cool. Oh wow, they had piloting evasion, but they just didn't get it. Okay, so we didn't use the whole beam here because, again, I'm kind of trying to focus on getting a crew kill right now to get better rewards. So this room is currently hacked by us. It's not active right now. It's not actively doing anything, but it is powered. There's this power bar here. While this room is highlighted purple under our control, the repair speed is halved. So now it takes 25 seconds for normal crew to do a repair. Or Mantis takes 50 seconds, and an auto ship will take like a minute 12. Okay? So this means that we have a lot of time now. And we've identified the fact that it's 3 crew, 3 humans, and they don't have a medical unit. The other problem with dealing damage to the ship is the more damage you deal to it, the more likely the ship wants to run away. We don't want that. So we're just waiting for our mind control to come back online, and they get this repair. Okay. So the reason that repair is important is we now want to mind control Zas over here. Zas is really, really focused on doing the repair, so actually I think if we mind control the pilot, nothing really happens. How's the run going? It's bonkers. We're fine. We're just cloaking away from winning it. Another beam weapon for a 1-shot. Yeah. I earned a halberd. You know, some people thought I just hit a free weapon button, which again, for the record, does not exist. Definitely not a thing. Yeah. So it's going good. So getting back to this though. So this crew is fixed on doing repair. So now that there's like 1 repair done, if we mind control this crew, the other 2 crew will rush in to try and like do the repair or get rid of the crew that's in the room. We have to at least have the room slightly fixed, because if the room is completely broken and we MC the crew, well, they'd run away because there's nothing for them to punch down, so they would just go to the next adjacent nearest system and start attacking that, and then they wouldn't fight the crew. So when we mind control them, here they go. We're gonna go ahead and open the door, and both of them are gonna go in there and help out. And this is why I need real reactor. Okay, making sure everything's cool. We can go ahead and do that one shot again. We're firing 3 shots. There's a possibility they dodge, and if that happens, we'll finish them up with a whole beam. They would have to be super dodgy. How's that being run yesterday? Got 10 free weapons. I just like we run yesterday, and I got... Did we get any free weapons in that run? Was it until Sector 6 I got a free weapon? I think that was it. So, you are not welcomed here, Rakagak. Go away. Because this could be really disruptive, because it could, like, hit my mind control and start a fire and screws up my crew kill and all that stuff. Oh, cool! The room's on fire. Alright, so the room's now on fire. We got double fire. This has been... The amount of fires this thing has started has been absurd. They're now trapped in the room, so they're gonna have to, like, punch their way out after they try to put out the fire, which they'll give up on pretty quickly. Alright, we're just gonna wait. Maybe the fire does the work for us. There we go, crew kill. Strip it of useful materials, get $32. Neat. Okay, got a distress here. I don't know, distress doesn't really matter. I'll take this one first, then we can come back and through here. So what am I gonna do now? I have 57 scrap. We're still a little bit light on power, but not too bad, honestly. Because, like, with battery, this is what our ship looks like. So essentially I'm just, like, missing 1 core reactor. So I'm totally okay with that. Instead, I'm going to go ahead and upgrade to level 2 hacking. So level 2 hacking, this just, like I said, increases our flexibility. We can now hack 2 shielded ships, set them up for our beams, if that's so the case. Our weapon hacks last upwards of 5 seconds now, so it's even more disruptive. Yeah. And it gets us closer to, like I said, our 2 and 2 strat. We'll probably sit at level 2 for a long while. We don't really have to go up to level 3 for much of the considerable future. All right, and we can just, like I said, we'll depower weapons for this stuff. It's fine. We just need engines and shields up before we jump. Distress. For assistance. All right, helper shields are down. We won't last very long. We have plenty of hull, so I don't mind risk-taking damage here to try and shield the ship with our own. Gotta be careful about that. Like, we are next to a store, so you can kind of roll it. But yeah, don't just, you know, see where you are, see if you know if there are any stores in the sector remaining before you just kind of leap into making a decision. Like I said, we have plenty of hull, so 13 scrap for 4 damage. So it's we just made like $5. Like, that's it. It's not Herculean. Wow, more distresses. Okay, well, if I go here and this is a store, then I'm kind of unhappy. So let's go here, through this sector, and then back. Like I said, the only thing I really want to buy at a store next would be cloaking. That shield ship because of a pursuit. Oh yeah, the pursuit. That's right. If you opt out of it, then the flag pursuit gets the double up. So yeah, there's like 2 events that are very similar sounding, which I really don't like. One of the problems I do have with the game, I have many, is like some events sound almost identical, or they just have like so many like slight variations on outcomes. It can be very easy to confuse them. The wiki's pretty good about explaining what the events are, though. Hello there. All right. Suggest elements of the rebel fleet are already incursion. Okay, so no teleporter, 3 crew. They have, looks like a flak 2, 7 projectiles, 3 power, and a heavy laser 1. We're like 5 research stations that are either safe or terrible. Yeah, fun. So, to make this fight safe, I just need to do 2 damage to their weapon system. That's it. That's all. And I have a whole 20 seconds to do that. That's a couple volleys. So option 1 is we could just hack shields, halberd beam through, and we're guaranteed to be safe, which isn't a bad call. Another option is to hack weapons so we get 2 volleys, and we can either mind control the pilot to reduce evasion, or we could do a Masala maneuver here, which is mind controlling and hacking weapons in the hopes that this creates a crew kill. So what's really good about a Masala maneuver, I kind of want to do it, just show it off, is that generally they will take off the slowest firing weapon. Shield hack makes some sense. I mean, shield hack is definitely the safest alternative. So if we do the Masala, because there's exactly 3 crew on the ship, if there's more, it gets interfered with. If it's less, then there's nobody in the weapons. That crew will hack the system down, and the crew will actually punch down that weapon system. It'll deal 1 damage, and then people will start to try and intervene. I'm just trying to see if that's how I want to do. I generally like controlling weapons, but it makes sense to just do... Alright, we'll just show that off. Okay, so again, we can just front load our weapons. This is cool, because we're going to hack their weapons before they fire, assuming I remember. And we don't need this oxygen, so we'll just start with this. So there they go, they're doing their thing. And we hack. So they broke the weapon. There's our second shot, so we're in. So now we just need that online. Do I want to test out what their oxygen is, or... Nah, that's cool. 2 damage is good, 1 repair. Yeah, this is fine. Go ahead and just battery up the oxygen while we're waiting. And again, now we're just waiting for time to pass for our hacking and our mind control to come off cooldown. We have to wait for the hacking because we want them to interfere with, be in the room. All right, so again, we mind control the crew in the damaged room. Invite everybody in for a party. If you had something like a heavy laser that's like really consistent with starting fires, or even a fire beam, like hacks are just hacked rooms and fires are just devastating to the AI. And we can actually drop this down to 1 power if we want. Oh, they died. Okay, that's interesting. That's so. Shoot, they're gonna get hit. How much health are they at? I was concerned that they weren't gonna. So 53 minus 15 is 35. So they shouldn't actually go to the med bay. So here's something how the AI works. If everything is fine on the ship, if they have a hangnail, they will run to the med bay and heal up. If there's damage on their ship, then it kind of reverts to some boarding stuff. Hey, real rhyme. Can't you just use it? No. I deny the existence of such a button. I definitely don't have special buttons on my specialized keyboard of specially buttons. I mean, I've said too much. But because there's something broken on their ship, they actually ignore it unless they're at like 20 health. All right, so let's wait and see what happens. If I'm correct, this crew should just go to piloting and ignore the med bay. Actually, I could have just let them out, but whatever. Yep, see, there they go. Do-do-do. All right, the door has repaired itself. We got control again. Another mind control. Bring him back. Yeah, you could also do that. You could actually just keep shooting the ship. Like, if you're about to get a crew kill, shoot the ship down and see if you can proc a surrender offer that's really good. But we're gonna not really have that much of an opportunity because their health are gonna get too low and they're gonna like run for the med bay. All right, 22. So I need to do 3 damage to kill that crew. Let's switch to hull missile then. And we'll wait. Or, sorry, Artemis. Exactly, you run the risk of blowing them up. Yeah, it's also true. See, they're now booking it for the med bay. And so if I used a hull beam, I would have to like hull beam through the med bay. Hopefully it goes offline. But if this just lands, that's GG's. All right, cool. 28 bucks. Nah, not really amazing rewards, but okay. Distress, distress, distress. How much reactor do I have? I'm gonna go ahead and get 1 reactor. And then this is probably what my ship's gonna look like for the rest of the sector. We'll go and get a Howard beam online for the next sector just to kind of tick over our offense because they're gonna be 3 shielded ships. Yeah, we're doing lots of discussions and explanations on everything that I'm doing, the why I'm doing it. So, like, we should be able to clear all the ships with what we have right now in this sector with very little problem. And then, like I said, we can get the Howard beam on the next sector unless we've saved up enough money to just, like, buy cloaking. I should probably get a beverage at some point. Okay, we'll just cut him out with a beam weapon. Is it safe? Option 2 is the best option. Option 1, there's, like, a chance you get nothing. This is either free scrap or you get a fight. This is when I go back to Sector 2. No! There's a VOD. There will be a VOD. I'll also probably upload it to the YouTubes. But cool. No, this doesn't cost me any resources. 18 bucks. Nice. Unless you're score hunting and you need ship kills to help up your score, that's the way to go. Promise to help. I have an NG. If we had an ion or cloaking, higher level cloakings actually give you higher level rewards. So level 1 is low, 2 is medium, 3 is high, and ion and NG are also high. Boop. 29 bucks. Cool. All right, so we're like 1, 2, 3. We're about 4 jumps away. So we're going to go like 1, 2, 3, 4. Worst case scenario. Maybe we'll be able to take another jump here. I got the rebel ship with oh yeah, NGB is a rough one. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I also got to check all these other jumps. Let's not have a repeat of that close call the other day that we're totally not going to talk about. No, good job, babe. Oh, I'm so good. This isn't a guide. What appeared to be a single damaged ship is in fact, it's actually 2 ships that have smashed into each other repeatedly. There's a flurry of comm signals and damage, and it's hard to determine what occurred. The vessels appear to be NG and are locked together by the impact and cannot free themselves. Have your NG crew hail the vessel and, assess the damage. Yeah, Faith, what's going on? Your NG crew member refuses, and a halting use of adjectives, nouns, and Barry White music, followed by some animated holographic aids. The NG explains the ships are, loosely translated, using each other to achieve a union. For some reason, the consolidation of ship manner sounds embarrassing and personal. You'll like to leave the 2 ships to their business after questioning your NG crew member. However, you do manage to salvage what scrap parts you can from the perimeter and a tasteful photo or two, even though you feel slightly dirty for doing so. Oh yeah, virus vent? No, not virus vent. 1, 2, 3. We're still on course. Stay on target. Hail them. Sure. I'll take 8 fuel. Everybody always wants fuel. Again, we're not super reliant on our Artemis missile, so dropping down to 16 is totally acceptable. Totally acceptable. 1, 2. Seems good. 22 bucks for free. Exit. Continue. 3 fuel for 2 drone parts. I mean, I have 17 drone parts. I'm pretty okay with that. Like, yeah, this is 16 scrap versus 3 scrap, but whatever. I'm gonna reject their offer. Next sector. NG controlled. All right, well, we don't have a choice here, so we're going to NG controlled. Immediate store. Ooh, immediate store is immediate. I'd like to have a discussion about that. I'm gonna go ahead, we'll throw up the stats that we got for the last sector. So we made 182 bucks. Again, that's above average. That's really good. Not like crazy out of hand terms of money, but pretty solid. Plus we got what we came for. We got our systems, so that's really nice. And now we are, like I said, we're now in sector 4 here. Okay, so sector 4 on hard mode is where you're going to start seeing 3 shielded ships. Was 0 free stuff? Yeah, it can happen. All right, so the only thing I really want out of store is cloaking. We could sell the hull beam. The problem with selling the hull beam is that it puts us all in on the halberd beam. But we would effectively be in the position of winning the game. Yeah, sector 4, sector 1 are the hardest. Just because it goes like 1, 1, 2, 3 in terms of the enemy shields. All right, I'm gonna take a break because I need to at least refill my beverage, and I've been talking a lot. Sorry, it's been 3.5 hours. And then we'll like figure out if we want to go to the store or if we want to farm around a little bit. I think I already know what I'm gonna do, but yeah, let's go ahead, take the 3 minutes, and then we'll come back and keep talking more FTL. Thanks everybody for stopping by, and see you on the other side. Also, pro tip, pause your game if you're leaving it. That way your oxygen doesn't run out for accidental reasons. Yeah, good old Kestrel. Oh, why are you so lean in my chat? See those emotes? I'll still be run to speed hack so keep my in crew. Oh no. Alright, we are back. Boo boo boo. Oh my gosh, to be done in by a high-end graphics card. Like, if I was running this on my, like, TI-83 calculator, SpeedX just make it run at normal. Alright. So like I said, we have this store here. Let's check out the sector layout and see how easy it is to get to all the other beacons. It's not. So we have beacons over here, so we have to go like 1, 2... Assuming we don't have to hit any of them. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's a dead end. Wow, I gotta jump from there. So we actually kind of lose a jump, and then there's 2 beacons I can't check out. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. The E marks essentially where the 3rd jump in the sector is. Like, they don't show up until that. I feel like if I want to comfortably get to this beacon, I have to go to the store now. Now, the problem with going to the store is if they do have cloaking, I would have to sell off one of my items, and I'd be inclined to just sell the hull beam off, get the 35 bucks, and then we'll just use cloaking, hacking shields to get the halberd beam online until I can reestablish getting the burst online. Actually, what we could do is we could just do halberd beam and Artemis missile for our weapons. I think this is fairly safe though if we wanted to like take a beacon first to go to the store without like feeling like we're cutting ourselves off from seeing other beacons. But having the ability to transition into that weapon setup, feeling like I'd be safe if I get cloaking. And if it's not there, then we'll just upgrade and get the halberd beam online. Again, assuming that there's not an adjacent store. And it's also an NG sector. But yeah, we have to get like all the way down through here, back up through here, and then back down this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, if I want to see the beacons. All right, store. Oh, it's a flak. Hey, it's cloaking. All right, like I said, I was looking for cloaking. We're fine on crew and everything else. You could make the case just to grab the flak here, I guess. You know, and just go pretty straightforward, no projectiles, flak, burst, Artemis, halberd beam being completely fine endgame weapons. But, like, cloaking is what gives us a ton of security. It gives us a way to dodge missiles, and we're really going to abuse it for the rest of this run to essentially make enemies' weapon systems completely worthless. Long-range scanners. Hey, there's long-range scanners. There's hacking stun. Hacking stun is terrible. It's only useful, like, 1 out of 1,000 cases. It's just terrible because you want other things to happen in rooms. Yeah, we will not be able to afford long-range scanners. So here's the thing about long-range scanners, though. Long-range scanners are good. They are very good. They are not everything. Weapons systems are always better than long-range scanners. Okay, so like if you if what's stopping you from getting a system or getting a weapon or getting those things online is long range scanners, you sell that for 15 scrap. I know, like, well, I'd be losing out of money now. Again, you have to stabilize and keep up with the pace of the game to, you know, that's what's going to even out your runs, is that you're not just, like I said, well, I'll throw it to RNG that I probably won't die because I don't have a weapon online. Like, we identify where we need our weapons, when we need them, and putting those at priority. Hacking stun is awesome when boarding. Stack long range scanners. Hey, Dick Dug. But like I said, if we sell this off to transition into the halberd beam, now you could also argue, well, hey, what, you could just sell off the halberd beam to pay for it as well. Like either of these two weapons sell off to get it online. Ooh, or we could just sell the burst laser. That's interesting. I don't have the one-shot build yet, so I don't want to try and push it. Like, if I had it, then I had it, but I don't. Yeah, hacking stun also targets your own crew. And also, like, you saw how we were killing the crew using hacking and mind control. Like, if you mind control with the hacking stun, though, the hacking stun stops the mind, like, it stops the crew from punching each other. So that's no good. I said, remember, camera's here, chat is there. So I'd, like, look at chat, like, I'm looking at you, chat. Just like, why isn't Crow looking us in the eyes? Selling halberd is sacrilege. I've done it before. Sold a halberd beam for a burst laser 3 once. I like that that's also a line for Dig Dug. Like, Dig Dug will say a lot of things, but it's just like, no, we don't do that. I was the stealth A, and I had not found hacking in Sector 7. There's actually a clip where hacking stun got me a crew kill. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead, say goodbye to the hull beam here, just because this is better for the regular ships. This is better for Flagship. Kind of. I don't know. Like, if you're just one shot in. Hello, Kalaria. Hacking stun is awesome with fire beam. I mean, yeah, but you're probably killing them anyways, right? Chain ion is really, really bad. Cloaking is what we want here. So let's go ahead and do this. This is our Okay, you don't you dare. All right. So here we are. My goal now is to just build this out. We can float 80 scrap for a weapon, but we just need to get the burst laser online. I think I want that next. Halberd without shield suppression isn't that useful. Yeah, so we're going to have to, like, hack shields quite a bit, but it also helps that this is, like, an NG sector. Like, if this is something along the line, or, like, Mantis, I'd feel kind of okay. If this was, like, Zoltan, we would not be doing this. Plus, again, I do have the Artemis missile. So, like, it's a shield hack that sets that up. That's pretty devastating. That's 4 damage to a system if we need to. All right, jump. Hi there, 31 bucks. Neat. I have $41. Do I go cloak 2? How much reactor do I have? All right, so if I'm doing this, but I don't even have 100% dodge, but it really won't matter because it'll be 90% plus a power bar plus this. Yeah, this is like I said, this is why we kind of do like low reactor. If I bought one more reactor, like I would have had to sell something else to buy cloaking. Like we would be behind. Like one reactor changes everything in terms of what we can do at a store. And it's just like, even we could have bought that reactor like back in Sector 1. You're like, it's fine. I'll win it later on. 2, 3, 4. Oh, Sector 4, I got jumped in. I got, Like, it's like, even so, this is why some people can really struggle at FTL, because it is a very difficult game. But you could buy a reactor in Sector 1 so that your engines are running, right? Or whatever, and then you're kind of like upgrading some other stuff kind of nonchalantly, because you're probably buying another reactor anyways. But like, you could have bought that piloting upgrade that didn't pay off, and now you're stuck trying to figure out how you're going to afford cloaking. Or you bought something, some crew, some engine, whatever, some blue option chaser, and now you don't have stuff. Where like we were sitting in position in Sector 4 with winning run kind of stuff. We don't have reactor. It's not all the pieces aren't fully where we need them to be. But now we're like in just an amazingly solid position. I bought a lot of systems. I think actually reactor is going to be the better option here. Normally, like I said, I like getting 2 cloaking, 2 hacking for everything, but we are pretty low on power. I don't want to get stuck against an offensive drone ship and be really hurt in terms of what I can do against them, even though I do have the option to use like an Artemis missile. So this is what we have to do, is you have to think of what are all the outcomes that are potential in this sector of things we can deal with. Like, what is the worst thing that can happen? And making sure that we can kind of survive that. I mean, we could even upgrade engines here. Like, I feel like we're pretty confident with the weapon setup, just because we have the Artemis backing up the halberd and the cloaking. So like, we get our dodge a little bit closer to 95%. Well, it's actually closer to 100% by being at 95%. This is why training is also important. So right now, we're at 35% dodge. So when we hit the cloak button, we're at 95% evasion. It's getting better. I could still run thinner on a reactor and I do progress. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I did some light reactor stuff. I'm now like more into it, but I won 52 times in a row before I really started even pushing low reactor. You got a load payback? Yeah, there, that'd be awesome. I'd be all about that. I said it's opportunity costs. You know, it's like why you don't buy scrap recovery arm, because you got to spend like $50, which is, again, that's a huge investment. That's like a third to half your scrap that you get in Sector 1, Sector 2. And you're like, well, it's going to pay off. And that's kind of the same category long-range scanners falls in, though it pays off a whole lot faster and doesn't have as high of investment cost. But you spend 50 scrap on it, and it takes so long for it to pay out, and that precludes your ability to buy, like I said, the necessities. And to me, I have necessities like through Sector 4, Sector 5. So these were my necessities. Like, I now have my necessities. Long-range scanners isn't it. Drone recovery, scrap recovery arm, that isn't a necessity. Level 2 piloting isn't a necessity. This is the necessity, and we get it here in Sector 4 because we were scroungy with our money. We were Scroogey. Cool. All right. Okay, we can't go to that distress because that's a store, and we have no money for that store. So I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're fine at that distress beacon. It's probably fake, probably a bunch of lies. Booby trap the cache or secure it. So again, if you're score running, booby trap the cache gives you a couple extra jumps. But this is just free stuff. All right, $50. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we want to take these beacons, drop down into here, that, and finish off so we can just try and maximize jumps in the sector here. No, crew. 18 scrap and a combat drone. All right, level 2 cloaking it is. All right, so this is what I want. This is my 2 cloaking, 2 hacking. Enemy weapon systems now don't do much of anything. Oh, wait. That doesn't work. Because I am using a halberd beam that I have to hack anyways, I actually have to get weapons online first. I should have got weapons online first. I was pushing too hard for the 2 and 2 system, so this should have gone into weapons 100%. That was a mistake. All right, so getting to cloaking to hacking and hacking their weapons and effectively shutting their offense off completely is something I generally build to, and is what we're building to now, but I jumped the gun a little bit. Because even though I have the parts, I don't have the burst laser online to support the halberd beam, which is the thing that lets me win eventually. Like I said, those 3 shots, they could have a lot of dodge, but eventually they will land and my halberd beam gets through, particularly against 3 shielded ships. But even some 4 shielded ships will get there eventually, right? But I don't have that online yet. So because my hacking is now like bent on setting up my whole halberd beam and that alone versus the hacking, this should not have been my priority, which means this also should not have been my priority, and it should have been my weapons. So we stopped ourselves before we got there. 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, hacking 2 is good. Hey, the civilian ship. All right, so we got a heavy laser. We got this. We got a mid bay. I want my crew kills. And I got plenty of Artemis missiles. So we're going to weapon hack anyways, because I'm coming like that. It's only 2 shields. All right, we got a border on our ship. Let's go ahead and front load all of our stuff this way. Yeah, going for crew kills. I still have plenty of missiles, so... we got this Mantis on board. It's a little bit gross. Let's go ahead and send this Mantis to deal with it and this NG to deal with it. But first, let's mind control their pilot. We actually don't. I was thinking like I wanted them to punch to get hurt, but we actually don't want them to have that extra evasion. So let's hack their weapons now. So when you're boarded, maybe more so when you're boarding, like a lot of things can be happening in a fight. Like, all right, I'm right now not operating with any shields. I might have to keep an eye on that. I have to keep an eye on who's being mind controlled over on their ship and where they are health-wise because I'm going for a crew kill. And I got this crew over here on the ship. So what I'm trying to do is like compartmentalize as much as possible what I need to do in a moment and then establish that and wait for cues on when I'm supposed to change. So I was like, all right, we saw where they were boarded, and we already established that I was going to go for a crew kill. So we figure out what we're doing at the fight, at the start of the fight, what our general plan is, and hopefully things kind of like go that way. Because it might change. Maybe some bad dodges happen, or maybe some fires happen on their side, and it changes how we might approach the outcome of this fight. All right. So we're doing this. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and swap this crew because I'd rather have to heal up the NG than my Mantis in case they come back and board again. But we'll see. So we're hacking their weapons. We're doing that, and we were checking the charge time on their weapons to know when we hacked it. All right. Let's see if this actually takes the burst laser offline. Nope. Artemis. Okay, Artemis works. So we can now go up to, we pause the game, we change it. So we go up to 1 shield bubble because the only thing that can be left online is this. Okay. Now we have this question of what do we want to do with this Mantis? Do we kill the Mantis on our ship or do we let it go back? Actually, it doesn't look like their teleporter's on cooldown right now. So that means that they're just going to beam back when they're low on health anyway. So that's not really an option. There's nothing we can do there. All right, so that crew is just going to go heading back. Cloak crew, kill them. That's a good call. We could cloak before they return because they wouldn't be able to teleport back. I'd have to cycle through that. The question is getting the NG to killed. Is it easier with the Mantis over there or not over there? Yeah, so we could send in the human. We could do a swap. So we would send the human in here, And then when the human gets to this point, we pause, stop, move that crew out, and the human slides in so that we are constantly doing damage. Or we could, like, wait because they're not going to jump away until it's at, like, 20 health. Or, like, 3 systems are damaged on the AI ship. That also will bring crew back. I'm just thinking if there's a... That probably is going to board, not the NG. Yeah, okay. All right, we will leave you here. We will send you there. All right, Faith, go here. Which are weapons crew? Mr. Fine. Go ahead. Could just break O2, keep MC. Well, I can't do the NG does get slowed. Yeah, I think it would be better just like if we crew kill this and we're down to 2 crew, we have better control of what's happening on their ship. 34, cloak. All right, so they can't go back. Let's return our crew back to their positions. We'll go ahead and have the NG heal up. And now we'll see where we're at. Cool, 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 cool. They're too fast. Yeah. All right, so like I said, we're piecing it together. That's my mind control. So my mind control's back in about 15 seconds. 13 seconds. They're almost done with the first level of repair. I'm going to see if I can go ahead and sneak in an extra projectile damage here. Okay, fair enough. Don't power swap. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate you not being a jerk this time. I'm not concerned about healing up any of my other crew. It's really close, but we should be able to micro pause our way and mind control. So we mind control the NG. That's gonna bring the Mantis in there. And this now their piloting should be really terrible. Like they might have level 3 piloting, or they did, but now it's only level 2. So only have 20% of their normal evasion here. Of course, the trick is where will we be able to kill the NG? Kill the NG? Almost. That's a dead NG. Cool. All right, now we're waiting. And I guess we could. I don't want to try shooting Reinhardt. So the problem with shooting Reinhardt is Reinhardt's eventually going to go for here. So let's see what we can do with our oxygen system. Because once we break the oxygen system, they can't do anything really. Because of mind control. Cool. Okay. And now we're just waiting. The best part of FTL. Best part of FTL. I'm gonna wait for the 1 repair because I don't want them damaging. I don't want them damaging the ship when they punch down a system. All right. Of course, Mantis ships don't run away unless they're the prize fighter. They just stick around. Some of the pirate ships may, but... Yeah. So right now, it takes like... It takes 25 seconds for them to fix something, but the room is hacked, so it actually takes 50 seconds for them to fix something. There's pretty much carryover from all the NG work. But now it's going to have to punch through the door to get to the oxygen, which we can wait like close to 10 seconds, and then mind control. Shields training, that's right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Good enough. Oh yeah, they're just done. They're done. All right. right, 22 scrap, contact the civilian ship. Hey, here's 35 bucks plus another 21. Thank you. That was very kind. Oh, look, a blue car. All right. Put everyone back. Let's go ahead and get the engines. Jump. Nothing of interest. So let's go ahead. We upgrade this. Now we can get away with this because we have our weapons online. Neat. We almost have reactor for that. Again, we want our shields up to be level 2 before we jump into anything. Doing this kind of stuff, the only thing that gets really sketchy is like drone controls can be really bad for us. Because they can kind of pelt us, and so you have to be really, really careful in those kinds of fights. But now we're gonna like upgrade reactor. All right, like I said, we have to cut down here. Stay cloaked. Are you kidding? No, attack the ship. All right. They got 3 shields. That seems like some stuff, but it's not. So we're just gonna weapons hack, and that's pretty much what we're gonna do the rest of the time. Okay. All right. So we got this mantis over here. Let's go kill the mantis. The rock would just take too long. Oh, actually, let's switch that up. Let's have you there because I want you to tank. You're fine. All right, by checking the charge times, this looks to be slightly slower than this, so probably small bomb, could be a stun bomb. No, I need you in sensors. Okay, let's hack their weapons before they fire. Another option, so the reason I'm just like doing weapons hack here is they do have 3 shots and a bomb. It's not completely safe for us. Generally, weapon hacks just make fights completely safe, like particularly with the level 2 cloaking. We're in just an absurdly strong position right now. The Angie can't break through doors that fast, so we'll do this. Okay, that's fine. Turn the beam off before it does any more damage. Okay, we'll bring it back on. How do you get through Forge but Crow? How do you get, I mean, we still get through. Burst Laser 3 eventually will win. Will win. Okay, they still have 2 shots up. That's okay. We can just do this for now. I know it's temporary power, but we'll put our crew back into their starting positions. 2 shots. Go ahead, heal up. Yeah. Zap them. All right, might as well go into the oxygen now. Turn that off. Drop that down to 1 power. All their weapons are completely offline. Hopefully the bomb doesn't come on. It's just like the most disruptive of the things they have. Jinxed myself. Mind control is going to come back online right now. And we mind control them in their room. All right. So you can already see how, like, we're not even using cloaking yet. You can just see how efficient being able to, like I said, MC the pilot for evasion dropping, hacking weapons so that we get our volley off first. All right, so we don't actually need shields. So we just put everything into engines. All right, so they're not actually doing any repairs right now, so let's go ahead and do this. Level 2 cloak. They miss. Take the 2 power now, and we're gonna go ahead and just put it right back into hacking. And now we wanna wait for the whole duration. We don't wanna fire our weapons because it breaks our cloak. And while our cloak is like going through, our hacking comes off a cooldown. So we could shoot them again. They're kind of low on hull there. I only have like this beast of a 2 damage weapon right now. Ship and the MC enemy board. Yeah, so you have to be like really cognizant of just like getting your crew out of any room with the AI before it happens. And since you've been using it as a counter, it is a timer, right? So you can go, all right, my mind control's almost off cooldown, so theirs is too. Just remove your crew from the room so they're not in the same room with the boarders. Let it mind control, cancel, and then go back. Hack that weapon. Yeah, see, this is the problem with hitting the O2 is now the NG is targeting it, but we're gonna have mind control again. Okay, let's go ahead and turn on the oxygen for a little bit. Just a splash of O2. Oh, that's cool. Battery. Back into the oxygen while we wait. Oh, the NG died. So now it's all on this mantis. It's all on this mantis. So see, now our hacking's already come off the cooldown. So again, we could just wait for this to charge. Oh, the mantis got there pretty fast because the NG had already started punching down the door. So we go ahead and hack this down. Not soon enough, though. Stop playing with your food. Can't make me. This is why I became a grown-up, so I get to make these decisions for myself. Nope, didn't get there in time. Cool. Oh, it's a store. Really? I don't want that store. Oh, wait, no, wait. I have tons of stuff I can sell. Never mind. I love that store. That's the best store ever. I apologize. Sorry, FTL. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. So, okay, we're still good for that jump. Yeah, I was like, I don't know, 38, $6. What am I going to do with... Oh, 3 drones. Right, the drones. Ooh, that's crew killing. All right. I don't even have them as a system, so we just jettison them immediately. They have no value. I don't know. We could pick up the breach too for crew killing. So what's really nice with like 4 weapon slotted ships is there's a lot of 3 weapon setups that can do pretty good, which makes sense because there's some ships that only get 3 weapons. So you have this 4 spot, which, you know, you can use to help, you know, anchor your offense or support your offense, augment your offense, whatever. But you can also just throw like a crew killing kind of thing over there. You're just like, all right, I'll just stick it over here, and if I need it, I can use it. So you can see these next 2 jumps, and then the exit, like that's all 1, 2. Is this 3 jumps? Oh yeah, but this isn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's gonna get covered up. So technically max jumps were this way, but that store had really good value for me. Biobeam. I'm not the biggest fan of Biobeam. It's kind of wonky to use later in the game. Like, because they just have so much crew, and it takes up a spot, like I said, in your weapon loadout. I would much prefer, like, Firebeam in that location. And generally, if, like, the ship that starts with it, the Slug A, I keep the Breach Bomb over the Anti-Biobeam. But because I'm pretty comfortable getting crew kills with that, plus I just like the idea that it actually does damage. Firebomb with mind control, pretty good, and 4 slot versus... Yeah, it can be. I mean, anything that can start fires with like a hacked shield room and fires can just, particularly if you have mind control, can just burn down all the crew. And it'll just kill them all because the doors, they get locked in, whatnot. Yeah, the Biobeam just kind of suffers in that, other than it can also take down Zoltan shields for some reason. Firebomb can't. Yeah, I generally don't go for it. I don't look for it. But it's also a rare weapon, so it's like very often not going to be in a store. like if you're like of the crew kill specific weapons, bomb, beam, firebomb, and the anti-bio beam, it like fire beam is the hands down best. Even though it is slow, its ability to damage systems, it doesn't cost resources like the firebomb. It's so much more disruptive than the firebomb. Yeah, I'll buy it for crew kills. Sure, why not? Okay, again, we're still really good. 14 fuel, we're good on it. 20 missiles, we're barely using them. So we'll probably have plenty for the flagship. 16 drone parts. Even if I'm hacking every single fight, I'm also getting drone parts as well most fights. So that's not like the biggest concern. So let's go look at our ship. Let's go ahead and get level 4 engines. So now we have 100% dodge when we use cloak, and we buy a reactor for that. So this is our ship. This ship in this state right now can pretty much face down anything the game can throw at us with very little problem. Like drone ships within ion storms are about it that are a concern. Assuming we play it correctly. And 25 hull, like I said, we should be pretty much untouched by most of the enemy ships now. Empty beacon. Yes. I will hail them politely. You know what? I'll take those drone parts. Sure, those drone parts versus the bombs. Drone parts are way more useful. Yeah, I had to go from that way. Yeah. Again, a lot of stuff. There's always there's problem in FTL where it's like, hey, you know, if you get hacking and cloaking, it works. Yeah, everything does. Cloaking and hacking makes everything work, which is why hacking is really cool. And it was Hollow that pointed this out, Hollow Shadim, that cloaking makes a lot of really garbage weapons at least viable. So it actually allows you to have more flexibility with builds, which is pretty interesting. Yeah. Like, I mean, there have been times where, like, I didn't find anything, and I needed, like, some offensive help, and the fire beam was there. And it's like, all right, it's garbage against auto ships, NG ships, without hacking. Like, it's like you're in a lot of trouble. Auto ships don't care about it at all. You know, NG ships, like I said, they can rush and like put it out really quickly. Rock ships, I mean, they got the bonus. It's also only 80% chance per tile starting fire, so it can occasionally whiff like really hard. But I mean, it can, like, you know, you can just burn down ships sometimes. Like, the anti-bio beam, like, didn't even do damage. Like, if it just like dealt like 1 ion damage, that'd be kind of cool. It would give it a little bit more utility. Damage Lapidate Station. All right, this is bait. This is not safe, even with a clone bay. Just scrap it for some debris. I'd rather have 22 scrap than that. Okay, rock sector or abandoned sector. Boy, howdy, those are choices. Okay, so this is abandoned sector. It only comes out in advanced edition. And we are now after sector 4. Or actually, sector 4 is the big one. So sector 4 is when abandoned sectors can start having Lanius bombers. Which I think outside of the flagship is the only ship in the game, outside of the player, that is allowed to have 3 specialty systems. You can get drone control and hacking, drone control, mind control on some ships, you know, but they can have mind control, cloaking, and teleporter. Yeah, like I might have considered picking up the... I probably would have picked up the bio beam in this spot instead. Like, if I had the option, I'd still take this one because it still can do system damage. And I still need, like, a 3rd system damage weapon. I would prefer one. So it gives me that flex, and it's about as slow as the halberd, so it's fine. Yeah, and landing bombers are they're brutal. They can be some of the most brutal ships. They can happen in hazards, and it is so ridiculously hard to get landings off your ship. It's really difficult. Even in the best of circumstances, it's really difficult. Now, in Sector 4, you're only going to get boarded by one, so you could counter it with, like, level 2 oxygen. And then the amount of oxygen that they're taking from your ship is, like I said, it's evened out by your O2 system, because they're just like a walking breach. But Sector 5, they start boarding with 2, and they got mind control. So even if you have mind control support, like, you can't vent them. They don't care. They're really bad. Like, you need really premium anti-boarders to deal with them. They're super jerks all the way through. Rock controlled, kind of annoying. There's the rock mine event, but actually we have an Artemis missile, so we still actually have an out for that. We also, if I didn't, and I really, really liked my crew, which of course I do, my crew are precious to me. So precious, I would never wish anything ill upon them at all. Unless money was involved. You can just get level 5 engines sometimes. And level 5 engines gives you evasive maneuvers to just get out of the event. And again, it's only 25% chance that it kills a crew, and it has to, like, show up. But yeah, rock control, plus we get 2 options for sectors, so rock control's way to go, 2 stores. It's better. Landing sectors have a ton of scrap, a lot of double rewards, but there's no reason for us to risk going in there and getting some garbage thing happens to us. Store, no thank you. But we know it's there. There's second 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What a divided sector. So we actually can't, if there is going to be a second store in here, we probably, like, it could be up here and we can't see it, so we had to make a call on, like, okay, if we go this way, how many beacons are we missing out versus up top? I think, oh, there's a beacon here. Look at that. That's super sneaky. Tribute 7. Yeah, the tributes. No, I got rid of all the tribute commands. All the tributes are gone. I never failed any of my crew ever. The real reason I got rid of the tribute commands, there was, like, anytime a named crew died, I'd make a tribute of, like, how they bravely, you know, sacrifice themselves to benefit the run. But we were up to, like, 13 commands, and people would just start spamming, like, tribute, forgetting which one they were looking for. And so that became, like, a headache, and then I kept, like, changing the format of them. And I was just like, ugh. And it was also interfering with my ability to play, because there were times where I was like, I should totally roll crew at this piloting event. But then I had to make a stupid tribute command. I don't want to do it no more. Alright, so if we go up top, we're missing, like, 4 beacons, but if we go below, we're missing more. Alright, and because it's so divided, we'll just jump back here and work our way up through the sector, I guess. We do still would like to find a potentially complementary weapon. I mean, you could argue going to the store and you have 30 plus 19. So you got, what, 49 plus 28. You could still find a totally passable weapon there, but I'm cool with what we have. So basically my fault. No, not your fault. It's not Dig Dug. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Dig Dug, it's not your fault. All right, we got boarded. That's fun. So here's a cool thing about, this ship doesn't have a teleporter, but we'll go ahead and discuss this anyways. Event boarders are different. They will keep boarding you. So if the enemy ship has a clone bay and you get event boarded and you kill them, they'll spawn over there and then they try to board your ship again. And they'll just keep on coming. They'll just keep, no matter how, you can kill them 20 times. They'll just keep on coming back. So we got some intruders on board. Let's see what that is. Looks like a basic laser and burst 3. So we just need to do 2 damage to this weapon system. Most likely it goes offline. And we have a singular border here. Okay, we should probably already be charging our weapons, but, you know, whatever. Rock crew are a pain to crew kill, by the way. The reason they're a pain to kill is they have like 1 billion health. Oh, they have like 1 billion health. All right, what's the best way to get a crew kill here? Let's like really think about this one. Yeah, something. Well, yeah, so it doesn't also have a teleport, so it wouldn't matter. Not a teleport, no clone bay, but like normally it's like O2 kill shenanigans. Oh, I got this breach bomb though. All right, so we disable their weapon system. We sneaky in a breach bomb here or there with some MC goodness, and they probably die. Probably. We can also just hack shields, beam through, which probably just kills them. That would probably be the smart thing. We just like shield hack and win. Because like I said, we know that we only need to do 2 damage to their weapon system. And we could just like this halberd beam swipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which is like 10 damage, barring resistance, guts their ship. This comes offline. We're completely safe with 1 shield. That's a pretty straightforward approach. So it's a straightforward approach. Damages them severely, and also like makes it the fight completely safe. It's totally viable. Actually, you probably want to cut this way just so that, you know, your weapon gets in there before this fires. But I'm gonna go for crew kills because that's kind of the thing I like to do. So I need 1 shield up for this currently. This, I'll send you. Yeah, send both of you. It's just that they get there faster. Swap out. All right, it's gonna move to the nearest system, so it's actually gonna go into here. Oh, no, 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 it changed its mind and, okay, 1 border. No, that's fine, because it boarded here. That's all good. Now I really want them off my ship because that messes up with my evasion. All right, so that's how we're doing with this border, just because we have like overwhelming numbers. What we could do is like, we would have let this crew indoors. It did some selective venting, perhaps. Again, one of the nice things about doing this kind of setup where you just control the enemy offense is you can really just focus on what's happening on your ship if you have borders. It's like, oh, what am I going to do? All right, well, I essentially just wait for this thing to charge up for its weapon to be charged. And I can also kind of go off my weapons to have an idea of where their weapons are, charge-wise. And then I hack them down, deal with my ship, and then I hear them fire their first projectile, and that tells me that I should maybe consider cloaking here. Okay, let's see. How does 1 damage do? Oh, they took off that weapon. Good call. All right, so this crew died because we got 3v1. I'm gonna put you in shields for training. Drop our engine just because. This, and we're good. And now we're completely safe. We don't even need cloaking. Cloaking, who needs that? Oh, true commands for the falling comrades. The only tribute should be commander who sacrificed slavers 1 time. Wait, was it twice? Okay, it was twice. It was definitely twice. See, the problem with rocks is they have a ton of health and they're so slow. Chat, they're so slow. Are you leaving piloting? Oh, I'm gonna just sneak in a breach bomb there. That's gonna be fun for them to deal with. And we're gonna mind control a crew in there. Extra fun. Oh, they're having the most fun now. It was twice. Yeah, it was twice. It wasn't Niles twice. Poor Niles. It's not Niles' fault. Wow, that has to be some oxygen that they are, they're still rocking. Wow, that's weird. They are healing up, even though the system's broken. Just like, I'm gonna top off here and be okay. Okay, let's start that. That one time except for the other time. Exactly. One time. I think I got one more in me to... Cool. All right, so that's breach, that's breach. Let's go ahead and switch back to this. Let it charge up. So sneaking into the bomb here, like if they didn't have like level 3 oxygen, that would have been pretty devastating to set up for crew kills. But that thing, like it didn't even barely change color. So we got one kill. Now they're just slowly running out of O2. It's trying to repair. Oh, you know what? Go in there. Go in there and help out. And that way... I'm waiting for this door to close, maybe? Now we mind control. Ha ha ha. They gotta punch out the door. They can't do it. Let's just do a 1 damage swipe. So, one of the things about crew kills is minimizing hull damage. Rockship's A can run away, but, you know, hull is a resource. Like, the more hull they have, the easier it is for you to get crew kills. As their ship starts losing O2. Okay, reset the repair. Hopefully we essentially create a chain reaction. Mind control. Nice. Pull that crew before they got that last fix, which would have been fine. We still have that ship well under control. Okay, so we see that they're healing. Level 1 mind control, or I'm sorry, level 1 medbay is equal to the damage that you take from oxygen, lack of O2. So we know that it's an elevated medbay. It is a slight problem because they will heal up and then they will actually leave versus staying there. So if it was just level 1, we could just mind control them to death. But now we're gonna have to be like creative. Alright. They'll still go try and fix the O2. Hey, training. Alright, there they go. They got this. They think they got this. So here's a fun thing too. Now that all the systems are out of oxygen, the rock doesn't go anywhere. Doesn't go anywhere. So even though we know that if it goes into the med bay, it will heal above the oxygen death, it won't. No, we're not doing bio swipes, jeez. Bio swipes, ugh. Just takes a knee. Kestrel! Okay, gotta fight in Zoltan. We're gonna put you, that's gonna be the least annoying. This doesn't really set up well to use NGs or the Zoltan to steal power. I guess hacking is, I'll forget. Engines is fine. Breach 2 bio swipes, yes. All right. I might buy a reactor, but I honestly want to just save up for another traditional weapon to help support up the beam and then just shore up our victory. Oh wait, because this connects, we can actually like jump to here, see these two beacons, and then cut down through here for the second store. That's what we totally should have done. No. Dig Dug wanted to be a second long-range scanner, and Rex wanted to be an NG, and that's everybody else on the list. All right, chat. Guess what we're gonna do here? Crow, are you gonna hack their weapons? I'm gonna hack their weapons. The only problem with this is they do have a missile weapon. So, like, we have to completely destroy their weapon system here. Well, we should. Join. We can Masala it to set it up, though. All right, Tusco, I'll get you on board. There's the hack. So I'm doing this versus like trying to mind control the pilot with a weapons hack here. It's 6.5 dozen the other. Both of them should work. Also, once the system breaks, this crew tries to leave and another crew comes to try and fix it. Causes some disruption. And they only have 2 shields, so... We're gonna beam through the crew. Because they don't have a med bay, so it's free damage. Artemis, they look little fins. Bum, 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 bum. Cloak. And now waiting for... Must be Zoltan, right? Right. Gonna go ahead and... I'm not gonna mind control yet. Well, no. The rocks are really, really slow. It's fine. Like, normally you don't want the hacking to be still on cooldown so you can open the doors to let them in, but it's going to take a while for the rock to get there because rocks are slow. Can I let the other one in? Cool. Hacking time. And since the system's hacked, we can see where all their power is, so we know where we are. Oh, that was cute. Okay. And now again, we're just doing the waiting thing. Oh, they're doing 2 repairs? Boo, there was no fire, there was no breach. Oh, that's malarkey. Parts. Sorry. I'll edit that out for the video. All right, so this crew's at 104. Wow, that's chonky. Still at health. All right, so we could hack by time. The problem with it, if we gauge hacking now, is I have to wait for it to come off of cooldown, so cloaking is the better option here for dealing with this missile. So that we can facilitate the crew kill. 100% dodge. Whoosh. MC. Get in there, you got this, I believe in you. Oh, the 90s. That was 90s? 90s. All right, so now we just have to, we could shoot this crew a whole bunch. Again, 15 times base damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 15 is enough. And we're doing this versus using the breach because breach cost me missiles. So I want to save on the resources. Could potentially save on hull by trying to do biobeam swipes. All right, so we start the beam here with our shots in flight, and then we just kiss, right there, just the square that they're in. The reason let's see if this works, if I did it correctly. So they're at 52 health. They have 5 hull. No, I got there. Okay, so we did do the 2 damage. It was a little bit too late. So, biobeam swipes, because Farb mentioned it. Beam weapons only damage the room right when they impact the room. So, minus cheeky swipes, which I'm not going to get into. So, the beam starts, but the ship has its shields up. So it goes, well, its shields are up. I don't do damage like I normally deal. So that's why it only has this 1 here. It dealt 1 damage because it only had the 1 shield up. And then every time it goes through a tile, though, it checks to see if there's crew in there to deal them the crew damage. So like normal weapons just like hit the center of the room and everybody else that's in the room takes that damage. You don't have to like aim it. So this goes by tile basis. So by firing the shots and then starting the beam early, the beam will hit the shield, check to see that if it's supposed to do ship damage. It goes, nope, shield's up, I don't do anything. And then the shield gets dropped by the projectiles, and then it starts going every time it enters a tile, going, okay, but I can do crew damage. And it's a way that you can damage crew without dealing hull damage. And it takes some practice because there's multiple projectile speeds and whatnot. Generally, I wait till like my projectile is just off screen here to start it up. Fire beams, fire beam. Well. Bum, bum. We do know that they have dodge, so we can just blip. Cool, there you go. We get the high scrap reward here with the extra fuel out of storage, 45 bucks. All right, and now we have 90 scrap, which does enable us to buy a weapon. So like I said, let's go ahead, cut down through here, and then see if we can pick up stores. Yeah, I just didn't see that beacon through the distress. That's super sneaky. Sneaky beacon. Sure. Again, I'm okay dealing with that trade. I don't really need missiles. Like, we're occasionally using it for, like, crew kill stuff or whatever. I'm hoping you kind of just, like, find, like, a fire beam or just another traditional weapon to set us up and go for the crew kill. This is just to potentially help out get crew kills in Phase 1. Barring my ability to not find an alternative. And, like, if I do find an alternative and I just sell this back and it only costs me 30 scrap. So it's a 30 scrap insurance policy. When, again, if we've already established I have everything that I need. A sneak in. Yes. Yes, that is true. This is a fun ship layout. All right, so we actually had to keep shields up here because this ship has cloaking. Jerks. Only jerks have cloaking. So this provides us with this particular ship layout. We have a really cool opportunity to get an O2 kill. I like going for this kill quite a bit. But we need our 2 shields up because we have to absorb these 2 shots. Now, our cloaking, because this is like so ridiculously slow, is almost always going to be ready to go up if with this. So honestly, we could just do an O2 hack here, that being the scenario. Yeah, like we don't even actually have to weapons hack here because it's so slow. We can just O2 hack for a crew kill. Like once we've established that the weapons themselves aren't actually dangerous. All right. Plus we haven't done one. Yeah, so here it comes. We just need level 1 cloak. There we go. I don't mind putting a battery power there. And again, 2 ships or 2 shields is good. So we're gonna hack their oxygen and then shoot at it. All right, that was slightly unfortunate. That we didn't get enough to take this offline, but that's okay. We'll just do 1 damage to the oxygen. Now, if we had fully destroyed the oxygen system with our halber beam, because another one of our shots landed, the oxygen drain from the hack activation would still go on. It actually goes throughout its entire duration. Okay, just keep the oxygen up. Nope, here comes the flak, being a flak. Micro pause. All right, so we're gonna cloak. We have 2 shields up. We have another engine, another engine. We could just technically drop our shields. Okay, but that has to be real power, so, because our battery's almost done. And okay, we're not doing our normal weapon hack situation here, so we'll just wait it out. Like, the timing doesn't matter. Like I said, we always just cloak the flak. All right, let's go ahead and mind control the person doing repairs. All right, we got in there for the last damage. Oh, I should have waited so I could have hacked it. That would have been much more efficient. Okay. Okay, back up for the 2 shields, for the other 2 weapons. And we got this. This is why being able to like assessing a fight and identifying what weapons can and can't do. So you're not like, oh, okay, this is a safe fight, so this is the better approach to this ship. In terms of like trying to figure out what kind of crew kill you have, again, you should always first, I would generally say first think about a way to stop the enemy ship from being able to hurt you. And once you establish that, like what it takes to make it so that a fight is safe, go after a crew kill. There might be some exceptions to that. There might be some where sometimes it's okay to like trade a little bit of hull for the possibility of a crew kill reward. Again, if you're near a store, you have plenty of hull to go ahead and risk. There's just not that much risk involved. But don't just like, I would recommend not just go like, all right, like I know O2 kill will get there eventually, and I just hope their weapons don't like wreck me. It's not really the plan you want to go with. Mind control. So it's already broken, so they just leave. They just leave. They're like, no, I'm done with this. I don't want to do this anymore. Okay. Dum ba da dum bum bum bum. We have way more time when there isn't somebody actually on the weapons. Well, we have 100% dodge, so they can't hit us when we're cloaked. Oops. Oh, wow. That actually, okay, so if it's manned, then it's not good. Or what it could be is that this angle was very far away and that the angle here was just a lot closer, so they got in there. Okay. Good to note. That's an important thing, so... Huh. Always learning. Okay, let's go ahead and fix this. They're going to be dead shortly, so we don't have to worry about the next volley. Also, the next volley will be slower because they don't have a crew on the system. All right. Misplay. Yeah, breach missile you can always dodge. Flak is almost dodgeable. Breach missile you can actually hack twice. Sometimes Flak 2 you can hack twice. Took a damage though. All right, let's go ahead and get a reactor because, like I said, we're just looking for a complementary weapon, which is like $80. Plus, we'll eventually want to actually get it online. Okay. So I hop around here, possibly trying to find a store to give us that. There is a second store, but we did miss some beacons, so no guarantee we're going to come across it. Pretty likely. Oh, okay, well, you got a weapons hack. Good job, you. Probably just want my first volley to go ahead and land here. Bum, ba-da-da, bum. By mind controlling the pilot. And then doing this. Okay, so the oxygen's offline. They have, it's a Leto. Letos can be kind of quick. All right, so we cloak that. Hacking's back online. Back down for as much. What does resist really fully do? It's a little bit weird because there's been like this weird artifact thing that's been happening on some mods, but so enemy ships actually have augments. Zoltan ships have Zoltan shields. Lania ships have, for some reason, emergency respirators. Rock ships have rock plating, so there's like a 50% chance when their ship takes damage that they don't take damage. So yeah, the system still gets hurt, but they'll still take the whole damage. NG ships have medbot dispersal. I don't think they give mantises pheromones though. All right, gonna bring back on the oxygen while we wait. All right, so see what's cool about this setup is they have to punch through the door to go fix the O2, and that slows them down enough for this to come off of cooldown, so we can just mind control, and they'll walk right back into this room, cause some chaos. And cloak. So again, this is showcasing the power of having a level 2 hack, level 2 cloak, and you gotta wait out for the full duration. And this takes like no reactor. It's very, very little investment. Oh, that's online now. That's slightly less good. And the oxygen's fixed. Let's see if we can do something about that. Okay. We got there. Mind control. It's just that this crew kills take a while, particularly like O2 kills where you're not hacking the oxygen. They can take a bit of time. They can take a bit of time. Easy dodge. Oxygen back online. Now they're out of O2. There's a Mantis ship layout that you can also do this on, where it's like weapons are in the wings. Normally it's the medbay on the left side, and then they just have like their weapons and oxygen. You can do the exact same thing. Very efficient. $41. You know, if you don't find it morally repugnant to do so. Also, Billy Tesla Coil joined the crew. 3 SL. I'm actually, I don't know, maybe not go to that distress. I want to see if there's a store over here. I might pick it up if there's not. Ooh, asteroid field. Asteroid field. So asteroid fields, you have to be careful with using the strategy, the cloak and hack strategy, because if you drop all your power out of your engines, right? Or sorry, you like drop your shields and you do your full cloak, and then you're like, all right, I'm going to shift the power from the engines back into the shields. If you're doing that and there's like this asteroid that's like floating above your ship, Evan Void, thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the Murder Most Foul. Enjoy the emote. So if you do that, and then, so the asteroid didn't cross shield, so it hasn't hit yet, it's waiting to hit the room, and then you drop your engines, so you only have 60% evasion, there's this 40% chance it's just gonna hit. So you have to keep an eye on that. Oh, they're cloaking. Again, only jerks have cloaking. All right, they boarded. We got a single rock on our ship. It's nice that we have this Mantis. Mantis, if you would, Monty, go ahead, deal with them. It's a pretty gross weapon setup, and they also have a beam weapon, and this can be pretty bad potentially for us. Because like beam weapons eventually can hurt us if we're not able to keep our shields online, which we're in an asteroid field, so I can't guarantee it. All right, so let's go ahead and do the level 2 hack, buy ourselves some time on the missile. I really want this volley to land, so I'm actually going to do the delayed mind control here, right? Because like I said, these weapons are all dangerous. Every single one is. The missile is, this is, because we're in an asteroid field. So we have to really focus on making the fight safe for us versus trying to mitigate hull damage to do something else. Now, you could have like hacked shields here, right? You hack shields, you beam through, say piloting down to here, and drop a burst laser into this room. That's another possibility you could have done. If you do that and MC the pilot, their evasion's 0, right? So you hack shields, drop shields down, you halber beam through piloting, deals 2 damage to piloting, you mind control the pilot, they have 0 piloting. So that's a guaranteed 5 damage to the weapon system, which would take these 2 weapons off of this. That would have been, takes those 2 weapons offline and maybe leaves the missile. So even see, like, it still doesn't feel like safe while giving us this control of their system here. Because you can't upgrade in hazard, also true. Why not buy power? Yeah, I'm in a hazard farm. And if anything, I would probably just buy Shields 3 next. And then just keep shifting power around. But that's a good question. Like, so outside of holding on to scrap for getting a weapon online, like I would need scrap to get that weapon online, but I'd be inclined to get Shields 3 just because it gives me more flexibility in dealing with these situations, or like against the glaive beam. All right, micro pause. Oh, no, that's not how you micro pause, Crow. That's not how you micro pause at all. All right. Let's hit their cloaking here because I did not handle that correctly. All right, we're gonna send them out of the room, back in the room. So the NG is now tanking the damage here. All right, we do have 100% dodge. See, look, here's an asteroid. So if I started shifting power now, no good. We get the shield up. We'll do is temporary power. All right, so that person is no longer here. Yeah, we totally could have got power though. Power also would have been good. Let's see how we do without it, though. So again, we would be in a better position if I mind control correctly. That's another thing. All right, we're gonna hack down that halberd. Oxygen on our ship is down to 60%. Just waiting for our weapons to be fully charged. Okay, halberd beam offline. Let's go ahead and mind control the weapons repair so we get that the reset on the repairs. And we'll go ahead and turn on oxygen, I guess. Drop that to get 2 shields for the asteroid field. Bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Have I ever No. No, why would you listen to peacocks yelling? It sounds awful. Alright, we have a missile coming in, so I need 4 shields for that, or 4 engines, and level 2. Alright, so the power just came out of here, which we can drop because they're already fighting, doesn't matter. And I need that shield online before I do a power transfer so I don't get hit by this asteroid. Yay! Alright, battery power on. Let's go ahead and bring on the oxygen because it's a little bit low. I don't think we have a crew kill here at this point. Seems super unlikely with them at 140 health and them not. Though I could use a breach bomb here. Alright, let's depower this. Let's get the breach bomb online. We can give it a shot. Bum, 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 bum. This actually takes less power, which is also nice. Oh. That was power about to run out. Always check. Why the rebels have support? What are you talking about? Super nice. I don't know what you're talking about. This is fine. This is what? Oh, I'm sorry. This isn't how you conduct war? Oh, okay. What is it that Javik said? No. What? No. Mass Effect, not... Oh, there it is. Stand in the ashes of a trillion dead souls and ask the ghosts if honors matter. Their silence is your answer. And that's a quote, so there's no philosophical way you could possibly disagree with it. Wait, are you gonna go in that room? No, that's a bad idea. Okay, that's crew kill. Crew kills. Not inherently the weapon I was looking for, but okay. All right, Faith needs a little bit of TLC here. No, don't do that. All right, not stores, not stores. 1, 2. We might go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If that's what's going to happen here, or this was the other store, and that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we got that. No one will end the internet, Dumbledore. I remember that. I mean, I've never actually read any of the books, but you know. What? No, I can't get to that quest game. That's not going to happen. They're on their own. Too bad. I'll buy 2 reactor. Why are we buying 2 reactor? It just makes things a little bit easier. It doesn't really stop us from getting anything we want. And hey, we could even buy a pre-igniter, and that way we can get the flak online. So you could quote him? Wow, that's pretty diabolical. I didn't know how Speech Team could be diabolical, but there was somebody else. It wasn't how we did in Ohio. But there's a group called Impromptu, and like they would give you a topic and you have like a little bit of time to research, and you would just like some politics thing. Well, you wouldn't say the janitor, you just go, one person said. And also, is it the janitor from the game Control? They know what they're talking about. And what they did is somebody had some like crushing quote that they knew that they were going to use. It's like the go-to quote for this particular topic. So the like anti-people all got together to say that quote was not legit. Like it was like oh no, it was like some statistic. They're like, yeah, that statistic is fake. That was completely fake. And because all of them said that statistic was fake, it just completely undercut the argument, even though it was real. Yanni Etor. Okay. Pretty easy crew kill. They do have a clone bay, so probably don't need the breach here. We'll see. We'll see. They're going to try to board us first. Let's get them to punch down their own weapon system instead. While we're hacking it. Would you believe it? Or, they just decide to go for a stroll instead. That sometimes happens. I have no idea why. I haven't the faintest idea. Don't ask me. I don't know. Why are you trying to ask me? I couldn't tell you. I just said that. Alright, so we only need 2 shields up now. Cool. I like test coil. It was just like watching... just watching medic like, yeah, you better dodge. What's going on in their other ship? You just provide the name, not the title. Yeah, Jenner is a nice sounding name, sure. When it comes to politics, repeat the light off and people sometimes. Why does what? No. I only speak the truth here on this channel. That's a rule. It's also on the internet. You can't lie on the internet. We're gonna mind control this crew. They're totally gonna kill that rock. Very short order. I figured I'd test to see what level this is versus like waiting for them to board again. This is fine. Yeah, well, they had to go to the station. I guess I could have paid more attention to that. Worst case scenario is we breach bomb to finish them off. Because now they're going to go punch down the... I think they ignore it. The clone bay is like... it's some of the repair ordering is weird. Yeah, see, they're like, nah, it's cool. I don't care. I'm supposed to do this clone bay repair. It's like the same priority level as weapon. Oh, but it's only a level 1 clone bay. Okay, that's cool. Good to know. We're fine. It's a long time before their weapons are a threat. So, good. Yeah, totally paratree. Absolutely. So we just get them to punch each other to lower their health and then see if we can like swipe through them and the clone bay for a crew kill. As it just so happens. So sometimes, yeah, it's like where like ship layout really facilitates your ability to get a crew kill. It's worth paying attention to it. How long does it take a load time out with a bit? Oh, it's not that long. 29, 26. Not yet. Not enough that I can just shoot them once. I haven't like turned off my clone bay. It's not a very long time. It's not like, you know, like 12 seconds, like 12 and a half seconds is standard for a lot of stuff. That is not the case. Hey, Peachy. Kill them. Use them dead. All right. Speaking of, that's fine. Oh, that's a store. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I think we only have 3 before we get here. Don't really have a lot of points of comparison here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think that's 3. Like I got like 2 jumps here. But if that levels out, 3 jumps seems totally fine. I moved houses. Yes! Success. Awesome. Glad you got it removed. Those are always annoying and difficult, but being in a better place, awesome. Intruders on board. Yeah, of course. Oh, that's a lot of rocks. Okay. Do I want to mind control or do I want to fight them? How do I want to do this? I mean, there's 3 of them. Technically, we could just vent them into the med bay. The only problem with that is, like, I'd still jump with them probably on my ship because they have, like, 1,000,000 health. All right, yeah, let's not vent. Let's just kill them. Because I don't have to worry about another ship, we'll be able to jump out of here in time. I just want to kill them as fast as possible, so I can figure out if I want to heal up or do anything. No, jump after. I go distress store, then here. Because I didn't think this was 3. All right, let's rotate the crew a little bit, spread out that damage. And we'll start healing you up and bring in the NG. Wait, who the heck? Who punched Monty there? They like turned and, oh, it might have been a follow through or something. All right. You send through, you just go here. All right, so now we have this choice. Do we want to potentially risk taking 1 to 2 damage or have our crew still cloning in the bay when, you know, we'll just take the damage. Like, that can be a call. Yeah, that could be, makes sense. That would just let that pulling the crew got that. Jump in there for a second. Oh, good. That's most excellent. Thanks. All right. Vent out the oxygen. We'll have 2 work on this as I kite through to heal up. The reason is I don't want to go into an event where, like, my med bay gets hacked. It's something stupid with borders, and it's just like, oh, like, I'm now in this spot with, like, really weak crew versus, you know, I can potentially take, like, 2-3 hull damage from an event, but I can, that's much easier for me to control. So once the oxygen is out of the room with the fire in it, you can just start distributing O2 again. All right, you start heading there for repairs. You kick up and through there, and then you two go through here. Okay. Could you help? Help? Faith? Help? Help fix? All right. A little low on O2, but that's generally going to be not an issue. Generally. Offer assistance? Heck yeah, we're right next to a store. 20 scrap for 4 damage. Nice. That was a lot of free damage we took. Store. Long range scanners, no weapons. Told he was going to be overtaken. All right. Hmm. 40, 50, 60, 70. Let's go ahead and repair. What sector are we in? This is sector 5. Oh my gosh, we're only in sector 5. Crow stream so long. So let's go ahead and get up to the 14 fuel that I like to have. If we got long, we can go ahead and get long range scanners here. There's not anything else I could particularly pick up at this point. It'd be interesting to like maybe upgrade weapons. We might just get the Artemis online in sector 5. Yeah, I mean so long range scanners cost us 30 scrap. If they find us like one good fight that we might have missed out in like the upcoming sectors, it pays for itself. Scrap recovery arm, no. I have tried to come up with a point in time in hard mode where you could legitimize like buying scrap recovery arm, and I can't. I was like, all right, I'll get it in sector 3. There are no more stores in this. I have some other stuff online. And then I've, like, the 2 or 3 times I did that, I sold at the very next store to buy something that I actually wanted. All right, so I like being at 14 fuel. We shouldn't burn through too much hull. Like I said, we're generally safe. I could have got this online, but essentially it's like swapping off of, like, from having to do crew kills to just, like, normal kills. I guess we could just put the flak up there instead of the Artemis. Unless it's a rock sector. Okay, we can go. The reason that being, like, is if I somehow get, like, in a fight against, like, 4 shielded ships, then we can just do the flak 3 to set up, or the flak 2 to set up the halberd beam. I will aid the civilian ship. Oh, okay, cool. Sell it. Yeah, sell scrap recovery arm. Or, sorry, long range scanners is what you're talking about. Sorry. People here who are frequently users of my channel know how often I sell that augment. So this is a breach missile because it's a slug ship, so we can always cloak it. But we also have this burst to deal with. So we could have got shields 3. That could have made us safer. We could have pushed to get the other, because I want to try and explain stuff that I don't explain as fully as part of this. We could have got the breach online as a support weapon, but because we had the flak, we just put the flak into our rotation, so we still have flak halberd with our setup. We should be able to massacre any ship that we come across without really much issue. Okay. It's 100 scrap to get the next shield bubble online, which dropped me below my threshold that I would felt comfortable in getting a weapon, though it's different because, again, if we're getting a weapon, we're probably swapping out the flak or this, so we do already have like 70 scrap that we can trade towards a weapon. So that also could have been just fine, but I feel very comfortable like with this loadout until at least till the next sector. If I don't find something immediately in terms of like a store, I will actually go ahead and get shields 3. Like we haven't really like the only damage we took this sector was I think just from like events. All right, let's make sure this lands, or more likely to land. Okay. So slug ships can only have breach missiles and Artemises. That is it. Artemisi. I'm gonna hit a tile that they're not standing in. So keep this power to Mises. No, thank you. Keep this power to slow down the repairs. And then we do this. Yeah, then we're gonna be here for a while. That's not true. Those are made up words. Speed it up a little bit. Just a little bit. You know, just zap him for a nice 30 HP. Who calls them mantids? Ugh. Alright, I control the crew that's there. So one of the issues with, like, I use the strategy. So like I said, asteroid fields, you have to be careful to not pick up an asteroid when alternating cloak hack for crew kill shenanigans. The other thing is you can become kind of super reliant on it. Like, it'll never get you killed. It's not like, oh no, I like, unless it's an ion storm. It's like, oh, I hacked the weapons and now I'm in like this really like bad spot or whatever. Like it's unlikely to happen, but like ships might be able to run away, or you may not be able to get the crew kill. Zemu, hi, how's it going? I'm trained in weapons and stuff. Okay. I'm just gonna... Yeah, I guess I'll put you in weapons. Rocks, they're so hard to move. Uncharted Nebula are Zoltan controlled. I'm gonna go ahead and go Zoltan controlled here. Like, we have our halberd beam all but one-shot Zoltan shields. So we should have no problem really dealing with those particular ships. It's 2 stores, it's more money. A store. Oof, I'm not gonna see that beacon. Oh, are you kidding me? What? This has been one of the wonky... What? What? I'm gonna get a beverage, but what even was that? What is that layout? Someone explain that one to me. How the heck is that a thing? It's not, no, it's not a circle. This doesn't connect. This one doesn't count, but 1, 2, 3, 4, and look. Oh my gosh. That's the store. That's the other store. Yeah, like I looked at this, I was like, oh, like initially, this is why you check out sector layouts. I lost like 4 games like this. You barely gotten touched. I've played a lot. How's it going, Use Chemical? All right, we're going to the store. I'm going to file a form of protest about the star chart here, because this is malarkey. Again, oh my, this is so bad. Like, you either have to jump from the exit to even get on this, or you have to jump from here. Oh, energy ship, yeah. That's... I was like, oh, this is Dive City. Here's money. Cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, Zoltan and Lanius, they're fun. So I guess we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then muck about. Oh, this sector's so bad. Oh, the sector layout's so bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like, is that the best? 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it's like 12 jumps. That's all you get. $10, $11, $12, $13. 13. So it's going to be worthless, probably. If you want to complain, you have to say vote on map department in triplicate with all necessary. Bureaucracy. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, possibly 13. It's gonna be a thing. All right. All good. No, hey, it's not you. You're just telling me the way it is. I can't. I'm not one to shoot the messenger. So, like, this is like the only store we're gonna see. Sure, I'm gonna go see a store. It should have at least 3 fuel. Thank you for not giving me a map. I would have cried. I just would have broken down here on stream and wept. Okay, we go ahead and use a hacking here. We don't have to, but it's free. It doesn't actually cost a drone part. Wow, that's 5 borders. That's fun. Okay, so we're in control of doors here. We're gonna rotate those 2 crew there. Mind control and start the venting. Drop the oxygen to vent faster. I think that's the best thing to do. So we'll have a 4-on-1 situation here. I'm hoping that this mind control procs these 2 crew to move over into this room. All right. Yeah, that totally works. Okay, so we reassess. Again, because we have door control, we can do this. That's being vented. That crew's gonna die. Mantis is mildly amused that's what they call fighting. I could take them all on. I know, Monty. Monty, you could totally take them all on. Sure you could. It's fine, yeah. All right, we'll go ahead and let this one in. And now we're just letting the venting do the work for us. They'll break through very quickly, though, because the door is already taking some damage. All right. We win all those fights. Oxygen back online. Good. Good stuff. Good job, everyone. Arcs are the best for kiting through medbays because they're just so slow. No, still hasn't saved anybody's position apparently. Well. Okay, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Distress, store, all the other beacons, I guess. So stores are only going to be in non-nebula jumps here. Yes, NG. NG's higher scrap rewards there. Firebomb. Is Firebomb better than Breach Bomb for getting crew kills in the final phase? Buy Alpha Fuel. Get back up to 13. There's also a hull laser here. So a hull laser gives us 5 shots. It's kind of alright. And it doesn't slow me down as much as trying to set up the flak does. How much money do I have left over if I get that online? 58, so I could buy it and then sell everything else. Yeah, so I think we're better if we go for the 5 shots here. Okay, so we're full on crew. We don't need other crew. Doesn't matter. Ignored. There's no page 2. This gives us, again, it gives us 5 shots plus the halberd beam, and that also gives us a little bit more flexibility in terms of like what we can hack and how we hack. That our halberd beam is going to be more consistent in getting through shields 3 and shields 4. The fact that it takes 14 seconds is irrelevant. You know, like a burst 1 versus this. We're waiting 17 seconds on the halberd beam anyways, so there's not a big thing here. Hull missile, we have no interest in this at all. I mean, we have an Artemis, we have a Breach, which are pretty superior to this in terms of system disruption. And we already have plenty of normal destruction with like the halberd beam. The question is Firebomb better than the Breach 2 for crew kills? Hey, HVZR. Like, you can use the Firebomb in a 2x2 room, and it might start one fire. But I need there already to be crew in there, so when I mind control that it can spread, it's just more efficient. It's better with MC, I think. Yeah, I think that's true. But then, can I even afford it doing the other thing? 40.19. So we just sell out. Yes. All right, like we can buy and just get this online. Fire potentially. Yeah, like I said, assuming it lands, it's slightly less crew damage. The Breach is pretty disruptive. They only actually have level 2 oxygen on the Flagship. Like if I had like more projectiles, there's like some O2 hacking I could do instead for funds, but yeah. So let's, because it just seems like it's all going to be better, we're going to get rid of the flak here. And we're going to buy the hull laser. We're going to just go ahead and put the hull laser here for the moment and get that online just to make sure we're properly spending everything. Yeah, okay, store, sell. So we can sell the Breach 2. Buy the Firebomb, which still enables us to have some crew kills. I think that means that we get finally say goodbye to the Artemis. Artemis is never coming back. What is that? What is it like a duck with like an engine on its back? Why? Yeah, so the Artemis is never getting back in the lineup. We'll go ahead and sell that. We're at 42 scrap. Let's go buy a reactor for our new weapon system. Newer weapon system. Honk. Yes, I think that makes sense. So, like, now we just, like I said, we have 5 shots, so that sets up the halberd against anything to eventually win. We're not really in the search for anything else right now, so next. Artemi. Zoltan I. No. There's no ship here detected. Is this something where I could roll a crew for free stuff? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're going 8 more. I guess we'll find out. It is. I don't really have the time to like train crew again. I don't want to do it. It's not worth risking it. I mean, even we have a bunch of crew and I don't need the whatever it's giving me. So, I'm gonna say no to this time around. It's just like, throw away a crew that you're currently using. No thanks. It's fine. Intruders on board. Wow. Okay, so we see that they're in our mind control. Rude. Let's send the Mantis in there, see how many we got. Oh, okay. Well, there's just 2. Unless they're coming in through this door here, but I don't hear the sound of punching. It's worse than usual because you can't use the free crew you sometimes get. Oh my gosh, if you could choose. That one. You go there. Figure out what's going around outside. Sector's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be bad. I didn't do the scrap stuff from last time. I'm sorry about that. We'll catch up on the stuff there. Okay. Oh, this event's disgusting. All right, we'll go ahead and secure the fuel supply because I still think I'm like okay. Worst case scenarios, I should be able to safely run from this with where we're at in the run. Can we move with firebomb? The reason I did this is because we just did like 4 jumps where we got nothing, and I'm down to 7 fuel. All right, I only need 1 for doing this. Right? If we're doing this, then we're doing that. And we're hacking weapons. Hey, Papa Neat. Finished up D&D. Nice, nice. Hope it went well. All right, let's go ahead and hack weapons here. So this particular event is pretty nasty. You can run into some really nasty ships that are kind of overpowered. So, like, if you're not directly a boarding ship, it's bad. But the other thing is, like, you get really garbage rewards, generally speaking, unless you do a crew kill. You do crew kill, you get tons of fuel or tons of missiles and a lot of scrap. Elsewise, it's very low. So it's like this high-risk, low-reward situation. I would say generally it's been going fine. This sector is pretty hot garbage, but it shouldn't matter. All right, so now we can see the charge on their weapons. Though, this fight is actually pretty important because, let me just one saying. Because I wanted to do some ion storm testing, so I need to have hacking and ion storms to do fights. And this is jump 75.6, okay? I want to figure out if they're if this powering is random by the AI or not, and so I just need a sample size for it, and then I need hacking so that I can actually like see where the power is being distributed on the ship. It's a thing I want to work on. Mind control. Okay, there's crew in the shields. That's fine. Not too unexpected. All right, Zoltan, can you come to here to start with? All right, we're gonna use the Zoltan to steal as much power as we possibly can. So we hack the weapons because it slowed down the weapons. I wanted to start a fire in this room here. So like I said, this fight is dangerous. So because I decided to engage it because I felt like we were in a position where I could comfortably do so. But you can see where, because I'm also kind of light reactor, even not like it's lighter than as I can be, it can put you in a really awkward position because the AI can kind of cheat and have more power than you would expect. Like you could go through, count all the systems, figure out how much power they could have, and then they still could have more than that. So I'm trying to cause as much disruption as possible, and we're going to use the Zoltan to steal locked in power so we have more at our disposal. Okay, so that deals fire damage, or it actually deals explosive damage to the rock, but it starts burning their weapon system down. Okay, hacks on cooldown, so once the Zoltan leaves the room, it takes this reactor with them. So I got that. Go ahead and go to this room now. Got to keep a power floating when you're moving a Zoltan around so that, yes, strictly better, 100% totally better. Okay, so we're gonna bop into here and then bop on out to weapons. So you saw how these are now empty. So we actually stole 2 reactor. Didn't steal, we borrowed it. And now we're gonna zap their weapons a little bit. Just a skosh. All right, so we've now thoroughly disabled their weapons so that we only need 1 shield, which we're not using reactor for, or I'm sorry, we're not using fake reactor, we're not using battery power. So, like I said, we're gonna try to get a crew kill. So now that the weapons are completely offline, we can go ahead and bring on back the mind control here. And this is another ship where, like I said, the weapons are directly connected to the O2. And so by hacking the weapons, we essentially can deny their ability to fix the O2. It's not as straightforward because I can't see the crew as they're in the oxygen. Okay, so there's some crew moving in and out of here right now. That's also true. Now, don't interrupt. Okay. And plus, these ships can also, like, run away. So, like I said, they can be a pretty sizable pain to deal with. Now, because there's also a fire bin in this room, we can't really use it as a good indication on how much oxygen is left on the ship. But, however, noting that both of them are going to the O2, we do know that there is now a fire, at least in there. You think there'd be some fire? No, there's no problem starting the fires. None at all. Oh, you know, like it would be potentially dangerous? Come on. Cool. 4 fuel, 53 bucks. Nice. Nice. I don't know, we might hit like one of these jumps and then just back. Another empty beacon. Oh. I'm really not. Actually, like, if you look at that fight, like, as far as, you know, my typical being low on reactor, this is pretty standard, and I have a battery, so we're not, like, we weren't bad. Best I can do. Okay, so it is what it is. Is what it is. Intruders on board. Wow. This sector has been garbage. Okay, and there's 2 more. All right, I'm gonna need you 2 to fight while you're in a system room. Thanks. Okay, Zoltan, hold on there. Just yeah. All right, so I mean, we just wanted to mind control here to like get them to punch each other. It's very efficient. I can't really vent them because they're in the front of the ship. So this room doesn't have a system, so I don't need to defend it as hard as I need to defend this system. So that's why we're just like mind controlling the 2 in there to fight. So that buys enough time for other crew to get in position. Oh, okay, yeah, no, we can fight here. Sure, sure. Now, say like we have like, this crew's gonna die, but one of the things you can also do is you can actually move crew's position in a room by sending them out of the room and then back into the room in the order you want. So like if you had like 2 crew 2v1ing, then you could click out of the room, back in the room to swap their position. So you're still 2v1ing, you're still keeping up the fight, but now it's another body that's actually taking the damage. So you can have more prolonged battles. Store. 1, 2, 3. Oh my gosh, it's just going to be a dive. All right, so it's going to be a dive anyway. Like, so if I go here, this jump is empty. Exit beacons and nebulas are always empty. 1, 2, 3. Do I want to bank on this potentially being... So I should get at least some value by taking this jump and back. Because like we're not in a threat of diving, and if possible, maybe I'll like grab the store because we could find something a little bit better. It's not that I need anything from the store. Well, I could grab fuel just to make sure I get through the upcoming sector. It's just that this is free. Like, they can't effectively hurt me. 1, 2. The question is if this is 3 jumps and I have to double dive or not. Double dive is really gross. Like, again, it should still be... Because if we dive in a nebula, that's an ion storm. Okay, so that's 12 dashes, which should swing up to about here. So yeah, we should be able to pick up both of them and go. Well, I want both. And it doesn't really matter which order I take them in, right? So it's just like, I'll do this because I might get more money, back to the store and then out. I was just checking to see if this was going to be a dive here or not, but we have 12 dashes out to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, that should be good. Again, if not, I'm not totally concerned. Above the fight, connect. Oh, like to the exit? No. Oh, you mean to the store? Oh, well. Okay. They got a boarding bot. That's slightly irksome. It's actually a safe fight outside of the boarding bot that we have, so we're going to go ahead and do an O2 hack. Because we can. And we have enough borders, I feel like we can actually deal with a anti-person or a boarding bot. So the repair pod is going to make it annoying because they're just going to fix the O2 very quickly. But we should be fine because we kind of learned our lesson about this one. But we're in a better defensive and offensive position right now. The only issue, though, is it's super unlikely. Like, they board into this thing where we get distracted. All right, level 2. You, and you. Oh, you're my weapons crew. You're not supposed to go there. Not now is not the time. So 2 shields are good enough against these weapons, and then we'll have cloaking for here. So I'm going to mind control the pilot, and then I might just do a halberd beam swipe through the weapons if enough of my shots land to disable their O2. Which did. Why is the robot moving? Okay, oh, so that I was like, wait, 2 of them are going to fix it, but this crew is to deal with this, which might pull another one, and then those 2 are fixing it. Some might be able to get away with this. Figured. Okay, help with that. You heal up, and apparently you need to heal up. I want to cloaks as soon as possible, because if I am losing bits of time, the earlier cloak here, the better the timing is for me. Okay, like I couldn't fire my weapons and to try and end the cloaking faster. And of course, the problem is like even though we fixed it, it still takes so long to like destroy that crew that it drains a lot of O2 from our ship. So the next time it boards, we can't defend it as well against it. Yeah, that's true. They do lose the... All right, so this time, like, because the next time it boards... All right, let's just go ahead and get in there. So I'm just sending all 4 crew to try and crush it as much as possible. I'm keeping the other doors closed so I can build up oxygen in my ship. All right, shooting at their O2. Because they're probably going to get fixed again anyways before I even have an opportunity to hack again. All right, we want to actually get the rock here to tank because it just has more HP. And we want the man to stay in the fight as long as possible because it's doing the most combat damage. All right, let's go ahead and hack the oxygen. Cloak. Okay, you 2 in. You 2 go there. Don't need the shield, so we'll go ahead and get the medbay online. All the missed dodges have already registered, so let's go ahead and fire. And mind control. Oh, you're running away. Okay, but they're out of oxygen now. I have 1 shield up to deal with this. I might need 2, so let's get the second shield up. Move the NG here. Sensors, kind of see what's going on their ship. Die, 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 die. Okay. So there's just the 2 of them that are currently remaining. Where are you boarding? Don't board into cloaking again. Oh, that's less good. I can't send nearly as many people into that room. Okay. It's always going to land in a system room. So let's go ahead. We're going to send the rock and the mantis in there for the time being. We're going to go ahead and open up the entire ship again to prevent too much drain. So we're like alternating between those. Like I can't maintain it because I don't have level 2 oxygen. So we slow it down, the drain as much as possible, which is going to drop our oxygen below 50%. By the 4 we have enough time to get it back up, it's going to be draining again. So instead of keeping a downward spiral, we're just kind of riding some waves. So like the second time, we shut everything off from the breach to allow O2 to get back up. All right, and the repair bot is dead. They moved back to... Really? Okay. They were going to jump away very quickly, so I had to shoot their piloting. That's why we always keep weapons charged. That was a bit overkill in the piloting. Just ever so slight overkill. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and send the other rock. We don't need, this is the only crew currently left on their ship right now. So we have line of sight, I don't need sensors. All right, adjust our power as need be. Rotate the mantis back and bring the rock crew in and out, close the doors because we're gonna lose O2. They have repaired the oxygen, but we have hacking back online. All right, cool. Got the extra fuel out of storage, another crew kill reward, 6 fuel, 56 scrap. Ba-da-ba-ba. Now we can just heal up. No, Mantis doesn't really help, but the NG's gonna do the heavy lifting here. Yeah, it was only bad because I was like going for the crew kill. But all in all, like we really weren't in danger of taking any damage. Like if I thought we were, I could have done some things differently. Like if we just wanted to kill the ship, you know, we could have just hacked like shield, halberd beam through their ship, done 10 damage, MC the pilot, probably hit a bunch of other shots. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with that being the situation. Like, yeah, there's a lot of things to do, right? Because I have to adapt. There is the scary part where they almost ran away. Like that could have been really frustrating. I don't know if my MC was up yet that I could like mind control that pilot to stop them from going, which could have happened. So like chasing the crew kill there did leave us also at the potential, at the chance of just like losing out on all scrap. Yeah, so like that exit doesn't connect. Like these 4 beacons only connect to these 4 beacons. Unless you were like, could you hop here, 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 back, and then jump to the store up here, back down, and double dive back? That could have been a thing. So instead of this jump here, we would have jumped there, here, so that would have been back, exit. This would have been here. That actually could have happened. So we could have gone exit, the beacon above the exit, exit, back, store, up, down, and technically made another jump. I don't know if with 9 fuel I really would have felt like I wanted to do that. Let's go to the store. Pre-igniter, Zoltan shield bypass. Pre-igniter seems good. let's take... I will be down to a mere 13 fuel. That's okay. Let's go ahead and buy a pre-igniter. So that's going to help us get through that Zoltan shield much faster. Much faster, which is really nice. Just barely can afford it. Sometimes things work out. Of course, it's barely afforded because that sector was not very good. Like, if I didn't get those 2 crew kills to get, like, the higher scrap rewards, this sector would have been very bad. Relatively speaking, very bad. Hi there. Alright, I got a pre-igniter. Let's see if I actually have to do anything. Apparently not. All right, so we saw this door flash red. We now know they're in this room, because if they were in here, they'd be punching it already. Borders will have like, well, they'll show little fists above the system that are getting punched. We're just gonna vent them for now. And we're gonna move this rock into here, and is that it? Are you, Papa Neat's fully trained? Okay, let's go, Papa Neat. They await. So, gonna try see if I can get through this without having to hack. So, we fire our first volley, thank you, pre-igniter. And it took the missile offline. So we can now kind of wait to see if we have to cloak their very quick, these 5 shots that are incoming. We may not have to. All right. If that's the case. We'll see. All right, let's go ahead and close the outside doors. Gonna bring the NG in here to, I don't know, steal their wallets or something. All right, so let's see. We got 1 dodge. That impacted the shield. We have 1 shield up. Here comes the other shots. I need a dodge on that shot. There, so by slowing down the game, we saw that we actually didn't have to cloak. So we didn't waste it. And we'll do beam swipe this way. Yeah. Got scraps, I can hear the jingling. Cool. No resources used. So that fight doesn't matter if you get a crew kill. It's only 1 fuel, unless you have no fuel, then I think it's like 3. Next sector, NG controlled or slugs. I mean, NG sector just kind of makes this run over now. Like, we can kind of zip to the exit and save some time. Just probably what I'm going to do, because there's just going to be less combats, and I don't inherently need anything else right now. And we're already at like hour 6 of this run, and I haven't gotten to the flagship yet. All right, so let's go ahead and bring up the stats sheet real quick here. Kind of look over where we're at. Yeah, so we made 262 8 scrap in that rock sector, plus 40 of freebies, so that was pretty good. We made a lot more off that second NG sector than we did previously. But that Zoltan sector at 168, like I said, we had those 2 or 3 crew kills to really facilitate our score being better. And just having enough scrap. So like I said, we barely were able to afford the pre-igniter. Which is, pre-igniter is kind of like a system. So that's a pretty heavy investment. But now, again, I've already earmarked that our systems are, that we have all the systems we want, and we have all the weapons we want for the flagship. And so now we're kind of focused on building our ship up towards just the flagship. Okay. And so, so we were surviving every sector that we could. We were min-maxing our reactor and whatnot. And now we're at this point where it's like, all right, we have to try and figure out what we want to do with the flagship. But we've already done some stuff in that regard. Like I said, we have all of our systems in place. We don't always need cloaking, we don't always need hacking, but those two things are going to make it really easy for us to disable the flagship and deal with its threats. Cloaking is normally to deal with the surges in phase 2, phase 3, and also helps out deal with the missiles. Hacking is able to disrupt their systems. Generally, people hack shields. We'll see. We have a lot of opportunities to do various things. We got a firebomb, so we actually can get crew kills in the... Hopefully we can get some crew kills in phase 1 so that we don't have to be as concerned about the borders in phase 3. And yeah, and like I said, we have all of our systems, and we have plenty of crew to, even if we are boarded, to help deal with that, as well as MC to cancel out their phase 3. So we have all the pieces to deal with it. Like phase 1, we have hacking, cloaking, good weapons, and the ability to crew kill. Phase 2, again, cloaking to deal with the surge, solid enough weapons to get the job done. And then phase 3, you know, we bought pre-igniter to get through the Zoltan shields quicker for us. We're going to be crew killing, like I said, hopefully with a firebomb in the early stages. We have MC to cancel out their MC. So all three of those stages, we have an answer to the biggest threats. There's still going to be some RNG involved in terms of how that's going to go. Like maybe we don't get crew kills because the hack is really annoying. We don't foresee that. But we have now essentially this whole sector to just get money and build out our ship. Now, when we're building out our ship for the flagship, there are a couple things you want to consider. If you do not have cloaking, you want at least 4 shields. The surge in phase 2 is absolutely no joke. Even with 4 shields, it can do 15 to 20 points of hull damage. Even with 4 shields, cloaking is the best solution to deal with it. That's like towards the worst end in terms of what the drones can do to you. So if you don't have the cloaking, then you gotta get to level 4 shields. Level 2 oxygen is pretty beneficial, particularly if you're trying to crew kill in phase 1, because if they hack it with their level 3 hack, they will kill your crew. It'll take 2 or 3 of them, but eventually your ship will just get overpowered in terms of the oxygen being removed from your ship versus put it back in. Level 2 oxygen mitigates this threat, okay? So as long as you have level 2 oxygen, you can always just put the 2 power back in after your systems get hacked, after your O2 gets hacked, and you can deal with that. Again, if you have some like really, really powerful weapons, you have hacking and a bunch of like really nasty beams, a bunch of flak bursts, and you're just killing the phase 1 as fast as possible. You're not worried about crew kill. That O2 upgrade isn't as important, though it also has the added benefit of phase 2 when the boarding bot starts punching holes in your ship, that you have a way to counter that O2 loss as well. So because we're going to try and get crew kills and we're going to kind of be shield hacking, I do want to get hacking up to level 3. That's going to be able to take their shields completely down. And in like phase 1, one of the possibilities you can always do with this setup, if you're not focused on crew kills, is you can drag a halberd beam from like piloting to their missiles and then mind control the pilot. So that 2 damage beam weapon through the piloting plus an MC a pilot means that their evasion is 0. So that guarantees that the rest of your shots are going to hit. So if you have like a halberd beam hacking mind control, really you just need to be able to do like 3 damage, which is how much power is in the missile system in phase 1, and you're able to disable it. The other thing is we want to get level 3 cloaking, but I really only need the level 3 cloaking for the final phase for the strategy that I utilize against it, which we'll see when we get there. The other thing that is kind of important about the flagship, if you are trying to focus on crew kills, is in sussing out the fight, is that if you are able to deal like 1 damage to the missile weapon, because they operate like an artillery, you actually slow it down enough that you can always cloak. So, like I said, using all those little bits of information, like, all right, so I have to have cloaking or I have to have 4 shields. Sometimes you get both. And those will have some shifts of strategies, or like where you need your oxygen, or like if you don't have cloaking, you better get at least level 2 piloting as well. Because if a stray missile in phase 3 clips your piloting before the surge hits, it becomes so much worse. It just becomes awful. Also, if you don't have mind control to cancel out their mind control, or just like slugs and key systems, you will kind of go over like, I'll still try and go over the crew locations to help mitigate dealing with like bad MCs. There's a couple ways to deal with it, but we'll kind of get more into that in phase 3 of the flagship fight. So this sector, I want to get at least shields 3. That's a bare minimum of what we want to have. And I want to get to oxygen level 2 and hack level 3. So hack level 3 lets me take down their shields. O2 lets me take as much time as I want to crew kill the ship. And 3 shields is, like I said, minimum for safety requirements and taking down the flagship. Store, don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, is this a weird sector layout again? Kinda. Very weird. Explore the asteroid field. I mean, I could take damage. It will heal at 10 at the end of the sector. I feel pretty confident where we are in dealing with the flagship versus us needing some money. Plus, it is an NG sector. It's an interesting call. I think I'll roll it. It's like it's only like a 1 in 6. Okay, $58. Geez. Buffer point. Into an instant store. Okay. Well, that's all the stores we're gonna run into. Oh, he had it. We could have got the one-shot build. Ever considered defecting to the rebels? No. What? There's a bunch of humans. Ugh. I'll go ahead and grab 2 fuel just in case I do get 11 jumps out of this sector. We don't have any money to swap out weapons or anything, so we'll just kind of keep going as is. It's like, you know, if we didn't have the pre-igniter, then we would have been in position to buy that heavy laser to help us out in the the last phase. Plus, the heavy laser can get crew kills as well. All right, so we just kind of keep on keeping on. What is your specialty? Upgrade my sensors for $19. Nope, apparently not. So to be honest, if I hadn't been this long on this run, I would have gone to the slugs because I would have been fine dealing with most of the slug ships, and they generally are more like consistent in terms of my scrap rewards, and I just need money. Though they also actually have 2 stores in their sectors. 1, 2. Well, that's store number 3. Okay, so because we now know this is store 3, we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I guess. Was that the best use of our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Yeah, that's probably the best routing we got. Okay. So much for long-range scanners. Ooh, we don't have 3 shields yet. That's okay, because we have a pre-igniter, so we beat this out. We beat out the halberd beam. Halberd beams, or I'm sorry, the glaive. Okay, so reject their offer, as we do. So, beam weapons do 2 times their base damage to Zoltan shields. So we're gonna get like 4 damage on this. And then we just need one of our other projectiles hit, and we're through the Zoltan shield, and we're good. Burst laser charge is faster, actually, than the hull. All right, so we're through. So that's part 1. I don't really have like enough projectiles to try and do a onesies crew kill here. It's probably gonna be best. Let's see. So if we hack here, we got 2 damage in pilot MC. Let's hack. Oh, right. I don't even have level 3 hacking yet. Pieces are missing. Pieces are missing. I guess weapon hack buys us the most time. So we could like hack shields, fire the whole laser to try and take down like a bubble or two to set us up for the other ones, but like we're gonna be able to double hack against the glaive because it's so slow. And then I'll just take my 5 shots and a mind-controlled Zoltan pilot against, you know, whatever their evasion is. All right, go ahead and MC the pilot now. All right, well, some of them missed. That's okay. Go ahead and get in our one. We could also do this wipe to like. Let's do this. So this wipe, the NG will come start to do repairs on the weapons, but I think the Zoltan will prioritize doing the O2, and we'll have 1 damage on the pilot plus no pilot. And if that's the case, then we're in a better position. Or you know, they just take the glaive beam offline, and we're fine with you know, 2 shields. That's also possible. It's also possible. I kind of don't want to spend bombs going for a crew kill here. Like, it's okay if I don't get it. Like, yeah, if we like started doing mind control and fire bombs in here, we probably could get a crew kill, but meh. No. There is the other question, and generally I still always go for crew kills, but where like you don't want crew or weapons because you just want scrap and you don't want to get that low scrap and here's a free item that you can't sell kind of thing. 55. That's Shields 3. Okay, that's it. So Shields 3 is a higher priority than any of the other ones. Like, okay, if we don't have the oxygen, that means we just don't go for the crew kills. If the O2 gets hacked, like that's it. Like that's the biggest downfall. It's like, all right, well the O2 got hacked, now I just can't get crew kills in phase 1. But even if I don't have it upgraded, there's a chance that it doesn't get hacked, so that's a minor issue. And it's like, all right, well, level 3 hacking would be better if we somehow didn't have that to get online. You know, but again, we could use other shots to sort of suppress it, to set up the halberd beam if we need to. Mind control can also help facilitate that. And then we can still, like, the still firebomb will be effective. And if we get the firebomb to land in there, then it's like a minor inconvenience. And we still also have, like, a punch. But if we don't have 3 shields, things can go really wrong really fast. Like, everything is a threat. Every single phase of the flagship, every single time a weapon fires is a problem. So that becomes, like I said, top priority, taken care of. You know what? I'll give you 3 fuel. $60. All right. That's one of the reasons why I bought fuel, because I didn't know if we could potentially need to trade it. It's a small investment, and I also wasn't sure how many jumps we had left in the sector. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, we might loop towards here at the end. Keep going. Nope. And so now I kind of don't want to spend money because I want to see how much money I have and then what kind of ship I can build out of it. We're not buying crew. You could if you wanted to, but we don't need any. Don't hire anyone. So, like, if I have, you know, ooh, just a bunch of trades, really? Should have gone slug. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Use scrap out hacking 3. You're holding it off. Oh yeah, yeah. Like, even though yeah, well, just answered it. Sometimes I'm kind of good. Okay. For fuel, you're hacking my engines. That's kind of okay. Continue. I'd rather have hacking than engines in most scenarios. Okay, so first we have to see what they're hacking, which is my oxygen. Cute, cute. Okay, so if my oxygen dips... Oh no, they're hacking my engines. They turned off my engines and they're hacking my engines. Nice, nice, all right. So this weapon is the only threat to us. Yeah, they're very thorough. They're very, very thorough sometimes. I'm kind of inclined to do a weapon hack just to keep things safe, and then maybe start like a singular firebomb in there. Mind control the pilot to help set this up. So their weapons are kind of dangerous. I don't want to mess around too much, but they don't have a med bay. This crew is very bad at putting out fires, but they're also bad at punching each other. But what I say, once we take this offline, then everything's fine for us. All right, let's see what level the oxygen's at. Level 3. Okay, fire bomb. Gonna go ahead, hack their weapons. So the NG's gonna try to fix the O2. But they're still getting some piloting here, so I kind of don't want to use my firebomb right now. Give myself a chance of dodging. Small bomb, get out of there. Yeah, almost never. Level 1 mind control cancels out level 3 mind control. It distracts the pilots as I want. It's generally is like a buffer point later in the game. If you're like trying to protect it. Yeah, but it like I said, it does 98% of what you want it to do at level 1. All right, now there's no pilot, and firebomb. Have fun in there. And now we mind control while they're trying to deal with the fire. Zoltan's toast. And she's at 30 health. Okay, I'm gonna take a swipe this way. That way I can depower the halberd beam in time. No, I could have hacked that before that small bomb went off. Oh, the stunner into the small bomb combo. Nice. Well played. All right, let's see what the NG's up to. Dead. All right, 47 bucks. Cool. Okay, always have our shields up. Papa needs a little bit of healing because I small bombed him. Oh, nice. More fights. Good. More chances of making scrap. That's a lot of NG. All right. So they only have, looks like 2 weapons. Cool. I still have 15 drone parts, so we do this funness, and we totally MC the pilot, the NG that's in here. Okay, bring all the other NGs into the yard. Right. Again, kind of doing the same thing. As long as we control the weapons here with our hacking and our cloaking setup, we're completely safe. Oh yeah, I took damage from that flak. That was the other time I took damage from event and flak. All right, clip through the O2 and go ahead, go get the firebomb. Just have it there just in case I need it for something. Mind control is so much less effective against NGs just because they don't punch each other as hard. So this is cool. We just need level 2 shields and we're fine. Also, they fix stuff faster, so just problem on top of problem. But shouldn't be much of an issue. All right, so if I mind control this one, there's nothing in this room for them to punch. They're immediately going to go into the weapon. So it's either a distraction or they're going to swap, which I don't think they will. All right, so that'll make this NG kind of want to flee. As they're trying to figure out this door closes. And they're just slowly being drained of oxygen. They could use a firebomb here, but we want to try and save on our resources, right? Oh, now they got 2 NGs fixing, like the insta-fix. Cute. All right, human, go deal with that. Okay, let's stop for a second. Am I gonna have to do damage to their system again, or are we cool with just the cloak and hack and shutting it down completely? Because if we are, then we can just kind of keep the firebomb up. Versus swap over to our weapons in case we have to damage them again. Let's go ahead and swap. All right, so we'll just go ahead and start with the hack here. Problem is if they try to run away. Oh, okay, they were almost out of oxygen. And they only have level 1 oxygen. What? What? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Once I win, I'm pretty sure everything I did was totally not a crime. So, because we only need to do 1 damage, save on hull. Clip that O2. Okay, again, we'll check to see if we actually need to cloak. 1 for 1, 0 for 1. I'm sorry, 1 for 2. Next one. Okay, so we have to cloak to not take damage here. Potentially. Oh, let's get in. Let's turn on some of that oxygen. Hey, you see that? You see that? Look at the. See our delicious, delicious O2 we have rolling on over here. It's really nice. Yep, crew kill. Always try to preserve hull. 59 bucks. Thank you. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba. Another fight. I said just kind of filling out seeing where our money is. Yes, crew kills do net you better scrap rewards. You can get fuel out of storage generally. Sometimes there are some events where it doesn't happen, but it's like a 1 in 9 chance to get a crew, 1 in 9 chance to get an item. You also get like extra fuel out of storage, which is a lot of fuel and a high scrap reward as well. There are certain situations where there's a massive difference, and then, like I said, there's some, like, killing elites, doesn't matter. There's a couple events that it also doesn't do anything. There you go. I mean, this is a nice looking ship. I don't want to waste it. Right? We're totally rejecting their offer. Double missiles, fine. Alright, nah, this isn't the fun setup. So guess what we're hacking, chat? Do you know? It's like that GIF where they're like, what do you do with this ship? Oh, you put the square block it. That's right. You just put it in the square hole. What do we do with this particular ship? Oh, yep. That's right. We just put it in the square hole. We just keep hacking the weapons. Doors. So one of the things, like, door hack is so irrelevant because you control the doors of the room you hack. And that's generally the room that you just want to control the doors to. A secret room with nothing in it? I don't think it'll let me do that. Aw. They gotta board me with an NG. So we can actually do Masala maneuver here because once they board, they're down to 3 crew. So we can mind control the NG to punch that room for us. And also, if you're getting boarded, I just caught myself there. If you're getting boarded, like, they could knock out your sensors so that you can't see into the enemy ship unless you have level 2 sensors, a slug, or life form scanners. So you want to do the MC before they come on over. All right, let's hack that missile. All right, let's stop. We're gonna send the crew there, and then we're gonna settle Zemu in the NG spot because they actually do combat damage. Also, I have a pre-igniter, by the way. I could probably just shoot my weapons. Could be a thing. Oh, the Rebel Flagship. You know, you don't get better rewards for that. Crew killing is very useful to help deal with the boarding in phase 3. Essentially, like, you can just ignore it because all their crew are dead. NG, go ahead. And by NG, I mean Faith. Faith, go to sensors. We'll put those 2 crew there. Heal them up in the med bay. Yeah, there's also there's the idea that you can leave one alive because the real reason you want to leave one alive for weapon builds, the reason you want to leave one alive for a weapon build is because it's going to have less evasion than if the AI takes over. It's a 5% difference because the AI mans all the systems. So it's considered to have man piloting and manned engines. If there's only one crew, then it's just man piloting, no one manned on engines. Some people talk about how stuff is universally fixed. That's generally not a big deal because it still takes 36 seconds for them to fix a system. And you're probably firing faster than 36 seconds at a time for a volley. So it's not as big of a deal, that aspect. The only difference, if you're boarding, then you want them all dead so that in phase 2, you can board directly into the missiles as soon as the fight starts and you break them before they fire. You just don't want any of their crew to interfere with your boarders being able to just punch their ship down. Yeah, you can also MC the crew. That's a possibility. Though normally you use mind control to, like, cancel theirs, but yeah, I sometimes do that once I feel like their MC isn't going to be a threat. All right, let's go ahead. We'll cloak this with a bunch of fake power. And so we have to wait for the entire duration of our cloak again, right? So we're waiting the full duration of our cloak. That way our hack's coming off of cooldown. Really? Board mute? Okay. Oh, so that was not powered. But it's okay, because they're NGs. So move those 2 in. I don't want to hack this down because I don't care about this. I have 2 shields to deal with it already. So... okay, we'll get some assistance in there. And mind control again. Okay, missile incoming. Oh, I was supposed to hack that. That was a mistake. I was supposed to hack before the missile fired. Okay, so let's check our crew health, because I screwed up. 47, 87. All right, 35% chance to dodge. Yahtzee. That hits. Okay, 2 damage I didn't need to take. So you two are gonna heal up. That's the second time that they've boarded us, so they're not gonna board us again. Let's swipe through. This time I can actually cloak. All right, Mantis, go help to fix the repairs. Okay, and everybody goes back to where they're supposed to be. I'm not gonna bother with the crew killing this ship. They just have so many NGs. So, like, again, it's where, like, mind control doesn't do anything really to them. All right, we're just gonna kill. Nope. Like, they just don't hurt each other. Fires get put out pretty quickly. Could have actually had them all dead already, not taking damage, but I also still hacked first. Hey, Lord Kempic. Alright, so we'll just do swipes. Swipes and end it. 57 bucks still. Good. What does our ship look like? Almost. Almost. We'll probably get there. There's not like a concern like I'm not going to get enough reactor power for all that stuff. Possible. Sometimes sectors are just bad. Particularly the last one. All right, got to make sure our weapons are online. Actually, let's go ahead and get at least level 3 hacking. That's pretty reasonable. Pretty reasonable purchase. Continue. Nope. Nope. Scrap it. 52. Last sector. Last stand. All right. You arrive at an outpost. It's close to a small Federation base. Your access code gets you past into security, and officer says a direct feed to the Federation base's war room. Small Admiral Tully speaks first, saying, what is the meaning of this, and who are you? You explain your mission. You know, the one they sent you on. They told you to deliver this stuff, and that's what you're doing. You're like, here's this information, and then that's definitely the end of it. Your explanation is met with murmurs, cynicism, and disbelief among the officers. General Terzl of the Engine Brigade speaks up. Intel suggests potential counter to rebel technology. Risk all or save none. And eyeballs your Polaroid photos from earlier and says, yeah, that's worth risking it for all. Creepy. Explain the weakness of the enemy fleet. It's a small rebel flagship. Small totally responds, it's settled. Small rebels will be here in a matter of small moments. We'll do what we can to hold off their small warships, but you must succeed in destroying the small flagship. Your small outpost can provide repairs and fuel, and other small repair stations provide aid as well. Small luck. Alright, so you'll get 10 fuel and the 10 hull repair. Now, Sector 8, there is upwards of, there's supposed to be 3 repair stations, as well as there is a store. It's just really hard to get to it because beacons are randomly taken away. Yeah, let's get it. Let's go. Enjoy. Small. So you can't really bank on those things being there. So that's like why I repaired slightly above in case, like, you know, I did something foolish, which I did. A couple hull points. But aside from the 10 repair, like I said, you can't bank on there being repair stations. Sometimes you're kind of forced into that situation, you know, but you make the most of it. When you come to this sector, you kind of want to round out your ship more so than try and still put it together. Doesn't always happen that way, but we should be all right. We should be all right. Okay, let's check out this base. There's the base. There's the flagship. And the direct line is 1, 2, and 3. So, to continue the theme of garbage layouts, okay, so there's this little tucked away sector of the map that we're totally not going to see. and we're not going to see a single repair. It's not going to happen. Look at this. It's awesome. Okay. Yeah, we've had a couple doozies. We had the Zoltan sector that had like 4 consecutive jumps to nowhere, like beyond the exit. Ooh. There's that one bad sector that kind of redeemed itself, but that was because I didn't see the beacon behind the distress. All right, so we're dealing with this. So like I said, that's shields 2, that's upgraded oxygen. So I need 50 scrap for here, and then the rest goes into power. Okay. I still like having shields 4. Sometimes you just mistime a cloak. Sometimes, like, the ions are just particularly aggressive, though there are some things you can do with the ions in phase 1 to help out. I like that our ship is basically immortal. It's nearly there. I just find it like it's just like extra security. It's extra security for things going really wrong. This is part of a strategy, but you can win with a lower OT here. The rest of the stuff isn't as important, but except for reactor to actually, you know, like get those systems to function, because we are very behind on reactor right now. So I'm gonna take this. Yeah, it's like stores don't really matter to us, so we're just gonna take the fights and go. What's nice is we can take this one. It's very unlikely both of these get overtaken, and then we can take at least one of these, possibly 2, and make our way to the base. Because we do want to farm up some money. All right, so we saw there's spaceships in the background here, these ships back here. It's better to get a crew kill. You actually get better rewards, because otherwise it's like, oh, you're in a hurry, and you don't got time to strip the ship of its useful stuff. Okay, so we got a missile, this. So that's 3 shields. Yeah, that's kind of like almost 4 shield territory. And it's a 5 shielded ship because it has that. Fun. I'm gonna go ahead and sneak in to hack their weapons and fire my shots. I'm gonna use mind control here. So they have 5 shields. Excuse me. So essentially this is a 5 shielded ship, right? And I don't want to take any damage going to the flagship. Generally, I don't want to take any damage, but we know we're not going to get any repairs. So, like, getting hit just makes, you know, it a little less comfortable taking on the flagship. So we're going to keep the fight safe as possible, per usual. And right now, the best recourse here is, like I said, it's hacking their weapons. So we can just essentially loop through our hacking and cloaking to avoid taking damage. Now the question is what are our possibilities of getting a crew kill here when it's a 5 shielded ship? It's not great. It's not the best. We'll probably just cut our losses versus making something complicated here. It is possible we could use mind control, but again, every time this shield pops up, we have to crack it back down so that we can actually MC something. Maybe set up the firebomb, but because I'm not going to get any extra bombs, I don't want to start like wasting them on here if we get some pretty bad luck against the flagship. So I think we just kind of kill this and go on with our lives. All right, so once this is almost fully charged, and we have to sneak in, like I said, our MC before this has a chance of going online, because otherwise it'll block. All right, and that's the drone that came offline. Oh, cool. So their dodge is now 0. Easy peasy fight. See, we're not worried about crew kills. It's a lot better. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. I forgot the stats. The stats, crowd stats. Last sector. Last sector we made a ton of money. Look at that. That's a lot. It's like $1 billion. Which is surprising because it started off pretty empty, but yeah, sometimes NG sectors are just bonkers. We didn't even get anything for free. Fun. All right, jump. Okay, it's a store. Cool. Yeah, 2 whole energy sectors I didn't have for. One of them did though. But that's okay. Like I said, we're looking for scrap. All right, well now it looks like we have a forced dive for the exit. There's nothing we could have done about it. It's another reason to kind of try and be invincible and focus on that, because you can just get forced dives. Oh, I should probably get my shields up before I jump. Hi there. I had an idea and then I just lost it. Nope, gone. Oh, are you gonna dive straight into the flagship? So, one of the things you can also do, like if you're very vulnerable to hacking, is try, you can't always do it, is try to engage the flagship early. So like once it lands on the base, you have like 3 turns before it blows up the base. So you have sometimes opportunities to like just jump into the flagship even before it gets to the base. And you can see where its hack lands. Like its hack will land in a spot and you're like, oh, no, that's not something I can easily deal with. That's a big problem. So then you just jump to an adjacent beacon and then try and re-engage. So I'm kind of taking a line to get to the flagship now. I still want to make some money. That's why I actually jumped backwards instead of to those 2 beacons here to try and just generate some more scrap. Dives themselves aren't the issue. It's just having enough money for... I would like to have level 3 cloaking and then probably another 4 reactor, which I probably won't get because we bought a pre-igniter. All right, so they have 5 shots and a bomb. We're fairly safe against their weapons. Unless it depends on what this kind of bomb this is. Oh, here's something that's fun. That's a door. Look, it has an airlock. They never do it because they don't know how to open doors, but there's actually a ship with an airlock. I don't want to mess around with the crew. Yeah, weapon hack. Why not? It's been doing so well for us so far. Yep. All right, I got 2 friendos. Gonna have the Mantis deal with it, and we're gonna do this rock shuffle. Okay. So I don't want the Mantis. The Mantis can't take on the 2 by themselves. So we're gonna move the Mantis over into here to engage them in this empty room, and then this rock's gonna quickly engage, and then this rock's gonna replace here in the shield room. It isn't of major importance that we do this. All right, what is their clone bay? All right, so now we're good against 3 shots. That's easier. Actually, I should have moved in here and, you know, like MC the pilot, but... Reactor. Hack those weapons before they fire. Torsten, did I miss something recently? I don't know. What do you mean? Like, I didn't have like a major event. I don't think. I don't know. I've just been doing this run for the past, almost 7 hours now. All right, let's get these 2 crew to fight. That clone bay goes offline, and then let's go help. And punch them down, see if we can kill them before they get back. And then they're just dead forever. Because the clone bay is offline. Nice. All right, so they're toast. Sensors, this... So one of the nice things, again, about like hacking weapons is like we hack their weapons and then we don't have to focus on their weapons for, you know, 10 seconds right now. It's 10 seconds. So 10 seconds they charge, we hack it, then it goes, so there's like 20 seconds we don't have to worry about it, and you can just deal with borders and figure out how you want to deal with the situation. This might be worth fire bombing. Sure. Like, we can put a firebomb in the, In this room? Good stuff. Oh, actually, I was supposed to be at 3 shields, and I'm not. Okay, let's go ahead and cloak all of this. And put our crew back. And... oh, yeah, have to wait, right? I almost fired my firebomb right then and there. Can't do it. Have to wait for the hack to come off cooldown first. I didn't want them in piloting yet. Looks like it's also only a level 1 clone bay, so that's really beneficial for us. All right, we can drop this down to 1 power because I still want to have control of the doors and not let them out. I want this to burn down as much as possible so that the fires are more likely to spread and be out of control. And let's hack those weapons again before they fire. And mind control. So this is where Clone Bay is kind of weak, right? Because they can't heal up, so they kind of just, yeah, die in fires very quickly. Okay. 2 shields is good. Cloak this. Now we're just waiting for our weapons to charge. Small bomb's the only thing that's potentially annoying here, so we cloak it. And the weapons are offline. And we're gonna just MC the pilot and see if we can shoot them dead. The answer was no. Please don't give me crew, by the way. No, so I don't really want a weapon, but that's fine. That is what I was going to say about, like, sometimes you don't want crew kills. Like, that's it, where it's just like, I want money. And they're like, here's a free weapon that you can't sell anywhere. Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, that's less crucial than actually buying some reactor, because we are very light. But ideally, like, I really only need 2 shields, so there's also 2 reactor. Unvisited. Okay, so it's going to go repair, sit, and then come back to base. If I get stuck double diving, it's slightly gross. There's not really a bad hack for us though. Like, okay, let's think about if we really have to rush here. What's the worst hack they can do? Weapon hack? I mean, we have a pre-igniter. We shield hack. We still get in there. We got their ship pretty badly. Fire, MC, that whole thing, we're fine. No. We had our crystal B run with 7 crystals and an NG. That was the good stuff. When we found out you can do infinite lockdowns with 6 crystals, that's good stuff. O2, we have a cancel for. Shields is probably the worst, just because we'll take some damage, but then the rest of the phases are fine, so not really an issue. I'd rather have, like, scrap and reactor. Okay, this is another one. Like I said, ships in the background would be better for us to get a crew kill. They have a missile and a bomb. So 3 shields is good enough for everything, all their normal weapons. So, hello, Core Sigma. How's it going? All right, we're gonna. Yeah, I was supposed to mind control beforehand. Well, I could always Masala. All right. Let's get you to punch down that weapon. Let's let you in so you settle down, and then you two deal with these boarders, these rude interlopers. This is hopefully good. Pretty much. This is the last stand. Yeah. All right. So shifting power over here per usual for our hack. We're gonna try also shooting their weapons here. I don't need to beam through them, so just start with 2 damage. Okay, cool. So now we only need 1 shield. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Mini beam's almost charged, so that's when we're going to start our hack. bum, 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 ba-da. Was that only like a level 1? Oop. Okay. Gross. All right, so the next volley we are cloaking. Because they could hit like my cloaking and then it's not available for the missile. That would be bad. Mind control. Go ahead, let them in. Single border. Okay. Send you. I'm gonna send the NG because the NG will just get there faster to help out. Rotate them to sensors so that I have eyes on sensors. Even though it's not as important, but right now they don't have anybody piloting their ship, so let's go ahead and see if we can bring those weapons into a little bit safer position for ourselves. And we'll go ahead and beam through the crew. Okay, giant missile still online. Should probably hack the heck out of that. Hack it. All right, so now they're down to just 3 crew. Much more manageable for us. Can get a firebomb online, maybe. Okay, we bring back. Other thing about having like nice level 2 oxygen is like when you drop oxygen on your ship, you can just like instantly fill up. All right, and we'll put everyone back in their positions because we have a little bit of downtime because we're cloaking the next volley, probably. All right, because the pilot isn't distracted yet, I don't want to use my mind control here. Worst case scenario is I get the, actually the worst case scenario is I get that online. I'm gonna go ahead and mind control him just to stop that weapon from getting online. Even though I can't let them in the room yet. Which, the reason it's helpful to let them in the room, as soon as this one's in the room, then the other one leaves. Again, I have to wait out durations, so all the cooldowns line up. Are you kidding? They had no pilot. That's illegal. Try again. There we go. All right, hack down the missile. Needs to start at 2 fires. I don't know if it's... And mind control, so it gets really out of control. And the weapon system's offline. All right. Now it's struggle on board their ship with mind control and fires to save themselves. Probably would help if they had a med bay. If they only had a med bay. All right, and we can just shoot them dead. Boom, 47 scrap, cool. Halberd, it was already dead. Oh, monster. An extra reactor, yay. Okay, got a fight available, nice. Auto ship. So that's a heavy 1. That's a heavy 2. The heavy 2 has this like more so of an indent where it's like 3 pieces, and this is just sort of like it's just like dent. But it does have drones and a mini beam, and a combat 2 is one of those drones. All right, so one of the things pre-igniter you have to think about is like if you hack shields, you're gonna wait a long time. Like you're waiting your full shield duration and slightly defeats the pre-igniter. It's still pretty good. You're like, well, it's a launching, so it's 12 seconds, and you know, Halberd beam, I was probably waiting like 15 seconds with all the training. So let's see. If we hack here, we only have a 3-shot volley. So like, let's figure out our options here. If we hack piloting, we fire 5 shots, so that takes care of the 4 shields. We'll get 1 shot in and then a halberd beam across. So if we get 3 damage into this system, it might have a buffer point, but this could potentially come offline, and either both of these or this comes offline, which is a pretty safe fight for us. We could do what we were doing, which is continue on the weapons hacking with 4 shields. We're kind of okay here. We could hack the drones if we see the drones is more of a threat. So a level 3 hack on the drones has like a 75% chance of breaking each individual drone. Level 2 hack is 66%, and a level 1 hack is like 33%. And then they could just potentially spawn more drones in. That pilot hack sounds is probably sort of the fastest route forward, as well as if they only have level 2 piloting, then the halberd beam means that the rest of our shots land and we can just cloak anything else that's a problem without having to use up a whole lot of reactors. So that's the route I'm going to go here. Nope, it is level 2. I'm going to give myself a buffer here. Make sure that it lasts long enough. And beam. All right, 4 shields against this setup. Very manageable. Very manageable. Okay, I don't want to actually fire and accidentally shoot on this. Oh, almost did up top though. That was good. Just make sure that their weapons are really offline. Like, yeah, if we went through the shields, they'd be more vulnerable on the next volley, but they're dead anyways. They're already dead. And there we go. 65. Bum, bum. All right, so it's gonna hop there, and then it's dead in 3 jumps. So we got 1 more fight before we get there. Again, I didn't see that being like a bad hack against us, that I'm like, oh, that's a problem. How do I like 1 reactor? Do I want another? Or do I want to go ahead and get my level 3 cloaking? We want to shoot it in. Dude punched a building in half. I love Fist of the North Star. I mean, it's terrible. Sorry. But, like, they introduced a character where, like, a skyscraper building falls on his head and he just walks through it. And then there's the street thugs like, yeah, I think I got this guy. I'm pretty sure I could totally, like, I could definitely take a building falling on me. So I think I have this. Over. I just love that call. It's also about 100 episodes too long. So one other thing I want to consider, though, is like I generally like having level 5 engines for this fight as well. The reason being, like, if there's like this weird mind controller crew that are in like your engines, or even if you're piloting, then extra 5% evasion undoes a lot of stuff. Or like if those systems get hacked and you lose the man bonus, then it, you know, that extra 5% can potentially help. Hey, I'm just waiting for season 2 of Dorohiro. Like, that's what I want. Also One Punch Man, which I think is like maybe the same studio. Those are the 2 things. I heard there's going to be a new Trigun, though, as well. But that's like next year or something. All right, yeah, I just want money. I've decided I wish more scrap before I upgrade any other systems. Hi. Oh my gosh, they have a fake ID. Double missiles is definitely a weapon hack. You have a pre-igniter. Okay, go ahead, hack your weapons first. Yeah, have to be. Just can't get real. All right, well, shields are pointless now. It's just 2 missile weapons. Dead. Now it's just 1 missile weapon. It's a Leto. Okay, you two heal up. I want to see what's going on their ship. I'm just going to use the battery for this. Cloak the missile next. Cloak. We're going to try and board again. They do have 4 crew. That makes it okay for them to try for it. Oh, you're about to make the best decision ever. Jeez, I sure hope that Rock and Mantis aren't on their ship anymore. Oh no. Nope, that was supposed to be a hack. Letting them in means I'm going to take a damage here. Potentially. Yep. It's like the 3rd of those I've done. Yeah, go fix it. Sneaky, sneaky, quick Letos. Uh, 11, is that enough fire bombs? I don't know. Like, part of me wants to say that is going to be enough for the flagship, that I should only need 2 or 3, but... Alright, and now we're cloaking. We're actually cloaking this time? Good job, Crow, you remembered. 37 health, 70. Maybe. There's a small chance. How much health are they at? 40. Okay, 40 and 46 means that they're not going to heal up because the system is damaged. So that one's just going to go to piloting, correct? Nice. So next time we MC them, they'll both be in this room, and assuming my shots actually land, should be a crew kill. Oh no! Elizabeth juked it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Elizabeth juked it. She ran between the beam. It's all ogre now. Aww, that was a mistake. I need to just swipe this way. Alright. Hey, sub-element. Crow, what are you gonna do now? What do you mean? I'm gonna crew kill. Oh, that's nasty. So here's like this really interesting thing, and I think this only replaced like these rebel flagships. How's it been? The run's been pretty smooth. It's been really long as I've been like trying to be like explaining a lot of things. Like that's why it's a really slow run. But yeah, it's been good. So this crew is like gonna try and repair the O2. If there's no oxygen there, like when they get below, their threshold of health, they go back into the med bay and they heal up and then they go back. But they don't have enough health to actually fix the O2 before their flight triggers that they have to get out of that room. But what's interesting is if they're in the room and the rest of the ship runs out of oxygen, they can repair it. It's really kind of fluky. So we could actually just, like, they can't actually repair it until the ship runs out of oxygen and they stop trying to go back to the med bay. And then they stand in there long enough to fix it. But then we're going to mind control them so they die anyways. I thought this game was near impossible hard. Makes it look like it's nothing. Yeah. I mean, there were times where I thought like the game was just like an RNG fest. But you develop better strategies, you get better tactics, you watch other people how they do things, you make certain improvements and adjustments. I kind of refer to it as there's like three things. There's tactics, experience, and your mentality. All right. Like tactics is knowing all the strategies that you have to do and like how bits and pieces of the game function. Experience is just being in there, so you know how to read fights, or like that you like appreciate those situations and understand them more. Like you can like watch me do a venting thing, but then it goes differently for you. Like it was like you're through. Yeah, I know we're at the last stand. Oh, they're stuck because it's only level 1. And then there's just the mental aspect of it where, like, that can be a real struggle because the game can be frustrating. It can be taxing, particularly. Oh my gosh, 2 free items. Go. No, I wanted money, cash. Yeah. Like, when doing, like, win streaks is really stressful. It's incredibly stressful because when you lose a win streak, you're not losing 1 run. It's like, all right, you were on a 15 win streak and you lost. All right, well, I want to improve upon that. Well, now you have to win 15 again to get to the 16th one. And it's like every time you don't get better, it can feel like it's a waste. Or there's all that pressure on like, you screw this up, you just lost 16 runs. Or just there's those like really exhausting runs, like the Slug B run we had the time before, where it was just a bunch of auto ships and really, really slugged out fights. Like, that was really draining on me. Oh, nice. Good luck. Yeah, like, some of it is panicking, but, like, there's also just, like, like, I still have things where I check out in certain fights, or I get stressed out by certain things, or get frustrated, and it's not like the most helpful thing to do. All right, so we got to set up for the flagship now because we're in a dive, so we can't do anything. So this is our plan. Starting weapon volley. It's possible I get enough for cloaking. How do I like my power? It's not bad. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get level 5 engines. So if they hack my engines or they hack my pilot, I still sit at 95% dodge when I'm cloaking. I'm figuring that should be most efficient. And then I should have enough money that I get level 3 cloak later. Yeah, overwhelming is another thing. I've like coached people or I talk with people and try to explain mechanics like in a game that they're going through, and it is difficult because sometimes I'm like I feel like I'm overwhelming them, and they're just like, oh, there's like so much, and I'm just like, hey, just like pause. Like I would just type like pause or stop in chat, but people you get that tunnel vision where you're like, oh no, like I have to figure this thing out, and instead you just should hit pause and then like go lean back in your chair. That's actually what I've started doing. Is once I start getting frustrated, I just hit the pause button and I lean back in the chair and I try to disengage with what's going on. Because when I'm like tense up and I'm like this, and then my body goes, oh, hey, you're sitting in the tense position. Things are really like, we gotta like do this focus thing. and you like I said, you can get kind of in a bad position. So it's like a device I've actually tried to implement to like get through stuff, like bad RNG, to try and like laugh it off, applaud the fact that FTL is like super ridiculous sometimes. Yeah. Good night, Monty. See ya. Yeah, I kind of like this engine. We'll just move power around if we need to. If we need to. All right, and here's the dive. So dive, we're not trying to kill the ship, we're just trying to run away. All right, we're just gonna vent here. So at level 3 hack, that's essentially a 10-second wait, so we wait till this is almost charged. I really don't want this crew on my ship. They're just gonna be annoying. This is actually the first dive we've had, isn't it? All right, so the ASB alarm's going off. Generally what I do is I cloak after I see the shot after the warning. So there's like the warning happens, there's a shot, and then there's the one that's gonna hit you. So there's the first one after it. So this is the portion that I cloak. Yeah, that was what I was afraid of, is 2 more boarders were coming on. All right, that's okay. We have some enforcers to deal with them. Okay, we can go fight the flagship here. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna jump away. And then we just got to see what they hack. Actually, I need you to stay there just for a second, because I can't have you walking through the med bay and it gets hacked. You're a rock. You'll just kind of like get stuck. All right, let's hop to the base. All right, this is it, the Rebel Flagship. If you're able to destroy this monstrosity, Federation fleet will have a chance to survive. And there's no turning back. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, you definitely want to start out on easy. Like that's just to help. I think that helps a lot with, like I said, being able to identify like what ships are, what they're doing, like what weapons they are. I've done some like heavily modded runs of FTL, and like when I don't know what the weapon systems are, it's such a completely different way of playing the game, where I'm like, all right, I should just always perceive the weapons as a threat every single time, and that's like that limits the way I can interact with the game. All right, so unfortunately we have some crew on board our ship. They got phase 1, they got this cloaking, they got hacking. Now, this is the part where we should probably break down this fight. Okay, so you have the ion cannon, the laser weapon, the missiles, and the beam. The missiles are the danger. The missiles are by far the most dangerous portion on this ship. If you're playing normal on easy, you have a couple things you can do. Because this room is actually separated from the rest of the ship. If you have a teleporter, you just board directly in the room, you kill the crew, you punch down the system. And then phase 2, you board into the room, you punch it down, you kill the system, and they don't even get to fire. So essentially they'll only fire like once in phase 1, and then phase 2, they don't fire. And then phase 3, you have to get through the Sultan Shield, but essentially you do the same thing, except it is a level 4 system instead of a level 3 system. The other thing, if you're just like a weapon ship, is you just shoot this and deal 7 hull damage to this room. All right? So if you do 7 damage to this room, sometimes you cause a fire, that'll also help, and you just want to kill the crew in that room. That way, that system isn't fixed in phase 2 or phase 3 when you break it again, and it just makes it a lot easier of a fight for you. We're not using boarding strategies. I don't have a teleporter. Oh my God, coming from juggling power and forgetting to turn mid pay back on, waiting for intruders. Yeah, crew overwhelming, all over the thing. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, like, you know, there was no hard mode. There was just easy and normal. And normal was hard. And, like, Justin Ma, I think, was, like, developers, like, I expect people to only win, like, 10% of their runs. And then they added Advanced Edition and the harder mode. And they're doing the same thing to Into the Breach, July 19th, I think. July 17th, 19th, they're going to be doing that. Okay. Yeah. So the plan that I currently have for the flagship is, in terms of crew killing, is hacking the shields, putting a firebomb in that room, and to mind control the crew to allow for just like crew kills, and then use essentially the halberd and the burst laser targeting this weapon to disable it. And when I have to deal with the 3 ions, the 3 lasers, and the beam weapon, I'm generally going to be like pretty safe. Like that's not going to be much of an issue, particularly with 4 shields. All right, so again, we have to see what they're hacking first and foremost. All right, they're hacking shields, which, oh, they're hacking cloaking. That's fine. Okay, cloaking is very okay. Changes a few things, but not much. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and move the NG over here into sensors because I'm going to need MC at a certain point. No, go back into the doors. All right, this is just slightly more complicated because I have these people on my ship. They were not invited. They did not have an invitation. They crashed. Okay, so let's see. 62, 58, but that's a Mantis. That's partially trained. Should easily win. And that's a rock versus a human. That should also win. Okay, so let's go ahead and hack shields. MC the pilot, and we go. I'm gonna go ahead and try and sneak in a firebomb right now so we can double up on our firebombs. Okay, dodged. All right, so here comes the missile. We're just gonna level 1 cloak this, make sure our evasion's at 100% so we're not hurt. All right, so we're gonna do this swipe. It's to minimize damage. It's gonna do 2 damage to the missile system though. So that's gonna buy us a good amount of time. And now I'm gonna actually shoot into shields because I want this crew to stay there. Now their evasion right now is 0, so like that, I could have waited for the firebomb for this moment to land. So the pilot breaks that and now essentially runs into this room, and there's no piloting. We get our firebomb in there. Okay, cool. So we've dealt 2 damage to this, which means our cloak is always going to be available against this weapon system. They operate like artillery, okay? So that means that the more damage they are, the slower they are to fire, which is why that both the lasers and the missile weapon fire faster in phase 3 because they have 4 power. So we just did a halberd beam swipe. We dealt 2 damage to this, so our cloaking's always going to be available for it, provided it's not hacked. So it still may be worthwhile to go ahead and mess with this. Now, we just had a bunch of ions coming in. If you have 4 shields, you can kind of tank the ions in your evasion, and you're generally going to be okay. But if they've hacked your evasion, or you only have 3 shields, your best position really is actually to like go ahead and flash your shields this part. All right, so we still got the dodges there. Cool. But now we don't have a bunch of ions on our shield. Like 3 ions hitting the shields, then the beam or the laser weapons can sometimes have impact. Let's go ahead, heal up our crew. I don't know if I probably don't actually need to dodge these in case for the beam, but yeah, so wow, they already got the fire out. fire beam's so much better for this. Anyways, mind control the shield room. We're gonna go fire our burst laser trying to target this, suppress their shields. And same swipe. The idea here again is to not do much hull damage. Oh, okay, well, the beam off. Firebomb back in here again. Trying again to set up more crew kills. We can actually cloak the ions now, because they're actually the biggest threat. Missiles are completely offline. Okay, nice. I have not heard of Pulsar. Might be able to firebomb him again. I would like to. We're going to. Oh, we got in there. That's cool. All right, let's move crew back to their positions. That's fine. We're gonna mind control these crew here. How much health are they at? So Halberd Beam kills them because they're at below 30 health. Also takes the missile system back offline. So we're just taking our opportunity, you know? We're picking the fight apart because, like I said, if we understand it, like by disabling the missile system, it's a pretty clean fight. Generally speaking. Go ahead, cloak the ions. All right, so they have 2 crew left. So I would like at least one of them dead, since we're not in danger of dying. I'm gonna open the doors. Okay, and I'm gonna close the doors. Aww. Sorry, Cuban. So we want to leave one left alive. The AI doesn't take over, and that means that with only one crew as pilot, they have 5% less evasion than they would if the AI takes over. All right, now we just kill the ship. Now, if you are playing a hard mode, there's also some other kind of cool crew killing stuff or like annoyances depending on how you look on it. So after phase 1, like these 3 rooms fall off the ship. I'm sorry, these 4. And all those crew die on normal and easy. They're just dead. So if you like just did like a little mini beam swipe in here, 2 crew go to fix it, and then you just kill the ship, those crew are gone. They're dead forever. You never have to worry about them again. And you can do the same thing on the right side by like hitting the drone control during phase 2. However, in hard mode, it's bugged that these crew don't die, and instead they appear in these rooms here. Don't know why, it's a bug. On the flip side, if there are crew in these rooms here, these like adjoining rooms, when the flagship jumps away, they die. So you can just be aware of like, you know, another reason like, well, this can help with crew kills is you can get, you know, 2 crew beating on the door trying to get back into the room or trying to get to the med bay, and it could be an opportunity where you just finish them off and you get some additional crew kills. Another thing about crew kills is you actually have to wait for the animations to complete. If they're like dying, like they have no health, they're falling over, but their bodies haven't not like dissipated yet, they could actually still be on board the ship. Why is the door not open if hacking isn't? So these doors, as long as hacking is powered, I control those doors. Those doors are mine. It doesn't actually have to be activated for me to have control over them. I can't open them. I can depower it to open to let them through the doors if I want to. But they take 10 hits to break down on hard mode, and then eventually they fix themselves. And then you can just close the doors. Anyway, so let's finish them off. So ends phase 1. 20 bucks. All right, Faith, top off. Yeah, well, they can like punch through them. And if you depower it like this, if you turn all the power off, then it loses control and they can do whatever they want. Yeah, as long as there's just a power in it, but not active. Oh, there's a fight. We could take that fight. I could take that fight. Sure. Okay, I just gotta remember to charge my weapons. I really wanted level 3 cloak, so I'm gonna get it. Hopefully we get just a little bit more money from here. Just is gonna be reactor. No, doors remember, which you can also use. So like, sometimes there's like annoying hacks that are preventing you from getting to certain portions of your ship. And it's like, oh, I'm just trying to get like crew, like from a clone bay or wherever. You just have a crew punch a door 9 times. Like you just have them punch the door 9 times and then you just wait. And then like when you actually need to get the crew through, you hit it 1 time, they go through, and then you can just like get to where you need to go. Yeah. So you can just like pre-knock doors, I guess. Ships in the background should be a crew kill. 2 bombs and a missile and a heavy 2. All right, well, 2 shields is all I technically need here. Weapons hack, 8 drone parts, that's fine. Okay, we're just gonna vent them. Send the Mantis and the Rock down to greet them. Ooh, that was a bad volley. They were doing that thing where they walked out of the room. I should just open the door, let them out, then let them back in. I don't know why they do that. All right. So we're gonna swap our crew here because like these are my 2 anti-boarders, so I want them to take the damage, not the crew that are gonna be sitting here. Try again. Better. Okay, the 2 bombs. Right, the missile's online. All right, so we killed the 2 boarders. Let's send everybody back where they were supposed to be. Is it time to try and use the firebomb yet? Sure. We're not gonna use the firebomb on the flagship anymore. It's done its job. So the only thing we now have to cloak and hack is this. This is the only threat on this ship. So we do a full level 3 cloak. Again, this is just to buy time for our hacking to come off cooldown. Everything comes off cooldown. And we mind control the crew here because it's a busted system, so that's the one that's going to get defended. Neat. 65 bucks. All right, let's finish the heals. I doubt I want the ion. You can actually, with a pre-igniter, you can actually charge an ion weapon pre-fight. It's not going to come back yet, right? Oh, I can actually show you how to do that. Just need for this to charge. Bum, 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 bum. Depending if you consider it an exploit or not. I don't know, like charge weapons generally don't get a whole lot of love, so. Oh, yeah, reactor. And another one. All right, so you wait till you get to 3, and then you depower it. And then you jump. Base. pause. And there you go, your 2 charges plus the full, there. And that works on any of the charged weapons if you are so inclined to use. Okay, so phase 2. Phase 2 with flagship fight. Now we only have 1 crew. Here, I'm going to save my cloaking to deal with the drone surge. It's not too much of a surprise, so I want to take down the missile system as fast as possible. So we're going to hack shields, beam the halberd beam through them, and mind control the pilot. And this is, we're just killing. There's no more crew kills to be had here that we care about. So we're going to beam through piloting shields. That's going to be an 8 damage swipe. Pilot's going to go down. We're going to fire the whole laser into the missile system. So that's going to be our damage 3, right? So now the missile system's offline. We're going to fire the burst laser into the laser system. So normally when the surge is bad, it's because the laser is tied with the surge. So you have those 3 shots, then, you know, the 7 drones spawn into existence. On hard mode, there's actually 1 less drone for every mode that's easier. And so I'm going to take this opportunity to just crack the lasers, crack the missiles. The AI is going to actually predominantly focus on repairing shields. And then when it does, like it has no evasion. So then the next volley should pretty much destroy it. Because even though it has like 22 health, we got like another 8 damage swipe. So that first volley that we're talking about is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, is 13 damage. So we got 13 damage volley that the game can't do anything about. Like, it's going to happen. And then the next swipe kills it, and then we're going to set up for phase 3. Yeah. It's fun. And here's the other thing we want to do is we want to engage phase 2 at the base. It's okay to jump into the flagship early in the other phases. That's fine. But you want to fight phase 2 at the base. And the reason we want to do this is so phase 3, the flagship jumps away like it did after phase 2 or phase 1. So phase 2, it jumps away and you can, like, you know, do repairs. But if you do repairs, whatever, but jump after it immediately. Okay, so you fight phase 1 wherever, phase 2 at the base, it jumps away, you jump into it. Now what you have here is you're 1 jump away from the base and it's in its holding pattern. So you can take on as many borders if you haven't killed them all off, or you get essentially what is a reset because you can now jump back to the base. The base never gets overtaken, so there's never an ASB there, okay? And you're able to, like I said, fight off the crew, do any vital repairs that you need to do if, like, things just went bad, whatever it is. It's known as, like, the kidnap strat. So it's what you kind of learn initially to help deal with the boarding situation in phase 3 is this setup. Like if you do it anywhere else, the beacons could be overtaken by ships with ASB and things can go very badly. Like I said, this gives you the base as a safe haven 100% of the time. Wait. All right, chase down the flagship. Discovers heavily damaged from the previous fight. Scans the case, redirect considerable power to its drones. Get ready for a fight. All right, so we're hacking shields. We're gonna go ahead and mind control them when they're in the shield room, just for lulz. There's gonna be a boarding bot. So, boarding bot, if you damage the drone control system, boarding bot is the first thing that goes offline. So if you're kind of weak on dealing with the boarding bot, because it has like a breach, and you can have like, you know, you have some NGs and it's just a slaughter, whatever it is, just like find a way to deal 1 damage to it, and as long as the other drones are active, that boarding bot is completely offline. But if other drones get destroyed, then it's going to vert that power back over to the boarding bot. Boarding strategies, we kind of talked about a little bit, like, so if you're boarding against the flagship in hard mode, yeah, I guess I could have gone over there, but you're essentially, the best strategy to use is to hack and cloak the missile system. All right, and then you're going to want to board into the ions, kill the ions, have the second pair board into the laser, and you'll kill those 2 crew, wipe them out. And then you'll break those systems. So that's going to leave the 3-shot laser, and it's going to be the missiles. But like we've been doing with the weapon hacks all game long, you're going to be able to alternate the cloaking and the hacking so that the missile system never fires or doesn't hurt you. So then you only need 3 shields to deal with the lasers, and you're golden. And then you also have this room here that you have hacked, so you have control of it to start sending your boarders in and killing off the enemy crew. If you have a clone bay, you can just kind of board with impunity, and eventually you'll wear them down and they'll die. If you don't, then you have to be a little bit more careful in bringing your crew back. If you are also using a teleport yet, you should get an upgraded teleport, like level 2, level 3 teleporter. This is the only system that works this way in terms of hacking. So if your systems get hacked, even if they have no power in them, they kind of like magically power up, and then they do stuff. So like if you power your med bay, suddenly will turn on, does that. Teleporter doesn't work that way. So normally when your teleporter gets hacked, your crew that are on board the enemy ship come back to yours. But if there's no power in it, nothing happens. Nothing happens. So if you have a high enough teleporter, you can actually send your crew over. It comes off cooldown faster than their hack comes off of cooldown, because that's like 25 seconds. And then you can just depower it. It'll try and hack your crew to bring them back. Doesn't work. Then you power it again. You can send your next set of crew over. And then you'll slowly pick it apart. And now if that's your setup, you want to, like I said, you kill off all their crew. Phase 2, you're going to send 2 crew to deal with the missiles. You'll punch them down before they fire. And generally people hack the drones. Like the drones are kind of the biggest threat. Anything you do with these drones has no impact on the surge. The surge is like an event like an ASB. It's totally irrelevant what you do here. But yeah, hacking this down just because it's kind of like the random offense can make the surge worse, and just trying to break all the annoying bots in the way, and then you proceed to sort of like punch down the ship from the inside, and then you can kind of like hold them down. If you have a clone bay, what you can actually do is essentially you can just set up your crew in all their danger systems and just punch them down repeatedly until the ship explodes. Anyways, we're hacking shields. We're going to turn off our drone right at this point of fire. It whiffs. Turn it back on. Connect. And what's nice with the pre-igniters, we just like hack immediately. There's no timing issues here. And the boarding bot into my engines. All right, so let's level this up. And since we're not using our cloaking right now, we'll get level 2 oxygen, and that's going to mitigate the breach. Send the rock up. Send you out of the room. Rock back in the room. I think it's doing something funny. We'll see. All right. I want you in oxygen. Rock, go here. Then in the room. Then we'll bring the Zoltan back. All right. Zoltan's kind of low on health. Don't want them to take too much of a beating. All right. Now we're just waiting for the shields to drain. All right. So burst is going to go into here. That's 3 shots. Halberd beam, we start in the piloting. That takes its piloting down to level 1. Without a pilot there, they can't dodge anything, and 2 shots here, so both these weapons are now broken. Done. All right, and we're already repairing this. It's great. Now, eventually, they'll send, like, another bot over. Oh, right, they still have shields, so I actually don't get a 1-shot kill, or 2-shot kill, I don't think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I totally do. Don't worry about it. Zip. And go ahead and cloak the surge. We'll do a level 2 cloak so it lasts the full duration. It's not necessary, but there you go. So because we know what we're doing with the flagship in terms of like preparing for it, like we went for the crew kills, and I've done that many a time. Halberd beam, MC on the pilot to just absolutely annihilate the flagship. Oh, engine crew's a little bit scuffed. All right, so we have mind control to cancel out their mind control. The only thing you have to worry about in this scenario, and another thing you can keep an eye out for, the thing you have to worry about is if you are boarded, right? Like you mind control to counter their mind control, but they send boarders over there. You can't control that who gets MC'd in a room. So sometimes your own crew, if your inner crew gets mind controlled and they're fighting the AI in a room, then if you drop that mind control in that room, it could undo the MC on your crew, or it could MC the opposing crew. So to avoid this, like I said, you'll use MC to cancel out their MC before they board, okay? And when you can then follow the timer, because their mind control is on the exact same cooldown. So once your mind control is almost up, like it's almost come off cooldown, get your crew out of the room that the enemy is in. Just get them out of the room, wait for their MC to hit your crew with a counter, and then go ahead and move them back in. The other thing is that it might at some point be advantageous to actually mind control the enemy pilot to get some shots in, because the crew that's MC'd is in a room that you don't care about. Like it's punching down doors and it's level 2 doors or whatever. And there's not any borders. Another thing you can do is to assign crew to rooms that are not as dangerous. So like, if you have buffer points in your sensor system or whatever, you can stick 2 crew in your sensors. And that way you don't care if it punches that system down. That's fine. You could even stick them in like mind control and kind of slowly vent them so they go somewhere else. Or somewhere near the med bay, so you can just run a crewmate back and forth to take abuse. So you could just like start with like, you know, throw 3 crew in here. If any one of these mind controlled, then you just take the other 2 and you kite them back and forth to where they need to be. An extra fun thing though you can do is if you're like, well, I just don't want a mind controlled pilot, is you send the pilot out and then you jump into the flagship. If the pilot gets MC'd, they're actually over here. They can actually get pretty far away. They might be all the way over indoors even. If there is a system there, they will start to punch it. Or if there's a crew there, they will start to attack them. So that's a way that you can actually get around an MC pilot, is you run them out of the room before you jump, get them engaged in something else, and then you can have a normal crew, a loyal crew, not a mutinous crew, to actually take care of piloting for you. Yeah, and if you have a clone bay, you can just kill them off. Just, you know, have your team kill them, and then they'll just clone back. Hopefully it's not in a key crew that you need. No, it is absolute. Level 1 MC will always cancel out level 3 mind control. Yeah, and then they're both just on the same cooldown. But we know that we're not getting boarded, and we have mind control to cancel their mind control, so we don't have to do any of that fun stuff, like crew positioning. We just have to get through the Zoltan Shield. It would actually be better for us to use this to get through because all of these ions do 2 damage to the flagship, or do 2 damage to the Zoltan Shield. So this is like 6 shots if we go into the flagship with this. Oh, we have 30 scrap. Piloting? Just a buffer point in piloting, I guess. Doesn't really matter. I mean, we could go sensors. You get a buffer point in here if you really felt like you needed to protect it, to keep it online so that you're always canceling out MC. Again, if you don't have cloaking, you need this buffer point so that just random missiles aren't, you don't get like sniped by the missile volley, and then that sets you up for the surge. You're not certain how to keep fighting. The amount of damage is sustained. Looks like it's transfer power to the teleport as well as some kind of super weapon. Be prepared. This is it. All right. So halberd beam, this, and all the ions, and yeah, we just MC. I can't even MC their crew. That's not an option. I don't have Zoltan Shield bypass, so. And we'll just set this up for auto fire. Oh, never mind. Zoltan Shield is gone. That's super easy. Let's see, because Howard Beam does 2 times, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, yeah, okay. They just dodged absolutely abysmally. Sometimes that happens. We have an option here. We actually could hack their missiles if we wanted to. So we could hack shields. I'm probably just gonna hack shields. But sometimes it's actually, people kind of miss out on this, you could just hack their missiles and then slow down their fire rate. And again, we could just MC their pilot, like they could MC ours instead. to try and make our shots more likely to land. They have level 6 engines in this phase, which is like a lot. It goes from like level 2 to level 3 to level 6 engines. Escalates pretty quickly. But yeah, let's just go ahead and hack shields and set up for halberd beam goodness. Okay, there's the first 3 laser shots. And here come the missiles. So this is the strategy I developed. Yeah, I've actually made some contributions to FTL. Who knew? It's dropping your shields. So the missiles and the surge, like the timing isn't exact. The surge can kind of like come early. It can sometimes be late. Surge does surge things. So if you drop your shields, it changes that hit detection that I talked about from the shields to the room, and it closes the window between those 2 events. So because you delay your cloak as long as possible, so most of the time a level 3 cloak will sustain throughout the entirety of the first missile surge, of the first missile firing, and the surge itself. I could hit O2, which I prefer not to. Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and just like do this lovely little halberd beam here, which is not gonna break our cloak. Beam weapons don't break your cloak. Ions, all the other weapons do. Like even a bomb that you teleport over. All right, let's go ahead and get our shields up though. Just in case that timing is off, we want our 4 shields up. But if I fire these weapons, I come out of cloaking too soon, so we're just going to hold on to them right now. So there it is. Gonna go ahead and use the battery, make sure we have 100% dodge here. All right, there's the surge. I'm gonna go ahead and fire my weapons here. The idea of this is, because I don't have stealth weapons right now, by firing these weapons, I'll come out of cloak, and it's going to sync up my cloaking with their surge much more cleanly. Even if this volley isn't particularly good, we've slowed down their missile system to a decent degree. I couldn't tell you if we slowed it down enough that, like, they're not going to fire before I can set up my weapons again. But we fire everything at the missile. Don't assume enough shots are going to land. Just assume like most shots are going to miss. Like do whatever it takes to get this missile system offline, and then the rest of the fight is much easier for you. All right. So again, we're a little bit early. We didn't get all the way through, but we got 1 shot in there. So let's go ahead and do a beam swipe from that room to this one, even though it's not a full halberd. Missile system's offline. 3 shots incoming. And we can just hack the shields again if we want to. There he is, MC to cancel once again. And that's GG's. Thank you, Slight Medic, Mr. Fine, Monty Papa Need, Faith, Tesla Coil for joining the crew. So there are some mistakes I made along the way. There's a couple of points of damage that I took, but I tried my best to like explain my process through that, and that was a pretty dominating run, right? Like it didn't feel like we were behind at any point in time, really. It was fairly comfortable that, you know, in course, experience, know what I'm doing generally. So, like, I keeping up with what the enemy ships are doing. Kestrel A, 35 and 4, the 3 streak. And utilizing the strategies that we had, but it's 53-38 score. It's like an average score. We killed 39 ships, which is a little bit below average. We'd visit 101 beacons, which is average for myself. And we only made 1,700 scrap. 1,700 in farb scrap. Sorry. Sorry, apologies. Acknowledgement for what it is. And I'll bring up the stat sheet. Stats. Boom, boom. So we got 254 in free items, though. Okay. Which, again, is... It's okay. It's not super amazing. Like some of it we didn't even sell. Considering we bought long-range scanners in Sector 5, we did see it, you know, kind of pay out in Sector 6. Like, that was a pretty monstrous Sector 6 we had for... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, we bought it. Sector 6 was hot garbage. The Zoltan sector, that was just absolutely awful. Total emptiness. That's crazy. I gotta try a run like that, but not the O2 crew kill shenanigans. Yeah, 388 scrap in sector. That NG sector was pretty monstrous. It's really good. Yeah, you get to learn. It's a good system to learn how to utilize. Like I said, a lot of people just kind of relegate it to just shield hacking. It's like, it's so much more. If you're playing on normal and easy, feel free, of course, to go for crew kills. It's way less important. You should be generating most of the time enough scrap that you don't need to have like that bonus, that extra. Yeah, it's funny because you'll see people use drone control, like defensive drone control, and they don't use it against the flagship when the hacking part comes in. And the reason they don't want to do it is because like it could delay the hack. So like the hack gets shot down a couple times, but then the missiles fire, so the defense drone gets distracted and the hack lands on weapons, and they're like, oh, like that's GG, like I have to jump away because it's going to alternate. Or like they do the boarding strategy where they hack missiles and cloak missiles, and they're like, yeah, so this completely negates the offense of the enemy ship. It's like, all right, cool. And then we collectively really don't use it any other time. Like, it really is, I mean, Masala maneuver aside, it is something that doesn't get fully utilized as just the sheer, it wins. Like, it wins, it just wins, it wins, that's all it does. You just, like, don't have to pay attention to enemy weapons nearly as much. And you can, like I said, that's an average run.